to go over some of my criteria on how I'm ranking these, I do think it's important to look at them in a vacuum just to see what they provide as a whole. But more importantly, I do think it's important to see how that actually synergizes with the character's kit. And sometimes, like, a V-skill can be good on its own, but sometimes they're just a bit redundant. A lot of V-skills will like patch a hole in a character's game plan that they otherwise didn't have. Like maybe it's a defensive option and the character otherwise does not have good defense. But if the character already has good defense and they have a defensive V-skill, then that is going to be marginally worse than a character with no defense who has a defensive V-skill. And there are also cases of, oh, well, V-skill 1 does X, but V-skill 2 does X and Y and Z. And so in that aspect, it's also redundant. I more so value how they actually work with the character and not just, like, how they are objectively as a whole. Because a character could have, like, some ungodly broken V-skill, but if they just don't have the kit to utilize it properly, then I think that just makes it worse. So that is mostly what I'm basing this on. Ryu's V-skill 1 is a parry. The first of many. We're going to be seeing a lot of these. In terms of parries, it's pretty good. It's not the absolute best, but this is kind of what you expect from a parry. It is not like an exact replica of like the third strike parry, because surprisingly it actually has a decent amount of recovery after you parry something. There isn't a whole lot of screen freeze. Like if I parry like a light, for example, I can't punish that even with my own light. Yeah, so there is a bit of recovery to the actual successful parry itself. There are ways to get around that. You can cancel the recovery with any EX moves or even a super. So in this case, I could do like that. There are other use cases where you want to do that. There's just one example. You could also do super. So that's pretty nice. So the other thing you can cancel it into is another parry, which is good for some moves with multiple hits. Something like that, and then you get your punish afterwards. So it's pretty useful. I will say that Ryu is not entirely starved for defensive options. Like, he has a 3-frame. It's not a great 3-frame, but you know, any 3-frame is better than no 3-frame. And he has EXCP. So there are probably characters who would benefit a lot more from a parry like this. Ryu does really appreciate it though. It is just a very nice tool to have regardless of what character you are, you know? It's just something the opponent has to look out for on top of his 3-frame and on top of his EXDP. I think because of that, I'm gonna put it, I'll put it here for now. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's a very nice tool to have. Very reliable, pretty consistent. Does require a bit of brain power in terms of like what you actually do parry, but you know, you can't really go wrong in choosing a V-skill like this. It's overall reliable and consistent. It's just not the greatest thing ever. His V-skill 2 is where it gets a little more messy. It's another parry. It has this automatic attack, okay. So he does this lunge forward, which is like -4 on block. You can space it to make it safe. Yeah, so it's not too hard to space to make safe. You do have to be wary against some characters like Ryu, because Ryu has his stand light kick, actually, if we... All of a sudden that's a lot harder to space. So you do have to be really careful. It is a bit matchup dependent. On hit, you get a knockdown. It's a pretty good knockdown. So if you do somehow manage to land it, You get some decent Oki from it. The real appeal of this V skill is that in the middle of it, if you get hit during this little wind-up animation, it'll actually automatically parry the attack and then transition into a follow-up. So like that. This knockdown is pretty good. +9 after dash, and you're point blank in their face. That's pretty good. You also can V-trigger cancel this. I'm not sure why you would really want to. Like, unless you have super and it's gonna kill, I don't really see the point. You can get some basic juggles from it, but I don't really think that's worth it. If you have the resources, you can get a pretty hefty combo from that. But you know, that's not happening too often. I think what really kills this V skill is just the fact that the parry is so slow. I just looked at the frame data. The parry starts at frame 10. Frame 10. That is terrible. Like, you're not really using it like a defensive parry, like VS1. You're kind of using it as like a mid-range counter poke tool. Because, to be fair, to its credit, it does fill a space where Ryu doesn't really have anything that can reach very well. But then again, Ryu also has his really good fireball. He has a really good fireball, and he has a really fast dash. So he can kind of jump scare you mid-range. So, although this does feel like a little dead zone he technically has, it's not... He doesn't benefit a whole lot from that, realistically. To me, it kind of just seems like something you want to use if you're bad at whiff punishing. If you're bad at whiff punishing, this might be a good tool to counter poke with. If you're kind of greedy with your resources and want to save for the right moment, you could use it for that reason. Like for V-trigger activation, you could just... And that's +10 with V-trigger 2. That's pretty good, you know, just come at it from this range. Right, you're +10. You're not always going to be right in their face, but this is still a good range to be plus enough to kind of walk and throw, walk and shimmy. Now, he does always just have EX Fireball. But again, this is if you're trying to like save your resources, be greedier. Because this doesn't take meter. You're kind of saving for super, whatnot. But yeah, this V skill, it's not the worst thing ever, but I don't really think the niche, I don't really think that the void it's filling in Ryu's game plan here is really worth it. For now, I think it'll go, we'll put Taba B- for now. It's not the worst thing ever. You can make it work, but it also just doesn't do a whole lot for you in the long run. You know, if you gotta save all of your resources to make the most of it, I think that's a sign it's not really the most effective tool. It's still usable if you really want to. It's just not the greatest. All these costumes are why the game size is so big. It just keeps going. Are you serious? Okay, jeez. Chun's V skill 1 is this little jump. It has a little kick follow-up. You can cancel into it like a special move. So you can combo into it, and then combo into the kick follow-up. You could also just opt for your own juggles, because Chun-Li has quite a few juggle options, with like jump medium punch. Yeah. I think what you normally do is 2 stomps into medium legs? I think that's what you do. In the corner you could just get the kick into the juggles. Yeah. I think that does a bit more damage than... Barely. Okay. Well, granted, the kick, when you use the kick, it's going to be building a bit of V-meter. So you could just sacrifice like 10 whole damage to build more V meter. This is not all that good, in my opinion. Like, you can't really use it as an alternative jump in, because anything, the angle and timing is very similar. Not the angle, I guess, but the timing is very similar to her normal jump. To where if you're just looking for her to go in the air and you want to anti-air, you can just, like, Ryu can just DP here. If I were to do V-skill or jump, his DP would hit both of those. It can cross up, which you may surprise people with from time to time. Especially in combination with her down forward heavy kick. That move. So, you can definitely surprise people with that. In the corner, I think it should be a bit harder to tell if it's really a cross-up or not. Like, look at that. It's a cross-up, but it hits in front. That's a pretty nice tool to have. That's going to throw people off. So, you can get a really tricky cross-up here. But again, if they're good at anti-airing, this just isn't going to work. And it is pretty unsafe on block 2. I don't think the frame data reader is going to be accurate because it's a jump. Yeah, that's not all that accurate. You know, if you use it point blank, you can't really threaten with a cross-up or anything. So you're kind of wide open for a punish there. Even if not a punish, they can just... You're kind of just a sitting duck until you land. So they can just walk up for pressure if they don't get a punish. So its combo potential is very limited. The corner carry is nice, but I wouldn't really say Chun lacks corner carry without it, because she does have spinning bird kick. That was a whole lot of corner carry. I'm not really good at her charge combos, but you can combo into it pretty easily for her bread and butters. So with all that being said, I don't think it's very good. You can get some mileage out of it. It's kind of just a combo tool though. There's not a whole lot of utility outside of that. As an approach, like a jumping approach, it's not great. You can mix people up with it occasionally because she does have, you know, she's got her jump, she's got the V-skill, she's got the down forward heavy kick. But there's not really a whole lot to it. If they're good at anti-airing, you know, you're kind of in trouble there. So yeah, it's not great, not the worst thing ever. Her V-skill 2 is Hazanshu. It is -4 on block, and from what I recall, it is very hard to space to make save. Like, look at that. That's not even Ryu's like super long reach stand light kick. That's just a normal crouch light punch. Yeah, that is like max range, and she's still getting punished. There. So, -4 on block, punishable at every range, and it is, despite the animation, it's not an overhead. So, that's an overhead, that's not an overhead. So, it can go over fireballs if you time it well. That's pretty nice. And it is naturally +4 in hit, so that always leads to a combo. If you can reach. You know, that's not a bad tool to have. And for what it's worth, it does give her some higher damage combos when she can cancel into it and link out of it. Because like her V-skill 1, she can cancel into it like a special move. Can't really combo into it from a lot. It's mostly just her crouch heavy punch. So, you know, you get like a counter hit stand medium punch. You can go into that. I think in the corner you can get some more extensions. You know, you can get some weird extensions. Overall, it's not a whole deal better than her V skill 1. Granted, it is better, okay? Just because the combos you can get from this, they're a lot easier to come by compared to this. Because with this, it kind of acts as a replacement for her normal B&Bs, which is not always ideal. This acts as just like an enhancement, because it's from like heavies and stuff. Being able to go over fireballs is nice. I guess it's technically a low crush too. Just being limited to only a combo tool and sometimes a fireball punish is really bad. So, but at least you can use it. At least you can use it. Moving on, we've got Nash. His V skill 1 is this little fireball absorbing tool. So, that's kind of the main thing that it does. It just absorbs a fireball. It does have a hitbox, and if you can manage to get it on hit, it does pull the opponent in. It is +5, so you can link after it, which is pretty nice. But you can't cancel it into it like a special move, so I'm not really sure when you would land this. But you know, if you do, that is a nice tool to have, just being able to link after. It's -5 on block, and it pulls the opponent in. That's really bad. So this isn't exactly the kind of tool you want to like fish for, just because, you know, you can link after. Yeah, you're kind of just you're literally helping your opponent punish you with that. Every time it hits and every time it absorbs a fireball, you get V meter, which is nice. So against a character like Ryu, Nash is probably building V meter a lot, pretty fast, especially since Nash thrives more at this. He's also kind of a fireball based character, like a weird mobility based poking guy. So it is really easy for him to get V meter using this. It can be used in some of his target combos, like that, although that's not entirely useful. But you know, this is Nash's 3-frame, I believe, and you can't really go into anything from it outside of another stand light kick. But because of that target combo, it does give you some kind of advantage. I think in the corner you can get like, yeah, you can get that if you want in the corner. EX Scythe. Okay, so you can use it after this target combo too. There isn't a whole lot to this V skill. It's very simple, like I said, but it works well with Nash's game plan. It just helps you navigate fireballs, build V meter. It's good at what it does. It's not amazing or anything, but you know, solid, reliable, helps Nash's game plan. Now, V skill 2 has a bit more going on. It is an install, and when Nash does the install, it enhances his next Sonic Scythe. On block, they get a lot better, so that's -7 normally. +2. -7 to +2. That's pretty dang good. -10. -5. -5 when you're usually like... This is the one you kind of want to jump scare them in neutral with sometimes, if they're getting a little too comfortable. You can do that. And because it's -10, you're not going to be punished for that. But with this up, you can be... You know, you can get a little riskier with it. Get a little bit closer if you choose to. The heavy one with the enhancement does offer more juggles. So normally you do this and you can't get anything after that because of the launch. I think the only thing you get here is raw super. Yeah. So the only thing you can get there is super. But with the install, you can get a medium Sonic Scythe, and then you can do that into super. So even if you don't have super, that's a pretty nice damage increase. There's also the EX version. The The EX version is very interesting because it actually lets him, with the install up and using EX meter, he can actually cancel into the Sonic Scythe from any of his kick normals, even the ones that aren't normally special cancelable. And that is very important because he has a very good crouch medium kick. But it doesn't normally special cancel. It's just a poke because Nash is a poke heavy character. But being able to do this and to that, that's really good. That is insanely good. I don't know if you can confirm it. I'm bad at confirming, so I'm not even going to try. But you can do this from other kick normals too. But the big one is crouch medium kick. That is just such an insanely good tool to have. Like V-Skill 1, it does work from his target combos as well. It doesn't have like the actual hitbox. So you kind of just do it to get charge up. You're +1 after that. Oh, I guess, okay. So it doesn't work from his medium kick, heavy kick target combo like V-Skill 1, only the light kick, medium kick one. But that's still nice. Because of stuff like Moonsault, that's +4. You can go like... You can purposely lose a bit of damage just to get a charge up. That is a very good tool to have. There's a lot more going on with this V-Skill compared to V-Skill 1. But V-Skill 1 does provide a lot of cover for Nash's game plan. But at the same time, if the opponent doesn't have a Fireball, you don't get any use out of this. This is completely worthless. So the choice here is very easy which one you want to choose. Use V-Skill 2 if they don't have a Fireball, and use V-Skill 1 if they do have a Fireball. It's a very easy choice. I'm honestly debating moving Nash's V-Skill to up here. Just because the crouch medium kick confirmed for a character like him is so good. It's so good. I can't stress that enough. I'm going to keep it down here for now. There's probably going to be some distance between these two, but this selection of V-Skills is very good because they're entirely matchup dependent. You can choose whichever one you want based on the matchup, and it'll help you with those specific matchups because of what they specialize in. Bison has some insane outfits. These are so cool. I was a big fan of this one with the cape though. Bison's V-Skill 1 is a Fireball Absorb, just like Nash's. But this one is actually quite a deal better. It's significantly better, I would say. Once you absorb a Fireball with this, if you press V-Skill again, he gets his own 2-hit Fireball. And like, look at the speed of this. Now, I don't know the specifics of every single Fireball in the game, but I don't think it's a stretch to say that this is the best Fireball in the game. It is insanely fast, 2-hitting, and it helps with his combos because you can cancel into it like a special move. I can't really exaggerate just how good this Fireball is. It is genuinely insane. Like, you can just easily throw it into so many of his combos, which just enhances the damage of it. The downside is that once you absorb the Fireball, you are forced to use it on your next use. You can't like save it and just do the Fireball absorb again. So once you absorb a Fireball, the opponent is probably going to know not really to try and mess with you at long range. If they do mess with you at long range, you know, you're kind of forced to spend this, which you can't really save it, hold on to it in that case. In some situations, you're not always going to get the ideal use out of it, but this is, like, then again, if they're still trying to throw fireballs at you, that's just going to shred through it. Like, I did that so late. It came out so fast and it protected me completely. Look at that. It does have a bit of startup, so you can't use it to get like a raw punish. That'd be so stupid. Because it's 2 hits, it can break EX fireballs. Yeah. So this is just you just can't lose Fireball Wars with Bison. Bison does not have a Fireball, and he is practically immune to Fireball Wars. He just wins them outright just because of this V-skill. That's not all. That's not all. There's more of this V-skill. If you take a normal attack with it, it actually has a parry hitbox. So not only does it absorb fireballs and give you the best fireball in the game, but it gives you a parry too. And this isn't the best parry in the world. It can be iffy sometimes. You don't want to rely on it too much, but just having that option is so insane on top of the fireball absorb. Like, it just does so much. I'm gonna be honest, I think even without the parry on the normal hits, this is an A tier V skill already, just because it gives you the best fireball in the game, pretty much. It lets him win fireballs at the cost of nothing, while building V meter, by the way. So he gets V trigger pretty easily in some matchups, where you want to use a lot of fireballs. But the parry on top of it, that's just icing on the cake. Like, he doesn't need that, but he has it. I don't know why he has it, but he has it. So I think this is a very good spot for this V skill. It is incredibly good. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about his V skill too. It is a weird teleport that will, from anywhere on screen, it'll just knee in the face, cross up the opponent. Provides a juggle on hit. That's nice. So getting a juggle on hit, very nice, just adds on to the reward. It is +1 on block. So, you know, full screen cross up into +1 on block. Not bad, you're in throw range. However, you may have noticed that this move takes a pretty long time to come out. And for any players like who even have a remote level of awareness, you're getting interrupted. Or you're blocking at the very least. Like Bison's hurtbox appears pretty soon after he teleports. So, with very consistent timing, you can kind of just counter hit him out of it. Yeah. So, his hurtbox appears very early. So, if anyone recognizes you're using this V skill and you even try to use it, the startup is very telegraphed. That's not to say you'll never get away with it, especially with his little EX fireball. You can use it in combination with this to kind of just force your way in automatically. So, you know, even if that doesn't hit, you now are in their face. But then again, you could also just follow behind it. Like, Bison has an incredibly good dash. He can kind of just fall behind it. I guess if you're like full screen. Yeah. But yeah, it's not something that's gonna work after the first 1 or 2 times. The one very redeeming quality about this is that it does synergize pretty well with his V-Trigger 2. His V-Trigger 2 gives him this bomb. He can manually detonate it. Or, he can just wait out the timer. I don't know the exact time on it, but you can just look at how they're flashing and then get an idea of when they're gonna explode. If you just wait for the bomb timer to run out, you're waiting, and then you just V-skill, that can surprise them. So if you want to wait the timer out, you can't really make an opening or anything. You can use the V-skill to get a surprise cross-up with it. And, the main problem with this V-skill is the startup length, but he actually goes behind the opponent pretty quickly. The problem is the follow-up attack takes forever. So if you can time it, I'm sure there are setups for this, but if you can time it to teleport right before the bomb explodes, then like that is very hard to react to in the moment. So yeah, if you can manage to get that, it is very good in that specific context. But outside of that, it's not great. So I think I'd say probably top of B minus. You do kind of need V-Trigger 2 to make the most use out of it, but because that's really the only context in which it is like notably strong, you can kind of see it coming. You can get away with it sometimes, but it's overall very risky. There's just too much risk. You can get counter hit out of it very easily. It's not like Bison really needs it as an approach option either. You know, you can make it work in some very specific contexts, but overall, it's not too strong. Okay, Cammy. I don't remember either of her V-skills being very good at all. Her V-skill 1 is Spin Knuckle. It can cross up if you're close. It is kind of like, you do have to be really close for it though. Like, despite the distance it travels, you have to be like really close for it to cross up. You can't really like use it out here and then surprise someone with like an ambiguous cross up, because you have to be like almost point blank for that. If it hits, you do get a combo. And it also is plus on block. +4. That is very good for Cammy. It doesn't leave him throw range though, but you know, with Cammy's walk speed, it's not a huge issue. Just micro walk for a throw. The main selling point of this is that it goes through fireballs. Just goes clean through. The question of can it actually punish fireballs is a little up in the air, because it is very good at just getting around the fireball, but because of how slow it is, you're not actually going to get a punish. That is, it being plus on block is nice for that reason, just so, you know, you don't explode for doing it too late. The thing about this is she already has a really good fireball punish with EX Spiral Arrow. And that's just a straight up punish. Like, it's no, like, just to maneuver around it and then get pressure on block. That's just like... And this was nerfed. That, like, its fireball invisibility was nerfed. And it's still just, like, half screen, over half screen, on reaction move that you can use to punish pretty much any fireball. And then once you're in, you don't need to worry about fireballs. So that does make the main draw of this V-skill to get around fireballs way worse. You can use it to just surprise and get in, I guess. But then again, Cammy's neutral is so strong. Especially with this, okay? This is broken. I don't know, she doesn't need a tool like this. What it offers is decent in comparison to EX Spiral Arrow for navigating around fireballs. You know, being plus on block is nice, but that comes with the caveat that you're not always gonna just punish the fireballs. You're just maneuvering around them and then getting pressure on block because it's so slow. And then you can barely even take advantage of the cross-up aspect of it, because you gotta be right in their grill. And when you're this close and you use it, it's no question of if you're gonna cross up or not. Like I said, there's no mix-up with this. Because it's very clear and obvious when you're actually gonna be able to cross up with it. I gotta be honest, that one, it's not good. That one's pretty bad. That's probably that's the worst one we've seen so far. Like, it already is not a very sound tool, but then you add on the fact that she has EX Spiral Arrow already. It's just like, why would you ever use it? Why would you ever need it? Like, it has some nice aspects about this. Like I said earlier, I don't know if we're actually going to see any entirely useless V-skills. All of them have some use, some purpose. You can definitely use it on occasion. You know, maybe you don't have meter, maybe you need to get in. I don't know. But it just doesn't give Cammy anything that she doesn't already have. And on top of that, it doesn't allow Cammy to do anything in a stronger way that she already does. Like, you look at Nash V's skill 2, it lets him cancel crouch medium kick into EX Scythe. And because he is a poking character, he's already really good at poking. That just makes him even better at poking. This does not make Cammy even better at dealing with fireballs, because she already has one of the best answers to fireballs in the game with EX Spiral Arrow. So I don't know why you would ever want to use this. And it doesn't get a whole lot better with her V skill 2, which is this spin kick. So when you use it, she automatically jumps back and does the kick. On block, it's -6, but because of the jump back with the pushback, you know, pretty safe. I'm sure some characters can still punish it. It's kind of hard to space because of that jump back. Oh, they're hit meaty. I guess that's a thing too. Because of this, you can use it as like a shimmy tool. So yeah, you can use it to shimmy. It's pretty good at that. But at the same time, you could also just shimmy. It's not like it does anything that her normal shimmy doesn't. I guess it's technically safer just because it is designed to beat throws like that, because it jumps in the air and jumps back. It can crush counter, actually. There's not really a whole lot you can do with that other than just, you know, spiral arrow, DP. It's nice that it's there though, I guess. But I don't really know what context you would actually be able to get this crush counter in. Maybe if you like, maybe you can kind of use it as like a weird mid-range poke, in a way. But even then, Cammy's already insanely good at poking. It is a free juggle state, but there's not a whole lot Cammy can do with a free juggle state. Cammy's combos are pretty basic, all things considered. I mean, there's not a whole lot to this V skill. You can use it to shimmy. I believe you can cancel into it. Like, yeah, you can cancel into it, like a special move. Which, you know, that is actually kind of nice. Because Cammy does not normally have specials that she uses for pressure. Not that she needs them, you know, because you just do this all day. But, you know, that is a nice tool to have. Especially to catch people pressing. It could crush counter and then you get a follow-up afterwards. That's a nice thing to have. But this doesn't really affect her overall game plan too much. I definitely think, like, especially not in fireball matchups where you would maybe use this occasionally, I think you want to use this almost every time. It's no question you should probably pick this over V skill 1. But in terms of you actually using it in the match, I don't know. I don't think it's too strong. It's got some decent uses as like a pressure ender or a shimmy, but those aren't things Cammy was really in desperate need of, just because her pressure is already so strong. Yeah, it is not very good. Cammy's V skills are both pretty below average. Next up we got Birdie. His V skill 1 is quite good. He has 3 options. He pulls out different foods to eat. Just pressing it, he eats a donut. All this does is build V meter. But there are some other use cases for it, but we have to look at the other ones first. He's got the banana peel. This is pretty good for space control. If you just want to prevent someone from approaching, you know, if it hits, they slip on it. We can just get Ryu to walk forward here. Like that. So because of that slip, it does give Birdie a lot of time to work with, reposition and stuff. The real peak of this V skill is the can. The can rolls on the ground and just keeps going forward until it either goes off screen or makes contact with the opponent. Because it's so low to the ground, you can't like clash with it with a projectile or anything. You kind of just have to take it. Like, it's not like the strongest option ever, but you know, the fact that you do have to address it at all makes it very frightening. Because he can just fall behind it. That's what he does. If you give a birdie too much space, he just does this, and now he's coming in. And there's not a whole lot you can do about that. Especially when he has easy ways to set this up. I think the main way you can get this up is EX Bullhead. Like, you're minus 30 there, but look how far it sends you. You're not really doing a whole lot about that. And then Birdie makes his way in again. And that is why the donut is good. Because you can just use this V-skill as it is. Like mid-range. Maybe not mid-range, that's a bit too close, but from like out here. If people are looking to punish the can, you can kind of use the donut as a feint. Like if someone sees that you're trying to, you know, get in range to set up a can, you do this, they jump, and then you just anti-air. And Birdie has pretty good anti-airs. So yeah, something like that. You use the donut to bait a jump, and then you get the anti-air. 9 times out of 10, you're using the can. But do not, just because the can is obviously the best option, do not sleep on these other two options at all. Like this banana, he can't do anything about that banana. It's just there now. And the donut you're going to be using the least probably. But like I said, it just builds V-meter. That's free V-meter for you right there. And then it works as a feint for the can. And one of the main reasons why this is good, because Birdie is a grappler. Kind of. He has command grabs. I don't know if he'd really be classified as a grappler or not. I'm not here to discuss that. But he does have very strong command grabs. He has very strong command grabs, plus some pretty good normals for pressure. So he very easily gets a mix-up from this if you just let the can rock. There are ways around it, like if Birdie throws the can out, for example, after EX Bullhead, you could, instead of just like backing up and trying to take the mix again, you could just walk into it, walk in block into it, and you'll be closer, which is good for him, and he'll still have the frame advantage. But you won't really be taking a mix-up. So if you just play more aggressively, it shouldn't be a huge issue. But Birdie in general is just pretty good at space control. And most of it comes from this. If you let Birdie have his way neutral, this is a very scary option. But like I said, if you start playing aggressively, if you start trying to... If you have a projectile, you can kind of stop his approach. Like, you're not going to stop the can itself, but if you throw a projectile here, Birdie has to address that himself. It doesn't just win him the interaction, but the fact that it forces you to react, the fact that it forces you to make an option to counteract it, is what makes it so good. So yeah, I really don't have anything negative to say about this V-skill. It's very strong. It opens up so much for Birdie, so much. I can't exaggerate that enough. You know, it gives him mix-up options if he gets close enough. It covers his approach if he wants to approach. It can prevent you from approaching. It can be used to feint, to bait you to jump. It just does so much for him. So even though we have all of these characters to get to, I think Birdie's V-skill is still just shines above so many other V-skills. It is, I can't stress this enough, it is a very strong V-skill. Okay, so Birdie's V-skill 2 is surprisingly kind of similar. What he does is, he eats gum. If you hold it down, then he blows up a bubble. And you can pop this bubble, or you can send it flying. It doesn't have like an active hitbox while it's out. You actually have to like blow it up or send it flying. You can't crouch with it, which if you press medium punch or heavy punch, those are the buttons that throws it. Those just give it 2 different arcs. You can also just blow it up more. So now it is a bigger bubble. That's right, Birdie. It is a big bubble. I don't know if this actually changes like the damage or anything. That did 60. Okay, so it does change the damage, just 10 more damage per level. It has the same frame data on block though. Yeah, same frame data on block and on hit, it's just 10 more damage. 40, 50, and then 60. It does interact with other projectiles, but you're not really using it like the average projectile because of the arc. Even if you don't send it out, it'll still interact with fireballs. Although it can be used to kind of clash with fireballs like that, the fact that it's so slow means you can't you're not going to get into a fireball war with this. So this is kind of similar to his V skill 1 in terms of utility, just because you can send the bubble out and then use it to approach. It is actually more reliable for certain combos and knockdowns because of the arc that it flies in. It's kind of similar to Dhalsim's fireball, where you can very easily get combos off of it. Some cool extensions like that. And obviously these work on block too, if you're just looking for pressure or mix-up. Now, something like that. There's probably a lot more you can do with it, but that's just a basic example. Now, because this is more of a set play V skill, you do kind of have to make the time and space to set it up. Luckily, you can cancel into it from EX Bullhead. That is very nice. That's a very nice option. Actually, we need a character other than Ryu. So if we take another look at his V skill 1, I said earlier one of the main ways you get that up is after an EX Bullhead. And although it is pretty slow and very unsafe, the space and distance that it sends you means that most characters can't do anything about it. However, I said most characters, not every character. So there are some characters with very fast range burst options, like G and his EX Smash. So if I do... Yeah. There's no way for Birdie to get that up. So it can be kind of rough without that setup. However, with V skill 2, now you have an option. Now you can just completely stuff that out. This causes his V skills to be a little matchup dependent. You can get away with the can still. It's just you have to be a lot more careful with it against a character like G or other characters with fast burst options. Cammy EX Spirilla probably works there. Maybe Cody EX Zonk. I don't know. You do just have to be careful against characters who can get past that setup. But with V skill 2, you don't have to worry about that at all. And you can kind of just push your mix up from there. Stuff like that, even if they block, like I said, like that just makes his mix up so much better. Plus 25 there, you can just walk in and do anything. I'm sure there's a lot you can do with this V skill. I feel like this is one of the more unexplored V skills. So between the actual bubble toss, what you can do with it, the actual bubble pop itself, that's also plus on block, and can get you some nice stuff. It can work as a melee if you have time to set it up. So I think it's quite good. It's just a bit unexplored. I wouldn't say it's as good as his V skill 1, but you know, it still does allow Birdie to approach. It gives him some nice set play utility to set up his command grabs. And it does have a bit of matchup specific utility with the cancel from EX Bullhead. That is a very nice thing to have. I'm gonna put it... I'll put it B+. It's not bad. I wish we could have seen more of this. I feel like most Birdie players kind of just stuck to V skill 1 just because it is very reliable. There's, even in the matchups where you would want to prefer this, it's not like V skill 1 is bad in those matchups or anything. So it's hard to beat the overall utility this has. But in terms of what V skill 2 has to offer, it's pretty good. Not bad at all. What is this? What is this? We're gonna do this so I don't have to look at his face. Ken's V skill 1 is a run. You can just step kick from it. That's a pretty good combo ender. You can cancel his target combo into this and then do a step kick. I think you can get... Yeah, in the corner you can get that. This run is actually a fantastic Oki tool. Like if you just do it after a basic knockdown, you can just run up straight in their face. That was +8. +8 after that, and I'm point blank. Compared to like his normal dash. You are more plus, but you're not as close. So I guess there is a small trade-off. But you still have time to like shimmy and stuff. It's a great option for that. And the thing about this is you can kind of just do it sometimes. Like you just run in. It honestly does not... The duration is not super long. And you can hold back to cancel it. You can cancel into it, but you're not really gonna like... There's not a whole lot you can do with that. Like if they're blocking, you can kind of sneak that in if you want. It is very minus, but it can work occasionally. But just having this as like a mid-range option is kind of insane when you factor in Ken's normal dash is also so good. Like, look at that. That's a jump scare. Because the thing about it is, these both have like two distinctly different sound cues if you're trying to react based on sound. So it can be hard to react when you gotta look out for two of these. The step kick is only -6. That's pretty good, especially since you can space it. Like that. Space it very easily. You can get some cool combos with it, especially after crush counters, like... Do something like this. It's a very nice tool for that. Because otherwise, Ken does not really get a whole lot from this, I don't think. Like, that's only +7. You kinda gotta go immediately into a special. Yeah, so this increases his crush counter damage from that by a lot. I think this V skill really shines during his V trigger 1 though, because there is one thing they did to it that is just kind of really stupid. So while you're in V trigger 1, Ken's fireballs get a bit enhanced, but when those fireballs come into contact on hit or block, you can cancel that into his V skill. Like what? He can just... This is like a fireball drive rush. Fireball drive rush at mid-range. Like, this is an insane burst option. Like, I don't think I'm really up playing this V skill enough. But if you watch someone like Tokido play during the last Capcom Cup, he uses it a lot. He makes really good use out of this V skill during Oki, or just as a random burst option. It is a really good V skill. There's not a whole lot I actually have to show off with it, because it's a run. It's pretty basic. Trust me. Okay, you gotta trust me on this one. This is a really good V skill. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. I don't really think I upplayed it enough, because this is a very good V skill. I feel like this is one that's you kind of gotta watch matches and see for yourself. It's not so easy to demonstrate, but the mental stack of having to deal with like his dash. So many characters in this game just have a jump scare dash. Like I showed Ryu's off earlier. Ken's is also like that. When you factor the run on top of that, it's just so much harder to deal with. It's great for Oki. And then during his V-Trigger 1, it's just completely broken. I think I'll put it below Ryu's V-Skill 1 for now. Once I'm done with like each season, I'll just have to take a look at the tier list and make any adjustments if I need to. So it's going to go there for now. This is all subject to change. But for now, it's going there. His V-Skill 2, on the other hand, I don't think this is too great. It's not the worst thing ever. It's a little overhead kind of kick thing. You know, despite the animation, it's not actually an overhead. But it is only -2 on block, and you can charge it to be +3 on block. You know, just from out here, and now you're +3. It doesn't leave you point blank or anything. That'd be a little silly. But if you're close enough, you know, that's a throw mix-up. The charge version on hit is +4. So you can get some very easy links after that. It can be used after his target combos, just like V-Skill 1. Maybe not that one. Okay, you can use it after that one. And then from that you get heavy DP. Yeah, so you can use it after both of his main target combos. That does increase his mid-screen damage a bit more, because if you want to do the step kick, you really only get the DP follow-up in the corner. Can also get some like crush counters. Stand heavy punch doesn't give anything, I don't think. Yeah, you're not gonna have time to charge it. But after crouch heavy punch, yeah, that's a really high launch. So that's pretty good damage. Pretty good meterless damage. The biggest problem with this V-Skill is that when Ken actually does the attack, especially the charge version, it has like the biggest hurt box known to man, I swear. Hold on. Look at that. Look at that! Look at how terrible that hurt box is. Probably beat it with a jab if you wanted to. Yeah, look at that. Like even if he's doing like a pressure string, that's not hard to anti-air. And you don't even need to anti-air it. Just use like any normal with some kind of upward hitbox. Not even upward, just one that has a like the tiniest bit of verticality to it. Basically what I'm saying is don't use a crouching normal and it'll work. I do think it has a lot more use than some of these skills down here. I am still going to put it up here. I might have to make another tier later. Maybe I'll do C+, C-, just to spread them out a bit more. Because it's just so easy to counter. That hurt box is genuinely baffling. It is baffling how big that hurt box is. It makes it so hard to use as a pressure tool. Now, it's still decent in combos, but I just don't think that the trade-off is really worth it in most cases. It's not terrible, but just that one glaring problem just makes it damn near impossible to use sometimes. Oh yeah, Necalli has like no outfits. Even the devs forgot Necalli was in this game. So Necalli's V-Skill 1 is like a Seismo. It has 3 different distances. You can do close, medium, far. It won't hit full screen, but that's fine. This is a pretty good tool for space control. Now, if you're trying to play from this far out, you do use it somewhat similar to a fireball. So it's not going to clash with other fireballs, but you are going to like trade if you come into contact with a fireball. Like that. You're never going to like beat a fireball clean. But you know, the biggest difference between them in that case, is that Necalli's knocks down. Meanwhile, most normal fireballs will leave you standing. So that's pretty good. It can be pretty difficult to actually get around this, especially depending on the character. I guess Abigail's like the biggest punching bag. But this versus Abigail, what does he do? This versus characters who just struggle to get in is a very good option. So that's good. Being able to build V-meter during like your normal combos is always a good thing. Something like that. That's always a nice option to have. And it is very safe on block. Like only -1 for this kind of thing. Usually if a character uses a fireball like at this range, you can kind of take a bit of space, just slowly walk and block. But against a tool like this, Necalli, like, he's only -1. You're not going to get a whole lot from that. It is a very unique and interesting tool for him to use to try and either force his way in or keep you out or force an approach. Because the fact that it ignores fireballs while also knocking down is just very good. Because if a Ree's trying to zone you and then you trade fireballs, because yours knocks down and his doesn't, you know, you're going to be able to act sooner, which means you can just keep getting seismos up. Or take some space, I don't know. Giving a character like Necalli, who just has a lot of stubby normals and not a lot of ways to contest from far out, giving him a seismo like that is just... it's hard to pass up on. It is a very good tool that he can use, and he can use it in combos. The knockdown provides him extra frame advantage. You're still probably going to get hard zoned by some characters, but the fact that he can still fight against it with the seismo is very good. But it just gives him a presence on screen from almost anywhere that normal fireballs really don't provide. So I think it is very good. His V skill 2 is kind of weird. He like throws up on the ground and sends this slow lava gloob thing. And if it hits, you do get a short crumple like that. It's not like a hard crush counter crumple. But you know, you can like... okay, you can't do that. You can just dash in and do like a raw special. You can use this in his target combos like V skill 1, which is pretty nice. You know, again, building V meter while still being able to combo. That's a good tool to have. So it doesn't disrupt his bread and butters that already use V skill in any way. It just kind of affects his neutral. I do think that what it provides over the seismo isn't quite as good though, because it doesn't go full screen, for one. It'll go like 3/4 screen maybe? Barely. That was more like 3/5, I guess. But because it doesn't go very far, your opponent can kind of just back up. Like, it's not like Birdie's can. You know, Birdie throws out his can, and then you're forced to like deal with it. The opponent can deal with this by just walking back and not interacting, which, you know, that's good for screen control. That's good for making space, but it's not forcing a mix-up or anything like to the level of Birdie's can. I think the startup also... I think at low profiles you might be able to... let me check this real quick. You can. That's actually pretty good. Like, you're not outright contesting the fireball like with V skill 1. You're still getting one of your tools out there that they have to now deal with. That's pretty good. I will say, once you get like past half screen, past the middle of the screen, and you're quartering your opponent, that's where it really starts to shine, because they can't just simply back out of it, and they kind of have to deal with it, and then you can walk in and just command grab them. So it can be a little difficult to get up, but at the same time, you know, you could just... if you do DP, you're this far out. Minus 23. They can't really do a whole lot about that. You know, you kind of really got to be in the right screen position for it, though, because you want a good enough knockdown. You also don't want them to be too close to the corner, because if they're too close to the corner, they can challenge you while you're trying to set it up. If you're too far from the corner, then they can just walk out of the V skill. All that being said, if you are directly in the corner, I believe you can get it to hit meaty. Yeah. So that was +1. That was +4. Getting the most use out of it does kind of depend on your screen positioning. And it is essentially just kind of a worse version of Birdie's can. But, you know, having a worse version of Birdie's can is still good. Not bad by any means, so we'll put it right here. It is a bit difficult to utilize depending on the situation, but you can still get a lot of use out of it. Vega's V skill 1 is this little spin. It has a follow-up attack. If you just hold it down. So pressing it does a spin, holding it down does the follow-up slice. The main appeal of this is this completely goes through fireballs. So you can use it at mid-range to punish a fireball. It is a little tight. It's not the tightest thing ever, but you do have to do it surprisingly late. I believe that's literally all this V-skill does. Like, if you just hit it normally, it just knocks down. And on block, minus 13. So you can't really even use this as a long-range poke. Like, he has other options for that. Like this. So you wouldn't ever want to use this as just a normal poke. On hit, the only real follow-up you can get is V-trigger. That's it. That's how you're rewarded for your efforts. So the Oki isn't even particularly good. Like, it knocks them down and forces them back a bit. But if you're like mid-screen, then they can just go back to chucking fireballs at you. So it has a very clearly defined purpose, in that it avoids fireballs. And Vega doesn't have like a Cammy EX Spiral Arrow to make this more redundant or anything. So because of that, I feel inclined to put it a bit higher. It still like only does that one thing. Like, there are other, like, it's just difficult. Like, you see a character like Bison, and his anti-fireball move gives him a broken fireball, plus it doubles as a parry. Meanwhile, Vega's, it's like, he can't even use it as a basic poke. That's how unsafe it is. And he gets almost, his reward on hit is very negligible. So I'm gonna put it here for now. It has a very clearly defined purpose. Okay, I keep saying that. It was designed to avoid fireballs, and it avoids fireballs. But that's all it does. I can't say it's completely terrible for doing what it was designed to do, but the fact that it doesn't do more when other characters have like similar equivalents that do a lot more, then I think it comes up very unnoteworthy in the end. Thankfully, his V-Skill 2 is actually really good. Early on in Street Fighter V's life, it removed meterless reversals, because you did have a problem of like Ryu doing like meterless DP while he was in V-trigger and then canceling that to super, and then he would just get a guard break on his wake up. Like, he woke up from an attack and he would get a guard break, which was just kind of stupid. Things like that. So now all reversals cost meter, with the sole exception of Vega's V-Skill 2. This is frame 1 strike invincible, which is kind of insane. And now it is very slow. That's me holding up after it. It has a lot of recovery if you just do the flip. It does have a follow-up attack, which you can combo off of. I believe this is pretty unsafe, though. It's like -6 or something. -5, and you can space it. Okay, so it's normally -6. You can't really intentionally space this, though, because you gotta do this whole wind-up attack, and you're using it for the invincibility that this offers. It's not really something you can conventionally space. For what it provides, being -6 is kind of wild. I would imagine, like, his anti-fireball move is -13, for reference. Meanwhile, his invincible reversal is -6. I believe you can option select this. Okay, this is gonna take a minute. So it took a minute. I set the Ryu to do an option select. He's gonna do a sweep, and then dash up into a medium punch. If the medium punch hits, then nothing happens, it's just medium punch hits. But if it whiffs, then he's going to do a sweep. So nothing happens, the medium punch hit. But if I do the V skill to avoid the medium punch, I get crush countered with the sweep. So, very basic option select, just hiding your inputs but find something else. I will say, maybe it's just me, option selects like that are kind of a little difficult in this game just because of the super wide buffer. In Street Fighter 4 I felt it was a bit easier, but this game, funnily enough, having more leniency makes stuff like that harder. You can't just be option selecting like literally every time you get knocked down, literally every time you're doing pressure. So the fact that this just exists as a threat is so huge for Vega. Like, having A meterless invincible reversal as an option, even if you don't use it, is just, that's just priceless. It's literally priceless. In the off chance that you use his V-Trigger too, you can actually cancel this into his V-Trigger. And it's +8. So you can do essentially a reversal into +8 on block. Now his V-Trigger 2 isn't great, and this doesn't really make it, like, this doesn't turn the tides and make it worth picking very much, but it's an option, and it's a really good option to have. Its existence purely as a meterless reversal is absolutely insane. It does still lose to throws, meaty throws, but it just completely gets past strikes, which is not something you can easily pass up on. Even in matchups where, you might want to avoid the fireball, a Sagat, a Ryu, just having a reversal, it's just better. It's just way better to have this as an option all the time. It's genuinely just amazing. I'm surprised they gave him a move like this, but it does completely change how you have to approach fighting him when he's on the defense. So yeah, it's a really good V skill, even if it does not offer the best reward. Like I said, just it existing in his kit as a reversal that you have to look out for is something that you cannot ignore. So Mika's V skills are both pretty not that good. V skill 1, she pulls out a mic, yells into it, and then throws it. The mic has a hitbox, and this does have 1 hit of armor while she does this. You can charge it, and she'll go on a whole speech. You're never getting this in a match, so it's not really relevant. I'm not holding this down the whole time. But every time, for every, like, the little visual effect, like around her head, every time that goes off, it gives her a buff. Realistically, you're only getting it once, which is just this initial mic throw. And that buff is actually pretty nice to have. It buffs the damage of her next command grab. So that's 180. 216. Pretty good buff in terms of damage. Something else that it does is it lets her combo into her command grabs. So normally, try canceling into it, nothing happens. But with this up, you can combo into it. Which is, I'll be honest, not the greatest thing to have. If you're going to do a command grab, you do her punch one, and it offers a side swap, which is good. But she already has her butt slam, so she doesn't absolutely need it, but it is not a nice option to have. The problem is that that's all that does. Like, it makes her next command grab a bit scarier, and that's really it. I guess the nice thing about it is she can kind of just get it up whenever she wants. If you're at like this range and she does it, you can't do much about that because of the mic throw. The mic throw is going to stop you in your tracks unless you're already, like, looking for it specifically and you're ready to jump. If you want to, like, throw a fireball or something, it has 1 hit of armor, so not much you can do about it there. It has armor the whole way through. I actually didn't know that. So yeah, you can't do a whole lot about her getting this up. But at the same time, her getting it's not the end of the world, far from it. It's gonna make her next hit scarier a bit. The fact that you can, I think they balance this around the fact that she can kind of just do it whenever she wants. So the buff she gets isn't too insane. It just kind of is whatever. Like, Mika got her charge up, oh no. Anyway, it's not particularly scary when you're fighting Mika, and it's not particularly helpful when you're playing as Mika, but because it's you can just get it up very easily, it's kind of just, you might as well do it, you know? That's the thing, it's hard to judge some of these, because a move like Bison V skill 2, you're never going to use this against a player who knows how to counter it. You're never going to use this, but the 1 or 2 times it does work, you're going to get a lot of value out of it. You know, like the instant cross up with V trigger 2, something like that. Mika V skill 1 is the complete opposite, where you can use this all the time and the opponent can't really do anything about it, but at the same time, when it does work, it's not that much more impactful than when you don't have it up. I'll put it at the top of here right now. Mika players don't really have another option like this. The coverage is nice. It's nice to just kind of have a move that buffs you, even if it isn't the best. So you kind of got to take what you can get with Mika. Her V skill 2 is a parry. We love parries. It's not like Ryu's parry. It has an automatic follow-up if it triggers. So when that happens, I believe she gets a buff that is similar to her V skill 1 buff, if we can check. That's 180. Yeah, 216. So she does get like one just V skill 1 buff upon a successful parry. And Mika does, I would say she does appreciate a defensive option like this more so than a character like Ryu, who has a traditional parry. The follow-up to the parry has terrible Oki, which you might have seen. I am +8 and like 3/4 of the screen away if they back recover. And again, that's not always a bad thing, because it pushes them closer to the corner. But Mika kind of wants to be up close, you know, she is a grappler. She wants to grapple you with her command grabs. So that's not super ideal for her. Weirdly enough, there are also some weird restrictions with this parry. For some reason, I believe you can't parry lows? Yeah. Wow. That is terrible. That's just awful. There's no like low version either. It's just one version. So yeah, it can't parry lows. It can't parry projectiles, EX moves, supers, or V-trigger specials. So really the only thing that you can parry are standing normals and some specials. That's kind of it. So that does limit its utility a lot. You know how good it would be against a character like Ryu, like Karin, like Luke, to just, you know, call out their constant crouch medium kick harassment with a parry? That would be so good. But you just can't do that for whatever reason. It's not even like this is like a particularly broken parry because it has the automatic follow-up. Like if this was like Ryu's parry, where you could get any punish you want, sure. But because this has a built-in follow-up, it's a little silly to me. I don't really get it. It's kind of a bit much to restrict it like that. So there isn't a whole lot to say about it because it's a parry. A weirdly restrictive parry at that. Mika makes better use of a parry. Like she has higher demand for a parry than a character like Ryu. But Ryu, even with his good defensive options, makes a ton of use out of his parry. Meanwhile, Mika, I don't think I've ever seen anyone use this V-skill. Seriously. It's a defensive option, which you have to acknowledge. Those are always good. I don't understand why you can't parry lows. That's so stupid to me. Is it this bad? It might be this bad. It might be the worst one we've looked at so far. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up later. I think I already said that earlier. I'll clean this up later. But for now, it's not a very good V-skill. Whis versus Gohan right here. His V-skill 1 is a flip. Yahoo. This is very good at getting you out of the corner. Rashid, notoriously in this game, was very hard to pin down. This is part of it. Because if you're not careful, he can just do this, and that doesn't have a whole lot of recovery. That's me holding up back after it. This isn't like Chun's V skill, where it's a very slow jump up because it's like a combo tool. This is purely just a mobility tool, so it's fast. And you combine that with like his wall jump. I believe he can do, yeah, he can do a wall jump low like that. So if you corner him, it's kind of scary for you, because he can just do that. And there is some synergy with his V-Trigger 1 along with that. So if you use his V-Trigger 1, big tornado, you can use this jump to just get a cross-up. Well, yeah, the spacing is pretty tight if you don't want it to be reactable. That's a really good option to have. If you hold down during the V-skill, he does a roll. And after this roll, there's a kick follow-up you can do. This is a very good combo tool. You get easy juggles after it. Even mid-screen, this is a really good option. Because Rashid almost always has good Oki because of his run. So it synergizes very well with his kit. Stand Heavy Punch is a fantastic whiff punish button. So you just get that. This. That did so much screen carry just from that. Look at that. Rashid's Oki is almost unmatched in this game, I think. And this V-skill is part of the reason why. Because you can just whiff punish anything with his Stand Heavy Punch, and then you do that. There's one more thing I've yet to cover, and that is just doing the roll by itself. You can actually cancel into this roll from his Fireball. It has to be heavy or EX. But what's really stupid about this is if your opponent is blocking, you do EX Whirlwind. Oh no, you're +9, but you're kind of far. You can't really do anything about that. Look, now you're in their face, and you're 0. That was +10. That was +10? Holy. If you just go into YouTube, you look up Street Fighter V Rashid matches, and it's like a high-level tournament or some high-ranking matches online, you'll see a Rashid do this. That is one of the best pressure tools in the game for that reason. You just do it, you take your turn back, and now you're in their grill again. And it gets tricky, because although you have to spend meter for that one, you can still do it from his heavy. And that's +2. Now you can interrupt this with a button, but because of the different whirlwind speeds, and just because of Rashid's general pressure, you know, that's not an easy thing to check. He's gonna get away with that every now and then. So that's just such a good tool to have. Mid-screen, it's a fantastic combo tool for Oki. In the corner, it helps him keep his pressure up indefinitely. And then this jump is just kind of icing on the cake for his mix-ups with his V-Trigger. This V-skill kind of does it all. If all of that wasn't enough before, it also goes through fireballs. So you can also just use it as a raw fireball punish. And from pretty far out too. Like, look at that. It's only -6, so if you fail to actually get the punish, you're completely safe. But just look at the distance you can actually punish that from. That is really good. I knew Rashid's V-skill was good, but just revisiting it and looking at it again, I am just bewildered at how much it does for him. You know, it combos, it starts pressure, and it gives mix-ups, which are like 3 of Rashid's character-defining things. Because of his high mobility, he's good at all of those things, and his V-skill is a huge part of that. I kind of want to put it up here. It does so much for him. It genuinely does so much for him, and I can't emphasize that enough. It just helps every single aspect of his game plan, in a pretty impactful way. Alright, this is where things are gonna get a little tricky. V-Skill 2 is an air dash. If you look at an air dash like this, your first thought is that this is gonna be absolutely broken. And that's what everyone thought when Champion Edition was coming out with the major V-Skill 2 update when all these were dropping. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, Rashid got an air dash, what are they doing? But after that initial explosion, when it actually came out, like this was like pre-release, people were messing around with the Capcom Cup kiosks and stuff. After that initial outburst, I didn't really hear anything about this V-Skill. Like, I still saw it used sometimes, but from what I saw, most players still just defaulted to V-Skill 1. And I can't really blame them, because V-Skill 1 kind of did everything for Rashid. So what does V-Skill 2 do? Well, it's an air dash. You can use it pretty high or pretty low to the ground. Because of the weird angle and the air stall, you can use it to bait anti-airs and come in from a lot of different angles. Like if I'm just shown right here against this Ryu, could go in for a cross up there, could go in for a normal jump there, but then you factor in the V-Skill and the different timings for it, and it gets a whole lot more complicated. And it does have an Eagle Spike follow-up, which is pretty unsafe on block. On hit, it doesn't do a whole lot. The EX version is quite good. I mean, just look at that. Lots of corner carry. The side swap isn't always ideal, but it can be pretty good. Because this V-Skill is a lot more focused on set play compared to his V-Skill 1, which kind of... It had set play elements with the jump in his V-Trigger 1 combo, but this was like full-on set play. In terms of actual combos, there's not a whole lot of options, but the options you do have are nice, because you can cancel into the grounded V-Skill, and then you can do that into the Eagle Spike. And you can also cancel into it from Whirlwind. So if you just combo into Whirlwind, I think you gotta do like... Yeah. That's a very nice thing to have. It still gives him great corner carry from combos. With the EX one, you can also get some other extensions. Yeah. So there are some combos available to you, which is nice. I think it's also enhanced by his V-Trigger 1. Wow. So I think you can do... Yeah, you can do a Wind Enhanced Eagle Spike into his V-Skill. Look at that! Look at how stupid that is! Look at how far he went! You can there's gotta be a timing where you can get that cross up. Wow. Granted, that is a bit telegraphed because you have to do it from far out, but still, that's like a full screen cross up that you can't really contest because of the Eagle Spike before it. So this V-Skill really doubles down on Rashid's mobility. I do think losing the utility, the overall utility of V-Skill 1 is kind of a bummer, but like just, he can do so much just like to jump in. I can do a normal jump in, you can do an Eagle Spike, you could do a cross up, you could do a V-Skill into a cross up, you can do a V-Skill into a normal jump. There's just so much you can do with this to just try and bait the opponent's anti-airs, make them really scared to go for an anti-air in the first place. On top of that, it still does have some pretty nice combos. Like everything I just said, losing the overall utility of this V-Skill is kind of a bummer, but what you get in return is pretty good. I do wish we saw more of it at high level. I'm gonna be honest, this might be the most like potential man V-Skill on this list. There's a few that kind of went unexplored, didn't pop off as much as they probably should have. I feel like this is one of them. I feel like there's a lot of potential you could do with this, but I don't really want to rate something based purely on potential. based on what I know it can do, I think it deserves a spot at least up here. It deserves a spot at least decently high up. It's not bad at all. Karin is a lot like Cammy in the aspect of her V skills not being all that good. They're better than Cammy's at least. V skill 1 is this little palm thrust strike. You can charge it. I'll go a bit further. I believe it's safe on block. Yeah, so -5 and -2. That's pretty good. Pretty good for a poke. Because as a poke, it's also going to be building V meter every time you use it like that. Like, it's pretty fast too, the charge version. You can kind of just throw that out. Not that Karin is short on, like, pokes and counter pokes. But that is a very good option. And she also can use it in combos. Like after a Tenko. I think there's a way to combo into the charge version. Yeah, so you can do that if you really want to. I don't really know if that's optimal or not. You know, it's a very basic V skill. There's not a whole lot to this. It's like Ryu's V skill 2 if it was just the punch. There's no parry, hurtbox activation, whatever. No parry, just the palm strike. Actually, with that, I believe you can get pretty good frames on V-Trigger activate. Yeah, that's +5. +14. So yeah, you can kind of use it to just, like, if you have V-Trigger, just get in for free. Destroys fireballs, right? Yeah. It's not that good at it, because, you know, it's a giant jump forward, and it only actually nullifies the projectile on impact. So if she gets hit before that, nothing happens. Especially the charge version. I guess if you're close, you can try nullifying the hitbox and hitting the opponent, but you gotta do that really preemptively. Yeah, like that. That's never happening, though. You shouldn't bank on that. Well, that's kind of cool. So, there's not a whole lot going on with this V skill, but Karin at least can make pretty good use of it as a decent poke. It's a decent combo ender with good Oki. You can V-Trigger activate off of it. The Fireball nullification is not going to come into play, like, ever, maybe. So, for how underwhelming it is, Karin at least makes good use of it. And then we got her V skill 2, which is another one I don't really think anyone used very much. It's a palm strike, kind of like the twins. Is that +4 in hit? Yeah, it's +4 in hit. So you can get links after it if it just naturally hits somehow. You can charge it. Yeah. It'll be +6 on hit there. Which will give you even more combos, which is very nice. I believe it crush counters as well. Yeah. Free juggle state. So you can probably just get a Tenko here. Yeah. The charge version gives a crumple. So you can get some nice stuff from that. And on block, I believe this is also pretty safe. -2, +3. That's really good. That's honestly really good. So you can use that as like a meaty in the corner. And you get a meaty or something. Just to prevent them from doing anything. That's probably where you'd get your crush counters too. Actually, can you juggle into this? You can. Interesting. Okay. The range is really nothing to write home about. It's less than nothing to write home about. Like, it's, you really do have to be just right up in their grill to make use of this. Because even if they block it, like, you block the charge version somehow, and you're +3, but you're all the way out here. That's barely even enough time to... You can't walk and throw after that. You have to be right up in their face. Oh, actually, that's just the normal pushback. Even if you are right up in their face like that. Yeah, that is a lot of pushback. There's not a whole lot I can say about this. Maybe you can kind of use it as like a counter poke-ish? Counter poke kind of tool? Yeah. So you can catch extended hurt boxes like that. If you kind of just throw it out. But then again, you could just do like that and get more reward for it. I don't think you're never catching anyone in neutral with this. This is purely a meaty pressure tool. So I'm not really sure when you would ever do that. Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can actually do with this one. The charge version can actually special cancel. Although I'm not entirely sure this is very useful, because most of Karin's specials are very unsafe. Yeah. That's probably good on hit, I guess. I don't even think... Does that even do more damage than just Tenko Tenko? $224. Yeah, you don't really get anything from this. What do you do with it? Even with this crush counter. Yeah, what's the point of this? Am I stupid? Am I missing something? I don't... What utility does this really give you? Actually, it has the animation for it. Could it nullify fireballs? It does. Can you cancel this one to super? No. Dang, I really wish you could. Still do that, I guess. In terms of fireball nullifications, this is actually way better than her V-Skill 1, because it's not a huge thrust forward. So you can actually use it to counter fireballs. That's pretty nice. Despite, like, there's a lot more to this than her V-Skill 1, but it's not really all that good. Like, it can hit meaty, it's good as a meaty, but the pressure afterwards is not... It's good, it's not as good as it could be. Like, +3 and you're left a decent bit away. That's not the greatest. The combos on hit are nice. I have no idea what the point of the special cancel for the charge version is. I'm not a Karin expert, so maybe I missed something. I don't know. Like, that was very underwhelming V-Skill. Okay, I'll put it above Chun VS1. I feel like there's more stuff you can do. This is, like, you go up against someone who's good anti-airing, this just purely becomes a combo tool. There's a bit more you can do with this, but it's not much. There's not a whole lot you can actually do with it. It's not that great. Zangief VS1. I don't know if this is a stretch, but this might be one of the best V-Skills in the game. Doesn't look like a lot. When Zangief starts flexing, he gets frame 1 armor. His armor's frame 1. Okay? Frame 1. That's really good. So frame 1 armor, and he can absorb up to 2 hits with it. Yeah. There's a follow-up hit, if you hold it for long enough, or if you walk forward with it and then let go, because he can walk forward with this. He's walking forward at you with 2 hits of armor, and then he does this attack. It's only -2. On hit, this is +2. And you know what +2 means for a character like Zangief. He's gonna get you in the mix with his command grab. This is kind of the tool that Zangief has always strived for. Ryu does a fireball. Whoops, not anymore, buddy. You absorb that. Every absorption, by the way, with his armor, leads to V-meter, which is very good for Zangief. Zangief likes V-meter. Something even better is that when his V-Trigger 1 is active, his whole body turns red. He actually gains more armor during this. I believe it is 100 hits of armor For all intents and purposes, just unlimited armor while V-Trigger's active. The way that this helps Zangief close the distance is just so insane. Like, you're playing at this distance and Ryu throws out like a stand medium kick or something. He's trying to poke you. You just hit him with this. There's probably a few like bigger things that it can't armor through, like maybe some, probably supers, maybe some V-Trigger stuff. But for all the relevant stuff, you can armor through practically anything you want. And it's going to help him a lot. You can manually force him to do the follow-up if you just walk forward for like a single frame after. It's a little annoying how it's not just like a separate coded attack, the follow-up, because that means like if you armor something super early, you're not always going to get it. But even if you can't get it, like, depending on what you armored through, you're probably plus. Like Solar Plexus here, I was +7 there. I just absorbed the hits, no follow-up needed. +10. It's just that good. This V-skill helps Zangief so much in pretty much every matchup. Like, it's not giving him a winning matchup against Dhalsim or something. But it's gonna help a lot. Absorbing Dhalsim's limbs just so he can build V-Trigger faster, absorbing his fireballs to get around easier. Stuff like that is just, you can't really pass up on it. I think it deserves to maybe appear? Yeah, it's that good. It helps Zangief that much in this game. A tool like that for Zangief is just, he can't live without it. So with that in mind, it's no surprise that his V-Skill 2 is not all that... It's not all that great. So, there are a few other characters like this, but, you know, when they initially designed the V-System, it's very likely that they weren't thinking, oh, years down the line, we're gonna add more V-Skills and more V-Triggers. So they were probably just thinking about, like, what is the most impactful V-Skill we can give a character? Like Zangief. And they did that. So then, when making a V-Skill 2, they're like, okay, now what? And to their credit, it is kind of unique. It's called a Super Russian Kick, which is kind of awesome. He kicks you. You can charge it. It is safe on block. Only -4. I believe the charge version is actually a guard break. So, you can get that. You can also cancel the charge with a dash, which is kind of neat. It kind of resembles like a pseudo focus attack in that regard, where, you know, fully charging it results in a guard break, but you can dash cancel it. That being said, it obviously does not have the same utility as a focus attack, just because this is Street Fighter V and not Street Fighter 4. It does have 1 hit of armor. Yeah, only 1 hit of armor. Does this get enhanced with V-Trigger, actually? No. Okay, so it's not like his V-Skill 1 in that regard. That's a little unfortunate. But in the off chance that you do land a fully charged Super Russian Kick on hit, you do get a wall bounce, which you can combo a few things after. Obviously you got Lariat. You can probably do Air SPD here, I think. So, yeah, you can get Air SPD after that. That's pretty good. But when are you ever landing a fully charged kick of this? That's like a full second of charging up. That is so unrealistic. I believe you can activate V-Trigger off of it. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I guess on hit, you can kind of cash out if you have his V-Trigger too. So, that is an option, I guess. But, I don't know. This V-Skill doesn't have a whole lot to offer in the grand scheme of things. Although, like, you can kind of use it as a poke because of the 1 hit of armor. Like, the fully charged version, you're never landing that. I can't think of a single scenario where you would actually realistically land that. And the dash cancel does kind of help with safety, But Zangief's dash is just so slow. I don't think you're ever going to catch anyone off guard with it. And, you know, even if this V skill did have a bit more to offer, even if it was better at the stuff it did, giving up V skill 1 for that is just insane still. V skill 1 just does everything Zangief needs it to do. I don't see a real reason to use this. It might technically be better in a vacuum than some of these, but there's no reason to pick it over V skill 1. It's just not good. It does have a bit more utility than like the dedicated fireball punishes, I guess. So I don't know. We'll put it down here, somewhere down here for now. Laura's V skill 1 gives her 2 moves. It gives her this overhead, and it gives her a command dash. The overhead, it's kind of slow and it's pretty telegraphed, but I'm gonna be honest, Laura, when you fight her, you have so much mental stack that you're gonna get hit by this at some point or another. You know, you can't always block forever, especially when she is a grappler with very scary command grab pressure. Like most overheads, it's -7 on block. You can kind of space it to make it safe. Not really safe, but kind of. Like, that was -4, but that was very, very tip of the move. Like, you're never hitting them. -6. Yeah, so you're not really spacing this to make it safe. You can make it safer, I guess. But you're not just gonna be throwing this out trying to space it and make an opening like that. A command dash, it's pretty fast. You can special cancel into it. If you do it on block, it's always going to be minus. On the surface, this V skill does not seem to have a lot going for it. You know, having an overhead is always nice. Having a command dash is always nice. But without a ton of utility, there isn't much room to actually use them. That is until you activate V-Trigger. And all of a sudden, it becomes one of the best V skills in the game. Because it lets her cancel her fireball into the command dash. And into the overhead. For some reason. Like, you can very easily bulldog your way in with like the forward heavy punch TC and just activate from there on block. And then as long as you can just go into an EX fireball, you're kind of set for that entire interaction. That was +4 after the dash. After the dash, that was +4. I am point blank in their face, and there's a fireball following behind me. So as the defender, what do you even do? From this situation alone, there's so much she can do. And even if you do something like that, where the light elbow's -2, you've still got the fireball following behind you. So unless they go for like an immediate throw, or you get hit by, I don't know, random super, it's still your turn. There's not a whole lot they can do about it. And even on hit, she gets some insane mix-ups. After her forward heavy punch TC, even on hit, I believe it's a free juggle state, so you can just get an air reset into literally whatever you want. Something like that. By the frames, some of these mix-ups just shouldn't work, but because you have the fireball falling behind you, the opponent, they just can't do anything. Even if you just get like a normal standing conversion into her EX fireball, you still just get an entire world of mix-ups at your disposal. It just, it endlessly loops into itself. When Laura gets going, there's just no end to it. There are not always like the super optimal starters where you get the party going, but even if you just do that, you kind of control the neutral now. That's pretty much the gist of this V skill. It's a solid option to have in your base kit, but once you activate V-Trigger 1, it's just, Laura becomes one of the scariest characters in the game. This V skill is a little weird to rank, because I do feel like it just shoots up exponentially when in V-Trigger. Like, in her base kit, like I said, it's just okay. You might not even be using it that much in her base kit, but once you pop V-Trigger, she can just steamroll you. So, although a lot of that is due to the V-Trigger itself, you still need the V-Skill for that. And as a grappler, Laura really appreciates the mix. It's just tricky. Like, all this V-Skill strength comes from her V-Trigger, so you can only really make use of it at its full potential for a small portion of the match. But even then, just it turning Laura into an absolute mixed machine, more so than she already is, it's just pretty insane. But in her base kit, it is a little bit underwhelming, I would say. The V-Trigger buffs are enough to put it this high, at least, I think. Laura's V-Skill 2 is a command jump. And from this command jump, you can do either a fireball, or you can do this kick. I believe the kick is not an overhead. Yeah, that's not an overhead. A little unfortunate. The air stall from the fireball is a very good tool for just halting your midair approach. Because unlike some other like command jump-esque V-skills, like Chun-Li V-skill 1 for example, hers is just like full-on commitment. You just have to press it, and then you jump all the way in, hoping to hit something on the way down without getting anti-aired. This one, you can either let the full thing rip, or you could just stop it a bit of the way through to mix up your jump and timing. The fireball itself is not a lot to write home about. If you get at like the perfect angle, you can combo off it. As for the kick, it's only +3 on hit, but Laura has a 3-frame, so she can combo off of it naturally. And like her V-Skill 1, she can cancel into this like a special move, so she could do that. I completely forgot that has an upward hitbox until I tested this. So that's nice to know that it does that too, and that just naturally combos. I believe from that you can do a fireball combo as well. Yeah, but like V-Skill 1, a lot more is unlocked once you activate V-Trigger. When you do the air fireball, you can actually charge it. That's not only good for just stalling yourself in place in the air, but it's a pretty tricky approach option. The opponent can't do a whole lot when you're like in this position. They can play around the fireball, but they can't really prevent you from doing the fireball. It's a really precarious spot for them to try and counter. And like her V-Skill 1, you can cancel into this from her fireball, which just leads to a lot of really cool combos and mix-ups. And because this is Laura, and Laura has very high stun output in a game with already high stun output, you're going to be getting stuns a lot. And this air fireball is particularly good at starting stun combos. That was all meterless. She got all that for no meter. So with this V-skill, and especially during V-Trigger, her damage is just very, very high. I think there is a very stark design difference between this and her V-skill 1, because while this one opens up a lot of more damaging combos, it is a bit more limited in the mix-up department. Like, you can't really do like a stand heavy punch and get a mix-up off of that from your EX Fireball like you can with V-skill 1. If you do space it a bit, you can kind of force them to take it, but it's just not as strong of a situation. Of course, there still are a lot of strong mix-ups, especially if you actually land the hit. This lets you go into your basic media like that. It's just a lot weaker on block, and I feel like that's really important. Just not being able to get a lot out of that situation. Sadly, I'm not a Laura expert. I don't have a lot to show off for her. You kind of gotta take my word on this one. Pull up any item match from his Street Fighter V Prime and you'll see what I'm talking about with the V-Skill 1. But not a lot of people really used V-Skill 2. I did not see a ton of it, which is a shame because I feel like it's still pretty good. Am I stupid, or is this just a whole lot better in her base kit compared to V-Skill 1? I feel like these serve... V-Skill 1 is more volatile, this one is more consistent. Because V-Skill 1 in her base is okay, but in V-Trigger 1, she becomes an absolute monster. Meanwhile, V-Skill 2, it's a lot more usable in her base kit, while it's a little less usable in her V-Trigger compared to this one. Maybe this is Potential Man. Is this Potential Man V-Skill, like Rashid V-Skill 2? I don't really have anything bad to say about it. It has a very clearly defined purpose. It has a lot more damage potential, while V-Skill 1 has a lot more mix-up potential. I think, in general, V-Skill 1 is better, because Laura's damage output is already incredibly high. Her stun output is very high. If she gets in once, she's probably winning the round anyway, so anything to help her get in easier is going to be a lot better than something that just boosts what she's already good at. But despite that, this is still a really good V-Skill. Maybe not the same tier. I'll put it down here, but I do think very highly of this V-Skill, if I'm being honest. Dhalsim, another character who I unfortunately don't have a ton of hands-on experience with him, but I can tell you right now, his V-Skill 1, probably one of the best V-Skills in the game. It lets him float, and from this float, he can just do any normal action he wants to in the air. Most notably, Jump Heavy Punch. He can just do that. His other air normals are good too. You can do his Dive Kick. If you do it off the ground, it does have that little, like, a spring up animation, but you can't just do it in the air. There's a height limit, I think. Yeah, you can't like do it instant air off the ground, but you can do, like, I think you can time it to where if you do it in the air, it can be a little bit lower than just the automatic grounded version. I don't think it takes a whole lot of explaining to see why this is an absolutely busted V-Skill. Dhalsim is all about space control. He's trying to keep you out, but one of his biggest downsides is he has a very floaty and committal jump. Now, there are a few things you can do from this jump to offset that commitment, such as his Yoga Gale, maybe halt your air momentum. You can do a dive kick to completely change your trajectory. You know, you can do a teleport. There's quite a few things you can do in the air to not make your jump as committal as Dhalsim. But V-Skill takes the cake for just making his jump have absolutely zero commitment at all. Like, you just do this at this distance. What does your opponent do? Genuinely, what are they supposed to do when you just do this? Because you can just do nothing, and then they don't know what to do. Alternatively, you could just float in with a Jump Heavy Punch. On top of all of these other options that Dhalsim has to just completely make his jump a lot trickier to deal with than it otherwise would be, this is the cherry on top. Actually, no. This isn't the cherry on top. This is like the entire, like, second half of the cake. Like, all of these options, his Yoga Gale and his teleport, those are good. That's only half the cake. The rest of the cake is this. That is how good it is. It reminds me a lot of Street Fighter 4 Yun, because his dive kick in that game was so oppressive that a lot of the time you would see Yun players just neutral jump, and because of the fear of the dive kick, like, the opponent couldn't do anything about it. Because the dive kick is incredibly hard to react to, but if they just do nothing, then they will instill the fear of God into their opponent because of the threat of the dive kick, but they're not committing to anything, because they're going to be at a very safe distance. It's at, like, this exact distance, honestly. And I think this V-Skill is very similar to that situation. It's obviously not as oppressive. There's ways to even use it to get your pressure going if you think your opponent's gonna jump or anything. you can cancel into it. Yeah. You can just do that if you catch them jumping. And if you're fighting Dhalsim, you're going to be jumping a lot. That's just how you fight Dhalsim. This V-skill is very hard for me to demonstrate in-game its effectiveness, just in this training mode right here, because what makes it so good is this. And I can't really... It's hard for me to actually showcase that situation and why it is just so oppressive. You kind of just gotta take my word for it on this one. If you're fighting a Dhalsim and he does this, there's almost nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about this situation. You have to wait for the situation after that. You have to wait and see what Dhalsim does after the float. And sometimes Dhalsim does nothing. So there's so much going on with this V-skill, but it is stuff you can only really see in an actual match. So I hate to say it, but you kind of just gotta take my word for it that this is one of the most oppressive situations in the entire game. Big shocker. This one goes all the way up here. There is nothing bad about this V-skill. It complements Dhalsim's kit perfectly. There is no true way to actually counter this V-skill because of the situation that it creates. There's no way to directly counter this V-skill. He puts himself in an unpunishable situation, and the only thing you can do as Dhalsim's opponent is wait for him to finish. You have to wait for him to do his follow-up move, and hopefully, it's the move you're thinking of that he's gonna do, and then you punish that. Because, you know, it's not enough that he can just V-skill and float there. He can also teleport out of it, he can dive kick out of it, or he could just do nothing. He really just gets to have his way with you. And the way you deal with it is by taking it, like a good little boy, while Dhalsim does whatever he wants to you. That's what fighting Dhalsim is in this game, because of his V-skill 1. His V-skill 2 buffs his next Yoga Fire. It gets an additional hit, and if it hits the ground, it will actually bounce once and then keep going, which can create a lot of interesting situations if you do it like over their head. Okay, not the medium one, I guess, my bad. Yeah, the medium one bounces forward, heavy one bounces backwards. As Dhalsim, you're probably throwing a lot of these. So just being able to throw an enhanced one of these is really good, because that creates really difficult to deal with situations. You know, if he wants to do something like that, and then, uh-oh, slide. Now he gets a full combo from that. Or, on block... Oh, what's that? A misspaced slide? Whoops, he's plus 20. His turn. This goes for the EX1 as well, which I believe actually gets a huge boost on block. Plus 16. Normal version's plus 3. The enhanced with this, plus 16. Holy. And on hit, I'm sure there's a lot you can do with it. Yeah, plus 15 on hit. So you get some pretty nice combo extensions from it. I'm sure there's a lot more optimal stuff you can do with it, but you kind of get the idea. And like I said, just the situation that it creates is a lot harder to deal with than just normal Dhalsim. Because even if you're not necessarily pushing in, if he just uses it, he's pushing you all the way back out. And if he gets one out, he can actually very easily loop it. Because while the fireball is out, he can charge the next one. So if you just find yourself in a very difficult position in front of him, dealing with a fireball, with not a lot of room to work with, yeah, he can very easily just sneak this in and just keep you under pressure for as long as he wants. So this V-skill is pretty good, but the main thing is just, it isn't V-skill 1. V-skill 1 helps him so much, and for a lot of these base characters, even some of the early DLC characters, yeah, it kind of feels like they were always intended to just be run with these V skills. Like, they're supposed to be a core part of their kit that you're not supposed to change. And that absolutely feels true for Dhalsim, because his V skill just synchronizes perfectly with his kit. And V skill 2, there are a lot of V skills like this that just power up a special move or something. It's not bad, obviously. A lot of cool stuff you can do with it. I'm sure I didn't even show half of what it could do because I don't play Dhalsim. But it's just, V skill 1 is just, this is Dhalsim. So in a vacuum, it's good, but in terms of like actually picking it, it goes a lot lower. Yeah, because you could argue that the buff is better than someone like Nash's, but Nash actually gets a lot more use out of this, and he has more of an option between his V skills, which makes it better. Dhalsim doesn't. So I can see an argument for it being better, but it's just V skill 1. It's just not V skill 1. F.A.N.G's V skills are actually both pretty simple. His V skill 1 is this little poison fireball, and it functions quite differently from every other projectile in the game, actually. So first of all, it will not collide with other projectiles. It's just completely ignored. So you can't actually use it like a fireball. It's incredibly slow in terms of travel speed, which means you can follow behind it. But on hit, it actually has no hit stun. Instead, it applies this poison effect, which is F.A.N.G's main gimmick. You know, he applies poison with his special moves. His whole thing is that he doesn't do a lot of damage per combo necessarily, but from how much he's applying poison to you, that adds up pretty quickly. So you can lose your health surprisingly fast against him, even though his damage output isn't necessarily the highest. Another interesting thing is that this is actually unblockable. So we set Ryu to guard all. He still gets poisoned. So this creates a pretty interesting dynamic where you can't use this like a normal fireball, which also means the opponent doesn't have to treat it like one. But also, that comes with the benefits of it being unblockable and applying the poison effect. So like I said earlier, F.A.N.G's whole thing is he applies this poison damage with a lot of his different special moves, and that poison damage adds up over time. But he can also just get it for free with this. And this on its own, it's not entirely rewarding, and it's not super scary, but the fact that it is unblockable, and the opponent will just take damage for trying to block it, does kind of force them to act. Sometimes they do just have to eat it. Like, the best course of action is eating this, because F.A.N.G's pressure that he can follow this up with afterwards, it's not easy to deal with. You know, if you're guarding this like a normal fireball, and then F.A.N.G starts doing his pressure strings, sometimes it's better to just take that and deal with it, move on with your day. So it's not necessarily super rewarding on hit. It's not necessarily super scary to actually come in contact with, but it does force the opponent to react, and it does play to F.A.N.G's strength of his poison gimmick. He just applies it, and now you're taking damage. Nothing you can do about it. I believe this does get buffed in his V-trigger? Yeah, so in V-trigger, this actually does become a lot more like a normal fireball. It has an actual hitbox now. But as you saw there, even on block, the poison still applies. How does this interact with other fireballs, actually? Okay, so it functions like an actual two-hit fireball. That's pretty interesting. So in practice, it might not really be the most effective thing in the world, but it does play to F.A.N.G's strengths, and it can be pretty annoying to deal with if F.A.N.G starts getting his stuff going. if he can start zoning you a bit, playing hard to get, you know? It can be really annoying to deal with in the right circumstances. So yeah, really, really interesting V-skill. I think it fits his kit perfectly, despite it not being, like, as insane as something like Zangief V-skill 1 or Dhalsim V-skill 1. But it does really play to his strengths quite effectively. Yeah, I think that deserves to go pretty high up in my eyes. But yeah, overall, it may not be super scary, but it is quite a good V-skill. F.A.N.G's V-skill 2, on the other hand, is a parry! Yay, we love parries. I'd say it's most comparable to Mika's V-skill 2. Her parry. I think it is a bit better. I think it can parry lows unlike hers. Yeah. So that already makes it way better than Mika's. I think it still has some restrictions. I don't think it counters fireballs and EX moves and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Can't counter that either. When the parry is successful and you get the follow-up hit, it also applies poison damage, which is pretty good. Mika's gave her the V-skill 1 buff, which was nice. But it is very nice that, considering to pick this V-skill, you have to give up one of F.A.N.G's main and easiest ways to apply poison with his V-skill 1. So it is still nice that this applies poison damage. When you do get the parry, it also has no Oki. You're plus 11 and left this far away, so back to neutral, I guess. So yeah, there's not really a whole lot to say about it. It's a parry. Despite this just being another parry, it does kind of help him a bit more defensively to help round out that aspect of his kit, while V-skill 1's main strength is just making F.A.N.G better at the thing that he's already good at. While it's nice to have something like this as a defensive option, the parry just isn't necessarily very good. Like, it's good that it applies poison damage, it's good that it can parry lows, unlike Mika's, and because of his really good pressure, he can kind of make some more risky call-out plays with it to try and punish you for mashing. But overall, it does not help him enough to where I think it warrants choosing over V-skill 1. If it helped him with throws in any regard, I would say it's absolutely worth it. A lot of the time, especially if you're on defense, like in the corner, you can just use EX slide. Like, I can't really think of a situation where you're actually getting pressured in the corner and you want to do the parry over EX slide. Again, an option like this for F.A.N.G is not a bad idea. It's just the parry itself is not very good. It's better than Mika's, especially since I think F.A.N.G actually can make use of it more than Mika can make use of hers. So that is all the base roster characters. I think before moving on, I'm actually gonna sort out the tier list a bit more. I'll probably add another tier or two just to kind of spread everything out. Because, again, there's 90 V-skills in this game. I don't want it to be super cluttered in the middle here. It will be pretty cluttered regardless, just because of how many there are. But, you know, I do kind of want to make it as clear as I possibly can. So yeah, I'm gonna go over these real quick again, see if I want to change anything, and also just make it look a bit nicer. So, I added a few extra tiers, I moved some around a bit, but I think the main thing was just, I didn't want to have like straight up like A to F tiers, because, you know, even some of these ones near the bottom, they're not completely unusable. They're not horrendous by any means. Like, you can still very much use V-skill 2. Chun-Li kind of has to use her V-skill 2, and in the areas where she can use it, you know, it's quite effective. You can make use out of all of these. They're not inherently, like, unusable. It's just, I need to emphasize that they are worse than the others. Alright, moving on to Alex. His V-skill 1 is, he warms himself up, and this is an install. You know, there are installs like Nash V-skill 2 powers up his next Sonic Scythe. Well, Alex's V-skill 1 powers up just his next move in general. So, if you look at the left, it says hard hit. That's what this does. He gets a new property called hard hit. And what it does is it adds 5 extra frames to whatever move you do. So that is plus 10 now, up from plus 5, which opens up a lot of new links. He can do medium into heavy. He can get some pretty far range pokes like that. Usually there's no conversion from this move. Yeah, usually he can't convert off his pokes like that. And granted, it's just a poke into another poke, but you know, damage is damage. One more perk of the hard hit is any of his heavy normals that will trigger a crush counter on counter hit. So that's his forward heavy punch, the lariat, his stand heavy kick, and his sweep. They will also trigger their crush counter state effects with the hard hit. And I believe this actually does less combo scaling, because when you start a combo with a crush counter, it automatically applies 20% of combo scaling. Yeah, so that did 238. Yeah. So it doesn't immediately apply that scaling effect, so your combos will do more damage. So the upsides of this V-skill are very apparent, they're very good, very easy to make use of, but the main downside I am not a huge fan of, which is a very fair downside to give to this kind of tool. The hard hit state will go away even if the move is blocked. And they don't get any additional new frame data on block like they do on hit. This is -1, and it's still -1. So you just completely wasted your hard hit because you weren't able to open them up with that exact normal. And that's kind of where I take issue with this V-skill, because Alex kind of defines himself as like a poking grappler. Like his stand medium kick and crouch medium punch are both really good pokes. So imagine you're trying to poke, you're playing neutral, Okay, you just used up your hard hit and you're still like half screen away from your opponent. Now what? Like you're plus, you can't do anything from this range, so you just return to neutral, but now you don't have your V-skill buff. And that going away is bad because you're not always going to have time to charge this. Especially if they got a fireball or something and they're just harassing you from this screen distance. Like, what is a hard hit going to do for you here? Even if you do manage to get a hard hit, it does nothing. Now, there are 2 ways you can get the hard hit up easier, and it's from canceling into the V-skill from either his EX Flash Chop or his EX Elbow, I believe? Yeah. So when you're on the offensive, if you're like actually cornering the opponent, you can spend some meter to get it up and you're in their face, which is very good because now you have the hard hit status. They're in the corner, you're point blank in their face. But then again, if you try to start your pressure here, you don't get anything new. If you played Street Fighter V, like at all, you've probably heard the phrase take the throw, and it's exactly for situations like these. So, Alex has got you cornered, he's got a hard hit, so that means his next hit is gonna do a lot of damage. So what is your best course of action here? You just block, and he doesn't get anything new from it. He has his standard pressure, and if you take the throw, well, he can kind of play around that, because if you block, you're trying to get him to waste the hard hit. He can kind of just throw you to try and save the hard hit, but his post-throw game is not amazing, especially after a command grab. Yeah, so against Alex, you 100% just want to take the throw every time, and that's why I don't like this V-skill very much, because it is very hard to actually take advantage of the situations where it would be good. Just because you can't really decide when to use it, when to use up the hard hit. It's always just on your next move. And if they're blocking, well, tough luck. You just wasted a hard hit, you gotta get another V-skill up. That's just how it is. Because of that, I don't think very highly of this V-skill. I really wish this was better, just because It's always fun to hear Alex go, I'm all warmed up, I'm from New York. And it's not terrible by any means, because when you actually can get the hard hit, it is quite impactful. But as I said, my main issue is just it's actually very hard to get into a position where you can utilize the hard hit to its fullest potential. And it's not like Alex is like short on damage or anything. His damage is pretty good, his Oki's pretty good. I don't really think he gets a whole lot specifically from the hard hit. There are a few unique things, like he can combo from his overhead, which not a lot of characters can do naturally. So he is unique in that regard, but I still think this is one of the weaker V skills in the game. I'll put it right here. I think it's a good spot for it. Like I said, it's not terrible by any means, but it is really hard to actually make use of it. But unlike some of these others, when you actually can make use of it, I do feel like it is quite impactful. As for his V skill 2, he gets ready. And when he's ready, it lets him cancel his next special into another special. This works with most of his specials. I believe the only exceptions are his 2 command grabs, the headbutt, and then obviously his power bomb. You can't cancel into those, but the other 4 are fair game. Cancel into stomp, or you can cancel into knee. It works with EX moves as well. You can do a normal special into an EX special. However, you can't do an EX special into a normal special. So I tried to do normal knee there, it didn't come out. But you can just do EX into EX. Now, like his Z skill 1, this increases his damage quite a bit in combos. Let's say, for instance, you're just doing a basic light confirm, like that, into light flash chop. Well, now you can cancel that light flash chop into a light elbow. Better yet, you can spend some meter, go into EX knee, and get a knockdown from it. And another one of the main perks is that you don't have to worry about charge with the special cancels. If you're canceling into slash elbow, which is charge back and then forward kick, you can just do back forward kick if you're canceling into it from a special, and that'll work. So you don't even need to worry about charge for his confirms. You can just make sure you can go into flash chop, and you're set. And unlike his V skill 1, this is actually a very useful tool on block, because you can go into, let's say you're trying to just fish with a medium punch and a medium flash chop, which is normally -4, but you could just go into light elbow to make it completely safe now. It gives you a lot of time to confirm for this, because you can confirm the hit here, the medium punch into flash chop, and then on block you can do light slash elbow, and on hit you can do medium, because the medium one will give you the knockdown and the better combo damage. The light one will just make it safe. So it works for general confirms too, like actual hit confirms. You can especially make use of this with the stomp, which is also -2. If you go into the EX version, that's +2. This can be a very scary situation for the opponent, because you can just do that. I believe this also works on hit, actually. The string. Yeah. I think the biggest difference, because this one works for his specials and his V skill 1 works for his normals, it allows you to just save it until you actually need to use the special. Because if this hits, you get a better combo. But if it's blocked, you get an improved block string. So there are benefits on both hit and block for this V skill. And you can get it up the same ways too, after EX Flash Chop and EX Elbow. So you can still do those combos in the corner to get it up pretty easily. And this also just generally allows Alex to use meter a lot more than he was before. Because some conversions he can only do with 2 EX bars, it just generally improves his combo damage exponentially too. Because even from his headbutt, you can get special cancels from the headbutt. That was a combo. And because that worked, that also means you can completely cash out with a super. You get all this damage from a command grab. And obviously you're not just going to be spamming his headbutt. It's not a great tool on its own, but this is the exact kind of tool that you only use like once a set, and it works that one time you use it because you just haven't been using it, and the opponent hasn't been looking out for it. So this does catch a lot of people off guard. Improved damage from his lariat. Improved damage from doing medium punch into chop. It's just, it affects almost every combo route he has. You can use it in some unique way to just get more mileage out of it. Now, like V Skill 1, it does unfortunately go away on block. It's the usage is used when you do the first special. That way you can't actually just like fish for something like this and then only go into elbow on hit. You do have to commit. But then again, as I said before, for strings like this, you have enough time to hit confirm which elbow you want for a string like this. You do light on block, and you do medium on hit. So I think this is just generally way better than V Skill 1 in almost every regard, if I'm being honest. I think I made my point clear with this one. This is an elite V Skill. Absolutely nuts. Is it this high? Yeah, I feel confident putting it this high. Honestly? No, not that high. We'll put it up here. It really just does improve every single component of Alex's kit in a way that V-Skill 1 doesn't. They're both kind of similar V-Skills in the way that they make Alex's openings a lot better. But I think this is what I was saying before at the start of the video with my grading criteria. This V-Skill improves his combo damage for sure, but this one also improves his combo damage, and it gives him a stronger command grab presence, and it improves his block strings. It just does everything that V-Skill 1 does and more. So I don't think there's really a reason to choose V-Skill 1. I honestly might move it down, just because I feel like V-Skill 2 kind of makes it redundant a bit. We'll see. I'll think about it. Now I know I just spent quite a bit of time going over both of Alex's V-Skills, but as we move on to Guile, I actually think I don't need to spend almost any time talking about his V-Skills. His V-Skill 1 is Sonic Blade. He puts a stationary boom in front of him, and I'll just cut right to the chase. This is one of the best V-Skills in the game. The V-Skill will stay in place. It just acts as a stationary projectile. It has one projectile hit. It'll clash with other projectiles. But you can also move it by doing a Sonic Boom behind it. I don't think I need to explain why Guile, the projectile zoner, getting a free 2-hit Sonic Boom is good. And on top of that, you don't need to commit to the actual Sonic Boom. You can just put the blade out, and although it doesn't stay out too long, the situation this creates is just almost always in Guile's favor. It's kind of what I was talking about with Dhalsim V-Skill 1, where he just floats in this area where you can't quite reach, but he still is very much a threat to you. It's kind of similar with Guile, because he puts this out, and now you have to react to it. Because Guile could do a Sonic Boom, or he could just do nothing. And there are appropriate counters to both of these options, but that's the mind game. That's a mind game Guile creates with this V-Skill. He's trying to force you to jump, so he can anti-air you, and this is very easy bait to make you jump. And on the other hand, if he doesn't think you'll jump, then he just does that. And from that, he wins whatever fireball war he's in. He completely outzones you, and no matter who you are, what resources you have, it doesn't matter. It's such an easy, consistent, and reliable tool for Guile to have. I believe it does work in some of his target combos as well. Yeah. Can you juggle off that? You can. Kind of similar to Nash in that regard, actually. Like, Guile already just dominates... I feel like I'm repeating myself here. Guile already dominates the neutral. And now he just pops this. And now he just dominates it even more. Because when this is out, it's his turn. You are fighting him. He's not fighting you. You are fighting him. He's the boss character when he has this out. The only real limitation of this V-skill, and it is good that it has this limitation, is that you can't use it while there's already a boom on screen. Which would be very stupid, so I'm very glad that's not a thing. It would be very stupid if that was a thing. And even if Guile doesn't anti-air here, they could just land on it. Like, that could just happen. Guile could just block and let them land on it. I'm pretty sure he can juggle after that, too. Yeah, he doesn't even have to commit to an anti-air, depending on the timing. I know I didn't really display much with this V-skill, but like I said, it is similar to Dhalsim V-skill 1. It's more of a utility, like actual... You get a lot more utility out of it than you can showcase in training mode, because of the mentality it puts your opponent in. You use the V-skill, and Guile's winning neutral. I'm sorry, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And because of that... Dang, is it this high? I think it's this high. It really is an elite V-skill. It belongs up here with these guys. So yeah, I'm sorry I didn't show a whole lot with this, but I think you can get the idea just from seeing it and based on what we all know about Guile in general. Thankfully, his V-skill 2 is a lot more modest. It's a jumping sonic boom. Guile really likes being able to create space and adjust his positioning while maintaining charge. This is a very good tool for that. He can hold back while this is out and get another boom ready or get an anti-air ready in case you jump. So it's pretty solid just for positioning and coverage, because you can't really challenge the boom here. Because of the jump and angle, it doesn't really function as a traditional fireball, and you don't use it like one either. Like V-skill 1, you can use it from this target combo of his. That might actually be damage optimal from a light. Depending on the spacing, you can make the booms various different plus frames. Like that was +8, +3, +6. It's kind of like a dive kick. The closer it hits to the feet, the more plus it's going to be. It's not the easiest to space, but then again, like, unless you're really close up, it's not going to be -7 from this close. But why would you use it this close? You've got a ton of good pokes at your disposal. I believe there's a specific spacing you can get to make it work in his V-Trigger 1 boom loops. I'm not good at that, though, so there's not there isn't much I can do here. There, that was a spacing. I don't know how you set that up, but you can do it. You definitely do it and get a few reps of those. Generally, you're kind of just using this alongside his normal boom for normal zoning. Like I said, you can kind of use it as an approach, not as like a main approach to like actually get in, but you just use it for its repositioning value. And because you can hold back during it, it really starts to get Guile going, which he really appreciates. So in general, not bad. It's not absolutely insane like his V-skill 1, but it's definitely usable. It just kind of provides Guile a slightly different rhythm to his zoning. What it provides is pretty good. It helps him get closer while still throwing a fireball out. In that regard, it also can contest some normals like lows because of the hop. which is nice. Now on to Ibuki. And Ibuki's V-Skill 1 is actually very simple. Despite a lot of Ibuki's kit being pretty complex, her V-Skill 1, probably one of the most basic parts of her kit. It's just a poke. What you're seeing right now is the whole V-Skill. It is very safe on block, actually. -7, but you're half screen away. You're not punishing this. And then the charge version is only -2, so you're definitely not punishing that. In terms of actually helping Ibuki in neutral, it actually does help quite a lot, because a lot of Ibuki's normals are pretty stubby. A lot of her moves with higher range require a lot more commitment. But this, just look at that range. It has quite a deceptive range, actually. Because when you charge it, the little key aura thing at the tip of it just completely enhances the hitbox. Wow. Plus the step back, you see Ibuki, she winds up for it. That actually helps her avoid a lot of moves in neutral. So she can use it as a preemptive counter poke, which is very good. Because again, look at the range on this thing. And you can also cancel this to her V-trigger. So that's a very easy way for her to just kind of get in and then just get a mix-up on you. It even works on hit. Something like that. I'm sure there's a lot more you can do. I don't know Ibuki. There isn't really a whole lot more I can say about Ibuki V-Skill 1. It's literally just a poke. But it is a really, really good poke. One of Ibuki's best tools, super reliable, she really likes it in neutral, she can use it to start V-trigger combos, she can use it to end some juggles if she wants, because of how often she's using it, she's building V-meter, getting her V-trigger quicker. It's just generally a very reliable tool. You can whiff punish it pretty easily if she does happen to misspace it, but because of the ginormous hitbox, you'll very rarely see that happen. And despite being just kind of a poke, like, it is kind of comparable to Karin V-Skill 1, but unlike Karin, Ibuki really appreciates this kind of tool a lot more than Karin does. So for that reason, I think it'll go a decent bit higher than hers. Yeah, Ibuki really likes her V-Skill 1. Meanwhile, her V-Skill 2 is the complete opposite, because it's actually a pretty complex tool. One that I feel like I never saw this V-Skill. You didn't see Ibuki much anyway. Even when you did see Ibuki, I feel like I never saw this V-Skill. So how it works is, you press the V-Skill, and then you can press any punch button, and Ibuki will throw out this little spike trap. If you don't press anything, then she just throws out 3 automatically over time. When this hits the opponent, nothing really happens. It's just a very weak projectile. Like, that only did 20 damage. But if the opponent happens to walk on it while it's on the ground, they trip. Kind of like Birdie's V-Skill 1 banana. And this makes it very useful to stop approaches, or, you know, Ibuki's specialty, you can use it in some setups. Now, it isn't always the easiest thing to get up. There's specific routing you usually have to take. I think you can do something like that, maybe? You can cancel her EX kunai into the V-Skill. So, in some juggles, I feel like something like that works. I'm sure there are other ways to get it up. But this does become especially scary in the corner, because Ibuki can cross you up with her command dash. I think the most reliable way you're going to get this up is an EX kunai juggle. Something like... yeah, you can probably get the fully charged version there. Wow, yeah, get that out, you're +8. And from there, you can start your mix-up. Now here's another tricky thing about it, is you can get a setup like this going, and then you try to cross up the opponent, but for some reason, I don't know, their hurt box isn't fat enough. They don't actually run into the V-skill there. There's one more aspect of this which makes it interesting, and when you put a trap down, you can actually tap it with a normal and make it pop up once. You can't, like, juggle this forever, but you just tap it up, and then you can do your cross up there. Something like that. And that's pretty cool. That's really useful. That gives Ibuki a lot of tricky stuff, but unfortunately, I don't know any of that tricky stuff because no one used this V-skill. I feel like we have another potential man V-skill on our hands here. Shuggled. So at the end of the day, while I feel like this was a very underrepresented V-skill, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. I wish I could showcase it better, but unfortunately I don't have all the time in the world to learn every single setup for every single character for every single V-skill. I hate to say it, but I think this V-skill has a lot of potential. Kind of like Rashid V-skill 2. The thing about Rashid V-skill 2 is, while it does have a lot of, you could argue, unexplored aspects about it, there was also some very basic and strong surface level stuff, like the cancel to Whirlwind for his bread and butters. With Ibuki, I feel like, just because she's naturally a pretty complex character, very mix-up and setup heavy, it does require a lot more just character knowledge to know what works and what doesn't work. It requires a lot of dedication and commitment to just this V-skill. It's difficult. Because Ibuki, I feel like this is better than her V-skill 1, just in a vacuum, but Ibuki specifically loves her V-skill 1. It is so good for her. I'm just going to put them right next to each other. It's pretty hard to say where Ibuki V-skill 2 goes in the grand scheme of things, but it certainly is pretty good. And we got Balrog. Balrog's V-skill 1 is this little sway. And from the sway he has two follow-ups. He has a straight, like that, and he has an overhead. Both of these options are pretty good. You can cancel into it from his dash punch, but it's kind of weird because you can only do it during like the startup animation before the hitbox comes out. So like that. This also works from his turnaround punch. Unfortunately, both of these follow-ups are unsafe on block. So even if you do try to, you know, just force your way in with the V-skill, doing something like that. Overheads are almost universally -7. This one's no exception, and then the straight is -4. Which isn't terrible, but you can't really space it to make it safe, just because he moves forward so much. And also Balrog has way better pokes he can be using for such a purpose. One of the main selling points of this V-skill is that it goes through fireballs with very little effort. It is very easy, reliable, and consistent when avoiding fireballs. You can press it surprisingly early and still just completely get through. And this is likely very generous just because it's not like a full screen fireball punch or anything. You're kind of just getting around the fireball and maneuvering a bit better. But that's really good for Balrog because he's a charge character. So you can move around fireballs with the V-skill and then do a dash punch, try to get in. And to build off of the fact that you can cancel into this from his straights, you can cancel into it from the EX version as well. But the EX version is naturally 2 hits, so it works a bit differently in that it just cancels after the first hit. And you're left +3 there, which means he can actually get a follow-up there. It does a tiny bit more damage than just letting it rock. So just letting it rip does 150 damage. That does 188. Another great aspect of canceling from the EX one is you can actually extend juggles with it, because the straight follow-up has juggle potential and it hits the opponent upward. So if you just do one of Balrog's bread and butters from a heavy, alternatively, if you want to spend another bar, you can do that. So it gives Balrog a very easy route to either spend 0 meter, 1 meter, or 2 meters from the same starter, which is a really nice thing to have, especially because he can do it on reaction, because he doesn't have to commit to the EX until after the uppercut. If this is a life or death scenario, or if they're about to get stunned, he can kind of just do whatever one will best suit the situation. Having those kinds of meter dump cash out combos that you can extend on reaction is not something that a lot of characters have, so this is a pretty distinct privilege that Balrog gets with his V-Skill 1. And this only gets significantly upgraded when you factor in V-Trigger 1. Because his V-Trigger 1, how it works is he kind of gets Rekkas from his punches. If you just keep tapping forward after straights, he does follow-ups. He also has kick follow-ups where he does uppercuts. Like that. And you can use your V-Skill to extend these even more. The extensions go pretty crazy with this V-Skill V-Trigger combo. Balrog already has some, I'd say, above average damage output, but in these giant cash out scenarios, he really is one of the biggest threats in the game. And that was all just from the straight. I haven't really even touched on the overhead yet. It is -7, like almost every other overhead in the game. However, it's also +5 on hit, which means he can link after it. That's not something most overheads can do. I'd say it's a little more telegraphed than most overheads, despite how good the reward is and the safety being in line with most overheads. But despite that, it is an overhead. An overhead that you can kind of cancel into, which means you can get away with it a lot of the time. You could also just cancel it into V-Trigger to make it safe on block. That's +7. I haven't even mentioned his V-Trigger 2 yet. Yeah, this works with his V-Trigger 2 as well. It doesn't really work as well as V-Skill 1 with V-Trigger 1, but V-Skill 1 V-Trigger 2 is still a pretty prominent threat. His V-Trigger 2 is basically just a command grab. This isn't the V-Trigger tier list, so I'm not going to talk about it too long, but it's the kind of command grab that you can either do raw for full damage, or you can combo into it for partial damage. So from the overhead, you can combo into it. That did half a stun bar. That's the whole thing about Balrog's V-Trigger 2. It's a command grab with low damage, but very high stun. So your opponent is halfway to getting stunned if they just decide to block low. You can also just randomly sneak it in raw. Like, he could drop a combo intentionally from, like, EX Dash Punch, go into the V-Skill raw, not follow up, and then just command grab. It gives him a few interesting ways to sneak it in, which makes it very threatening. It's also got, like, target combos. Yeah, it just works in target combos like that. Very easy confirms. The C-Skill really just kind of does it all for Balrog, if I'm being honest. I don't think there's any question in my mind that this is one of the best skills in the game. It gives Balrog new combos, it gives him new mix-ups, it lets him navigate fireballs. In a game with universally, like, pretty high damage and stun output, this V-Skill kind of puts Balrog over the top, and like this V-Skill kind of elevates Balrog to a new level to where he is dealing some of the most damage and the most stun in the entire game. And it works well with both of his V-Triggers, so I don't really know what else you could ask for in a V-Skill. It's very good. His V-Skill 2 is pretty different. It's an install, which powers up his next dash punch. It makes his next dash punch knock down, and also makes them a lot safer on block. I believe they go to -2? Yeah. Before they're -4, And you do have to worry about spacing as well. But with the V-skill, they're -2, and they all have a lot more pushback. So you're pretty safe. It's pretty safe to just throw these out without really caring. There's also another interesting property with this, similar to Alex's V-skill 2, where if he cancels a special into a charge special, he doesn't actually have to do the whole charge time. He just has to do the back forward input or the down up input. It's the same case here. If you cancel into a dash punch, you only have to press back forward. You don't actually have to do the full charge. This helps Balrog a lot with his neutral game, just whiff punishing, because now his best combo ender, he doesn't need charge for. And if by some miracle something messes up and it's blocked, well, it's safe on block too. So Balrog is kind of just allowed to swing a lot more neutral. And he really likes that because his buttons are honestly pretty good. Lots of really good buffers that he appreciates being able to go into dash punch from. In terms of actually getting this up in neutral, I believe you can do it from his target combos. Yeah. So there was never any follow-up to this light kick target combo, so there's really no reason not to do that unless you really want the Oki. You don't have V-skill 1 for his medium kick, medium punch target combo, so you're not really losing anything there. You can also cancel into it from his upper, and that gives you really bad Oki, so you might want to avoid doing this unless you're in the corner, where you're +7, point blank in their face, and now you have a charged V-skill. So like V-skill 1, this gives him a lot of combo extensions. Mostly from the same big cash out starters as V-skill 1, like his heavies. Yeah, this is a very similar situation actually. He can either spend no meter, he could spend 1 meter, or he could spend 2 meters. Having combo extensions like that, like with V-skill 1, is always very good because it's reactive. You can decide to do that on a whim, based on the opponent's health and based on the opponent's stun. You can even get this just raw. Like you get a whiff punish into this. Bam, that's like half screen corner carry and you're in their face for 1 bar of meter in a V-skill charge. While the meterless versions are all -2, the EX version is actually +4. So Balrog, just chilling in neutral. Oh, +4 in your face, jump scared. Aw, what are you gonna do about it? And this is where the synergy with his V-Trigger 2 really shines, because he just says that, and then he grabs you. That's a perfect command grab situation for a character like him, because he has the normals to catch jumps too. That's a perfect situation for V-Trigger 2 Balrog to be in. Point blank in your face, he can very easily stuff jumps if you try to jump. And if you just want to take it, well, you're taking like 300 stun from this command grab. And funnily enough, this also works pretty well with V-Trigger 1, because it just powers up his dash punches, letting him get a ton more damage. Look at that damage, just for having V-skill up when you activate V-Trigger. 1 bar of meter. I think we've seen all we need to see. Actually, no, there is one more thing. There's one more thing, and it specifically involves Zangief. So if you remember, Zangief's V-skill 1 is this little armor thing. It has 2 hits of armor normally, it has a lot more if he's in V-Trigger. But you're in base way more than you're in V-Trigger, so 2 hits of armor. This is a pretty good tool against Balrog, because Balrog is going to be poking a lot with these 1-hit heavies, and he doesn't have a lot of range either. So Balrog has to be very careful against Zangief, just because of this. Yeah, so Balrog gets hit there. You have to be very careful with dash straights. However, if you have V-skill up, he completely breaks it. So in this matchup, as Balrog, it's just him doing that over and over again. And it's very funny to watch because there's not anything Zangief can do about it. His best tool in the matchup becomes completely worthless because of this V skill. That's one interaction I just wanted to bring up because it's very funny and it kind of turns the matchup on its head a bit. It doesn't offer the full utility of V skill 1, but there aren't really a whole lot of downsides to this one either. I'd say the biggest downside is just getting it up in the first place. It can be a little rough in some matchups, but you still have your cancels from like his DP, his target combos, which aren't too terribly hard to land. You may have to sacrifice a bit of Oki, but for the most part, you can kind of get it up for free. So yeah, I think this deserves to be pretty high up. It is very interesting how Balrog might have the most flexible V system in the game, actually. Because there are characters with good V triggers and V skills all around. You can pick whatever combo you want. But both of his V skills and his V triggers kind of play into each other and enhance each other in a way, which I think is very interesting. There aren't really any other characters in the game that I can say have this. So the fact that these are both good is pretty cool. I don't feel like I need to spend too much time on Juri. Her V skill 1 is this little dash. It does cross up, but after the first time, that's never going to work. People will react to that, and it is very unsafe on block. -10, you're going to die for that. However, she can charge it. And when she does that, it becomes a whole lot faster. It doesn't cross up, it has a... If you see, it hits in front first, and then goes to the cross-up hit. But it is a whole lot faster. And the best part about this is you can dash cancel this to store the V skill. So once you do that, the next V skill you use is the charge version, with no charge required. And this is especially good because I think this might be the best single fireball punish in the game, just in terms of overall range and speed. Like even from out here, we'll get Ryu to throw a fireball. All the way from out here, punish. You could argue semantics with other moves like this requires a charge, other moves don't, whatever. All I'm saying is the charge version of this is one of, if not the best fireball punish in the game. In the off chance you do use the charge version, and they block it, this is somehow even more unsafe on block than the normal version. -18, so don't do this unless they're throwing a fireball. This also does work in her medium punch, heavy punch target combo. It's not damage optimal by any means, but if you want to reposition, that's not a bad way to use it. If you want to use the charge version in this target combo, you actually have to charge it a bit, because otherwise it's too fast. If you just let it rip, it's way too fast. So in this specific cancel, you have to charge the charged version. I am not familiar with the timing. There we go. So that's a bit better. The Oki is pretty bad. As you can see, it sent Ryu, like, we're almost full screen length away. But you kind of just do that purely for the side swap, I guess. Yeah, not a whole lot to really say about this V skill. It's kind of worthless if you don't charge it, but if you charge it, it's one of the best fireball punishes in the game. Punishes from full screen, and it is very, very fast. You can use it in like one specific context to get a side swap combo, and that's really it. It doesn't offer a ton in terms of utility. Having a fireball answer, if this is going to be like your one piece of utility with a V skill, an answer to fireballs is not at all bad. I will say it's significantly better than stuff like Vega V skill 1. Vega V skill 1's worthless. Cammy V skill 1, it's kind of redundant on her, but Juri really appreciates this tool for her. So because of its restricted utility, I'm not going to go too high with it, but if you need to counter a fireball, hey, this is one of the best ways to do it. Her V skill 2 is a lot weirder. It's another install like her Fuha's. This one makes a giant spinning sharp donut in the air. It slowly travels forward, but for the most part you can just treat it as stationary. I think for the most part you just want to treat it similarly to one of her Fuha stores. Because with her Fuhas, you can cancel into them from each other. And you can do the same with her V-skill too. That's pretty nice for making some stuff safe. That's normally -4, but if you do V-skill, it becomes -2. Something more committal, like her heavy Fuha, normally -6, now it's -2. So that's a good safety option. Although you can use it in some combos, I think the main reason you want to use this is for the Oki. Because if you do a basic juggle like from her target combo, there actually isn't a whole lot you can do to follow up with that because of the limited juggle potential. You can't even do DP there. But you can use it as an opportunity to get Fuha stores up. You do have to sacrifice a bit of Oki, but as you know, Juri's whole thing is resource management. If that's how you want to manage the resources, then by all means, go ahead. And yeah, you can also cancel her Fuha stores into the V-skill. For the most part, I think you just want to treat this as kind of a makeshift Fuha. Because it does extend some of her combos a bit. Like you can do something like... You can do certain combos like that where you juggle into the V-skill because you can cancel into it like a special move. And it also works from her target combo, I believe. If you do heavy flip kick. You might have to manually delay it actually. There we go. I think where this is going to be most useful is as some kind of meaty tool, especially in the corner. You could do like a Fuha store and just release it. And that doesn't even juggle. It just whiffs and it's a meaty. So that's a really good context to use it in. But unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot to say about this. There's definitely some deeper stuff that I'm missing. I feel like you could do a lot more with this. I don't know the optimal stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot to say about this. This one's kind of on me. I feel like there is more I could say about it, but I don't know the whole story behind this V-skill. I will say, this kind of goes for a V-skill 1 as well. But giving her another install type V-skill where she has to charge it up and then release it is very annoying. Because she's already doing that with all 3 of her Fuhas. I think the last thing Juri players wanted was another resource to manage when they were getting their V-skill too. But to its credit, because it does have a similar concept to her normal Fuhas, you can use it in combination with her Fuhas to enhance them a bit. You make them safe, you can get new juggles. You do have to... I think there are cases where you have to sacrifice damage and Oki just to get charges up, which is a little annoying. The meaty setups are nice. The basic combos are nice. Overall, I think it is a little weak. Like I said, just needing an extra resource as Juri. It's kind of annoying. I'm actually going to put this next to her other one for now. I feel like her V-skill 1 has one very apparent good strength, but it's really good at that strength. Meanwhile, her V-skill 2 is not particularly strong in any one regard, but it does a few things pretty well. But overall, it's not terribly strong. Moving on to Urien, his V-skills are both installs, like we've seen the past couple of V-skills. His V-skill 1 turns him black for some reason, and it gives him 1 hit of armor on his next headbutt or tackle. As you can see, I use headbutt and it goes away. I use tackle and it goes away. And one of the main uses for this is because Urien's tackles go pretty far. This is actually a really good way to punish fireballs. Especially with the EX. Like, you can do this from further out too. You do have to be a bit ready for it, just so you have the charge. The EX is a bit more generous just because EX tackle is safe on block. Having armor in general on a move, like headbutt, is pretty useful. Especially now because I don't know if it was... I think it was the very last patch of the game, like the last decently sized patch. They actually killed Urien. They removed his reversal on EX headbutt. This used to be a reversal and now it's not. So now using this as a reversal because it's armored is actually not a bad idea. Where before it was just, oh, you can use EX headbutt. Now there's actually a reason to get this charged up and then save it for when you're getting pressured. On top of the armor, his Heavy Headbutt actually gets a bit more juggle potential. You can use it in some more juggles. So just to demonstrate here, that doesn't work normally, but you get the V skill up, and it all of a sudden does work. So use that to get some decent juggles. That's good damage. This extra juggle potential doesn't come into play a whole lot, though, I'll be honest. Because for a combo like this, the launch is very low. It is very low. I don't think there's a single meterless special you can do there. You either have to do EX Tackle, or you get a reset with like forward medium punch. Which can be good, don't get me wrong. But if you're just looking for damage, corner karaoke, stuff like that, then you're much better off just doing his normal BNB. There's not really a whole lot to showcase with this V skill. It gives armor, and in some very, very specific scenarios, you can get some enhanced juggles with the heavy headbutt, but that's it. I think the main thing holding this back for me is that it is a little difficult to actually utilize the armor. It's kind of similar to Alex's V skill 1 in that regard, because a lot of the time, if you just land a hit, a lot of the time your main combo ender is tackle. So if you just happen to have a V skill up when that happens, then you just use the V skill, and now the armor's gone, you completely wasted it. And Urien doesn't really have an easy way to go into the V skill. He kind of has to rely on just playing it safe, playing away from his opponent, making space, and just finding an opening to get it up. So yeah, it is very easy to just not get any use out of this. Having it can be helpful, just as a threat of him actually having a defensive option after they removed his EX Headbutt as a reversal. So you can get some use out of it in that regard. But overall, it's not really anything to write home about. Actually, I'm going to put it right here, between the two Juri V skills. I think that's a good spot for it. Useful when you can actually take advantage of it, but overall, nothing remarkable. Thankfully, his V skill 2 is a lot better. It's another install, but this one enhances his fireball. So right off the bat, because it works for his fireball, instead of stuff like headbutt and tackle, you're already getting more mileage out of this. Because you're using fireballs way more neutral than when you're using headbutt or tackle. So it's a lot easier to just in neutral, you get this up, next fireball, you throw it, you take advantage of it. It's that easy. Because even if you aren't getting the max potential out of it with every single use, you're still throwing a 3-hit fireball that the opponent will probably have trouble zoning against, and it does more chip damage on block if they just decide to take it. So yeah, already it's a lot easier to use than his V skill 1. On the topic of blocking it, it's actually very safe on block. Only -2, compared to it normally being -7, which is punishable. So if you need a safe cancel, you can just do that. Look at the pushback too. If you space it a bit, somehow, you get the perfect distance. It can be plus. You can't really take advantage of plus frames at this range, but being plus is always better than being minus. So we take those. As for the EX version, this one actually goes quite a bit up. So normal version is -2, EX version is +12. +12. Like, it pushes you out pretty far, but +12, I think that's enough time for a true tick throw, actually. We'll test that right now. Alright, we got Ryu doing his 3-frame normal on block. Yep, that's a true tick throw. Just walk in, EX fireball. It is a little tight, but it is very possible. It's a very practical thing to do. As for what happens on hit, it generally does more damage than your normal fireball already. That does 60. That does 90. So if you just do this in the spots in your combos where you normally use a fireball, it's going to do more damage. 242. 250. So it's just a general damage increase for just doing a fireball where you normally do a fireball. And the launch is way higher too, because you're always doing crouch heavy punch to fireball. You can just go in and get a full mix up here. And the EX version on hit, it just launches our normal hit. So you can actually just get a follow-up here. Yeah, and because you're likely going to be bulldogging your way in with this just for the plus frames, like you do forward medium punch on block into this. If this hits, you just get a launch, you get Oki. You get heavy tackle there. Wow, okay. For just a normal into a fireball, you get heavy tackle there. Yeah, he needs it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of easy combo extensions you can get with this. And because it's a fireball, you're not risking a whole lot by just doing it. Like I said, compared to his V-Skill 1, where you gotta use a tackle or a headbutt, which are a lot more committal and a lot more situational, because this is a fireball, and you're using fireballs in a lot more situations than tackle or headbutt, it's so much easier to actually get use out of this. So yeah, what else can I say about this? And just as icing on the cake, it cancels the Aegis as well. Need I say more? Do I really need to go on about this V-Skill? Well, I wouldn't say it's an overtly busted V-Skill like some of these other ones. It is going way up here. Even after the nerfs, it got nerfed pretty early on after it was added. It is still just an overall very reliable and versatile V-Skill for how simple it is. It works in its combos, gives him better pressure on block, and even from those pressure strings, if he so happens to hit you, then he gets a combo afterwards. And because it's with his fireball, which you're going to be using a lot, it's just really easy to take advantage of. It works with every part of Urien's kit very well. Moving on to the Season 2 characters, first up is Akuma, who, ever since his release, I think has been in talks for best V-Skill in the game. His V-Skill 1. It's an armored parry with 2 follow-ups. You don't have to actually parry anything to do the follow-ups. There's a punch and a kick. Both of these options are quite good, but they are both very unsafe on block. -10 and -13. But if you're using it well, you're never going to actually use it when the opponent is blocking, hopefully. This V-Skill has a lot of versatility. One of those is you can very easily punish mid-range pokes and fireballs. Like that. And because it's armored, you can do it like very last possible frame to punish that. So although at this range it normally is pretty difficult to react to fireballs, the fact you can do this like literally last possible frame makes it actually not too hard. And of course, with good timing you can intercept pokes as well. These do have to be a bit more preemptive though. Yeah, so if it all depends on kind of the habits of your opponent. If you can get into a rhythm, then it is very reliable at that. As for the kick follow-up, this is actually a combo tool, because you can cancel into it like a special move. Like that. So you do the kick and you launch them, and then from that, I believe you do Demon Flip? Yeah, that's a very reliable bread and butter combo for Akuma. Lots of corner carry, good damage, good stun. What's great about this kick is it can also anti-air, because this is an armored parry. So it can very easily absorb an attack and you just do the kick follow-up. Yeah, the conversions can be a little wonky depending on height, but there is always something you can get from it. As an armored parry, this is obviously a pretty good defensive tool, although if they do a low, you do have to guess with the low parry version. But it's also good on offense, because it can be used to blow up V reversals. It does depend on if they're V reversaling, a fireball, a special, a normal. But in the case of them V reversaling a normal, you can just straight up cancel into V-Skill from the normal to punish it. Like that. This kind of depends on the V reversal you're actually countering with the parry. Some of them have some weird invincibility, especially after the attack. So like with Ryu, if I do the punch fall up here, it's just gonna completely whiff. Like that. But in that case, I can just do the parry raw, not do the punch follow up, and then I'm like plus 20 or something. Plus 23, so I can do whatever I want now. Having an option to blow up V reversal like that, it's not a very common thing, but on the characters that do have it, it's incredibly busted. V reversal is just an incredibly reliable tool universally across the cast, especially characters who lack good defensive options on their own. A character like Ryu has a reversal, so he's not going to be using it as much. Not every character really cares about saving their V meter for their V trigger, so they can dump a lot more defensively on V reversals. And when you have something like this to just completely blow it up, that can really just put a wrench in their game plan and prevent them from getting anything started. You could also V-trigger activate off of this, and you're plus 13. And you can do that from like out here. And because of Akuma's walk speed, he's just in your face now. I wonder if he can get a tick through here. That was a true tick throw from that far away. Okay, maybe not that far. But jeez. In that sense, I guess it is kind of similar to Karin V Skill 1, how you kind of just do it just as a way to get in and activate. So it's actually really good for that. Just puts your opponent in an immediate guessing game. I guess on the topic of V-Trigger, you could also Kara cancel it into his Demon while his V-Trigger 1 is active. You can, if you parry like a Fireball or something, you can cancel those frames where you armor it into a Demon. Okay, well, I don't think my fingers are fast enough to get it. Yeah, my fingers are unfortunately not... I'm not an Akuma master. I can't... You can cancel the actual armor frame so the demon comes out before the punch, but unfortunately, I'm not skilled enough to get it. I don't think it's an exaggeration to still say that this is easily one of the best V-skills in the game. I think the one thing that might be holding it back is just the fact that it used to be even more broken than it currently is now. It used to have a very easy and reliable side swap combo that you could do from the kick. You would, like on defense, you would be cornered, and then you'd do the V-skill kick into light Tatsu, and I believe that would just completely side swap you, and you'd still get a juggle afterwards. So they removed that, but even then, everything this V-skill does, it literally does everything. It is maybe the single most versatile V-skill in the entire game. Anti-airs, offense, defense, fireball punish, V-trigger activate. What doesn't it do? What more could you want from a V-skill? His V-skill 2 is really weird. He does a stomp. It's like his third strike taunt. You can hold it if you want for style points. And from the stomp, he can do a red fireball. They do a bit less damage, but they have a much higher launch. And with that launch, you can actually get some cool combos, because you can cancel into this like a special move. The combos from the actual stomp itself are kind of limiting, just because of how far it sends. But what's good about this is you can do the stomp without doing the fireball, and it actually upgrades your next fireball to the V-Skill 2 version. So if you do the stomp, it stores it, and now your next fireball is enhanced. And you can use this for combos very easily. I believe it's actually a lot stronger than his normal combos. 252. $276, yeah. So he can use this in a lot of places where he would normally use something like a light Tatsu, just for the damage increase. It works in pretty much all of his juggles, which is very good. The fireballs are a bit safer on block 2. Maybe it's just a light one. Yeah. So these fireballs are all universally -4. I think with his normal red fireball, the light one's like, yeah, -6. So there is some consistency across there. The EX one is plus 11. So yeah, enjoy your tick throw. And on hit, it's going to give you a really big launch. There's a lot of combo avenues that Akuma can take depending on which fireball you use. There's some weird corner stuff you can do, if I remember correctly. Like, you can do a meaty demon flip, which is already bust enough on its own if you have time to get that. I think you can do, like... and then you're waking up into a demon flip. That is a really good Oki situation for Akuma. He does have to sacrifice some damage for it, but you're Akuma. You're gonna make that damage back. But yeah, this V-Skill's just kind of really weird. It is good into Fireball Wars, actually, because the initial stomp will destroy fireballs, and then you can counter with a red fireball. So you can always easily get the upper hand against fireballs. This just, it opens up a lot for Akuma combo-wise. However, I'd say the overall versatility of it is significantly worse than his V-Skill 1, which is kind of a given because that's kind of the pocket knife, the jack-of-all-trades tool that any character would benefit so much from. This one, it's a combo tool and it beats fireballs. And it's really good at both of those, but not much else. It's kind of a shame. I feel like Akuma kind of fell off near the end, and this is a really cool V-Skill. So I kind of wish we got to see more of it. It's not bad by any means. It is just significantly outclassed by his V-Skill 1, which it's kind of the Dhalsim problem now, where his V-Skill 1, it's hard to imagine Dhalsim without his V-Skill 1. Same with Akuma, which I do think hinders his V-Skill 2 quite significantly. But it's not bad by any means. It's not bad at all. I'm actually going to put it down here. You can definitely use it and get away with it. I do believe it has some nice synergy with his V-Trigger 2, but like his V-Skill 2, nobody really used that. Which is kind of a shame because in the 1% chance that you did see it, it was pretty cool. Lucky for me, Kolin, I think, has the most bare-bones selection of V-Skills in the entire game. Both of them are really not much to write home about, even more so than, like, Karin. Her V-Skill 1 is a parry. I know, you love to see it. It's like Ryu's V-Skill 2 parry, where it's a strike first, but if she gets hit during the actual parry activation frames of it, then she'll parry something. When she does get a successful parry, she does an automatic follow-up attack like some of the others. It actually has really good corner carry. Not great Oki because of that corner carry, but if you're pushing with a corner, it's actually not bad at that. I think the worst thing about this V-Skill is, unlike something like Ryu V-Skill 2, where with the attack, you can at least space it to make it safe, even though that's kind of hard against some characters with long 4 frames, you can still space it to make it safe, because it's only -4. That's -8. -8, and a lot harder to space to make safe. Actually, scratch that. This is not safe. It's just straight up not safe. I think sweeps are almost universally 7 frames in this game. So if nothing else, you're getting hit with a sweep if they block this. Of course, if you're any amount closer, or they're just a privileged character, you're eating a full combo just for trying to do this. So unlike Ryu's V-Skill 2, you can't even, like, safely fish for this in neutral. You can't use it as a reliable counter poke, can't play it at the mid-range, try to be safe. It's an all-or-nothing tool, and that risk is significantly worse than the reward it offers. If it's any consolation, I guess you can use it in her target combos to activate V-Trigger. If you really want to, that's not a bad avenue to actually activate. But if this is the best thing that your V-Skill does, that's not a good V-Skill. That's just straight up not a good V-Skill. That's actually not even the worst part. Okay, the worst part, you're never gonna believe this, okay? This is really funny. So her V-Skill 1 is a parry, right? You're never gonna believe what she already has in her base kit. A parry. That's just great design decision by Capcom to give her another parry. Her and Ryu are buddies. They're buddies. They both just have an excessive amount of parries in their kit. Granted, you do have to guess what kind of attack it is with her parries. You have to guess between low, mid, high. But the trade-off is significantly better because you can actually just fish for this as a parry instead of a weird, like, mid-range poking tool that doubles as a parry. So there's inherently less risk to trying to do this when you know your opponent's going to press compared to trying to do this to intercept a poke. So there's a lot more utility with her actual base parry than her V-skill parry. You know, you can counter lows, you can counter mids, you can anti-air with the high version. There's a lot more you can do with this parry, and it's a lot scarier as a result. This V-skill does not do anything for Kolin, honestly. Other than V-trigger activation, that's the one thing it does. Other than that, I am struggling to think of good things to say about this V-skill. This V-skill is so much worse than I thought. Like, I knew it wasn't the best thing ever going in, but I didn't play a ton of Kolin. Maybe I'm missing some crucial piece of tech that would somehow make this shoot up a few tiers. But I think with the mediocrity of the V-skill, the poke being unsafe, plus the fact that she already has parries in her base kit, I think this, honestly, this is going down here. Actually, is this the worst V-skill? This might be the worst V-skill. So far, I think that is the worst V-skill. Now again, you can't argue that some of these are actually worse, but I'm heavily prioritizing the fact that she already has a parry in her base kit. And believe me, for some of these characters, I had to do a bit of research before going into this, just because I'm not super familiar with every single character on the roster, like I said before. So I had to watch some matches to see how these players actually utilize their V-skills. I did not see a single usage of Kolin V-skill 1, even when it was picked. I did not see it used once. I watched multiple high-level matches. I did not see it used once. Not once. Maybe for V-trigger activation. Maybe I'm forgetting that. If it was used at all, it was used for that. This V-skill, there's no reason to pick this V-skill ever. It's so bad, actually. On the other hand, her V-skill 2, while it might also not be particularly great, it's better than V-skill 1. Because it's a command grab. Kolin does not already have a command grab, so this is already something that she does not have in her base kit. It's pretty slow. So if you're looking out for it, you can definitely react to it. But that doesn't mean you're going to react to it every time, obviously. It's not something as scary as like a Zangief SPD, obviously. But this is something you can sneak in once or twice a set. It also applies the freeze effect. And for those unaware, the freeze effect is basically your stun bar is completely frozen. Normally, it passively goes down if you aren't getting hit, but while you are frozen, it stays frozen. And the only way to get rid of it is to hit Kolin. So it actually incentivizes you to start playing more aggressively, try to get some hits in, which can be pretty hard to do, especially if Kolin has a life lead. She can just play it safe, and then just pick her fights whenever she sees an opportunity. I think you actually can also cancel into this from her V-skill. Yeah, you can. So even if the threat of the command grab isn't the scariest thing ever, you can still just land the hit and get the freeze effect on them. This freeze effect is really good. I wish I could say more, but that is literally all there is to this V-skill. It's a command grab and it freezes them. That's the whole thing. It doesn't do much, but what it does is already better than V-skill 1. I think I'm content putting it up here. The freeze effect is honestly really good. The freeze effect it applies is really good. I think it'd be really good if she could get easier combo routes into it other than her target combo, but still having that target combo is very good. So it doesn't do a whole lot, but it actually provides something new for Kolin to play with that isn't already in her base kit. So I think that's worth something. I think that's worth a hell of a lot more than whatever V-skill 1 is doing. Moving on to Ed. His V-skills are actually both quite good and very distinct from one another. His V-skill 1 is his Psycho Snatcher. On block, it's only -2, and on hit, Ed pulls himself in for a punch. However, you can charge it as well, so it gets a lot more range. On hit, he pulls him in and he does a launch, and then on block, he's +3. It is really hard to actually get this up in neutral. The range is quite good. However, if the opponent just sees you charging this, they can just jump. So it is a very risky move to make, but also very rewarding. Now there is also an anti-air version, and this is really useful for combos as a combo ender. And what's cool about this is you actually can't back recover from it. It's a true hard knockdown. Not a lot of those in this game outside of crush counters. But that means Ed gets a really good Oki from it. Yeah, now he's +14, almost point blank. That's an incredible Oki situation to have. And as the anti-air version, it can also obviously anti-air. And you get that Oki situation from that too. Now, it is a weird hit grab state when you actually grab the opponent. And because of that, it actually beats armor. Yeah, it just completely goes through armor. So for a character like Zangief, you can just completely nullify his best tool. He can't use this almost at all against V-Skill 1 Ed. Now on the off chance you actually do just get the hit raw, the fully charged version, you do get combos from it. Very nice juggles. Yeah, there's a whole lot you can do in terms of combo with this V-skill. I think there are also some character-specific ones. For this, I'm actually going to start with Ed's V-gauge completely empty, because on a few select characters, you can get combos that build almost an entire bar of V-gauge with multiple V-skills. Every V-skill has a certain amount of V-gauge that it builds on hit. Ed's charged V-skill 1 builds quite a lot. And there are combos where you can fit multiple charge versions in. A few of these are character-specific. One of these character-specific ones that works on Abigail actually builds a whole bar of V-gauge. It's a little tight. Something like that. I'm pretty sure there are even more extensions you can do, but I don't know the full extent of it. But combos like that, he builds almost a full bar of V-gauge, so he gets his V-trigger very quickly. This especially works well with his V-trigger 1. Again, as a combo tool, you can very easily get juggles into and out of it. Cool stuff like that. I don't know the full extent of it, but there are a lot of possibilities with this as a combo tool, in combination with his V-trigger 1. I'd say his V-skill 1 is pretty good. It can be a bit hard to use, but into certain matchups where characters rely on armor more, especially Zangief, Abigail, even characters who have just armored reversals, like Birdie and Mika, it's useful into them too, just so you can beat it. It's an incredibly good combo tool. It's a little hard to get the charge version up in neutral. Rightfully so, because it pulls you in from half screen and makes you +3. But at least the anti-air version is actually fairly consistent. It's a good hitbox, leaves you +14, almost right in their face. Good V-meter build. Yeah, all round, it's just a very solid V-skill. I'm only not putting it higher just because it does take a lot of brain power and commitment to use, I'd say. Which, a lot of the better V-skills you don't have to think about as much, but because of how committal this one is, you do have to think about it a bit more. His V-skill 2 is a lunge punch, and similarly to V-skill 1, there is a downward version, and you can charge both of these. The normal lunge is -6 on block, meanwhile the charge version is only -2. However, when you get to the downward uppercut, normal version's -6, charge version's +3. So you can actually use this as a meaty in the corner. That was +5 even. Wow. Yeah, wow, just +5 for free. That's a really good meaty tool. The main selling point of the Lunge Punch is it goes through fireballs. It can be a little hard to actually punish fireballs, but because it's only -2, you can kind of just use it as a mid-range harassment tool. And if they happen to throw a fireball, well, you go through it with no punishment. Now, you can't really get combos with this like you can with V-Skill 1, but that's where the downward version comes in, because it is a very good combo tool. I also believe it's decent as an anti-air. Okay, so hitbox-wise, it's a solid anti-air. Hurtbox-wise, it's kind of terrible. It doesn't actually have any built-in anti-air frames, I don't think. So you do have to be fairly preemptive with this if you actually hope to beat it out clean. Avoid using this as an anti-air if you can. It's not like Ed has trouble with anti-airs anyway. This is primarily a combo and meaty tool. It's not the greatest combo tool ever. The juggles are a bit limiting, but it's just the fact that it's plus on block, so you can very easily get away fishing for it when they're waking up. This is actually a bit better with his V-Trigger 2, because you can cancel this, and now you're +10 on block. And you just go in, enjoy your free tech throw. I don't actually think there are a whole lot of juggles you can get into this. I think the downward V-Trigger 2 is the only thing you can get. But if you have V-Trigger 2 up, it does add on to all these cool juggles you get already. Unfortunately, you can't get the same cancels with V-Trigger 1, so you can't just get in their face, activate with V-Trigger 1 for layered mix-ups. Yeah, see, I'm trying to cancel there, but I can't. So I think this does work a bit better with V-Trigger 2. But because of V-Trigger 1 and just how it functions, you can still use V-Skill 2 as a nice way to just open up some new combo routes. Something like that. I don't know the full extent of these combos, but it is very nice in that context. His V-Skill 2 is pretty good. I'd say, along with Balrog, he has one of the most balanced V systems in the entire game. I'd say his V-Skill 1 can be a lot harder to use, but the reward can also be a lot greater in some contexts. His V-Skill 2 is a lot easier to use, and I think the matchups where you would prefer it, like especially against Fireball characters, those are a lot more prominent than characters with like armor, where you want V-Skill 1 maybe. Overall, I'd say V-Skill 2 is a decent bit better. It's maybe not insane, but you can kind of get away with both. He has a very nice V-Skill selection. Alright, Abigail. His V-Skill 1 is a parry. Yeah, we love parries. But in all seriousness, Abigail actually really likes having a parry compared to most characters. It's frame 3, like most parries. It has a high and low version. And it also has an automatic follow-up. Although you are +22, you're actually not in range for any easy follow-ups. But you can special cancel it, which can give you some run follow-ups. It's not a lot, but you take what you can get as Abigail. This is especially helpful as an anti-air, because Abigail's anti-airs are not very good. They had a patch where they kind of universally nerfed anti-air jabs across the board, and that included Abigail's, but the difference is Abigail kind of needed it. He really needed his anti-air jab. He can still kind of use it, but other than that, his options are very limited. Combined with how he takes up the entire screen, he has a lot of trouble anti-airing, so he really likes the parry as a substitute anti-air option. So that's a nice option for Abigail. He really appreciates that. Now the downside to that is the opponent can always just empty jump or try and mix up the timing if they want to do like a deep light or an early heavy. Having a parry as your best anti-air option is not good. It's good if you already have like a few other usable anti-airs and you want to use it sometimes. But Abigail really relies on his parry, and that's not a good thing. He actually unironically needs it. He can also do it out of his run. So if for whatever reason you need to do a parry out of a run, it's kind of a cool thing to have. You know, if you think your opponent's going to jump or something, they're going to try to stop you, you could just parry. Yeah, it's a parry. There's not a whole lot to this. Abigail does appreciate a parry more than most characters, and it's not a terrible parry by any means. You can actually get follow-ups off of it, unlike, say, F.A.N.G or Mika. So because of that, I'm actually going to put it a little... I think it's obviously not the greatest tool ever, and I think it is kind of terrible design that Abigail really does rely on it a whole lot just because of how he's designed. But in terms of parries, it's definitely one of the better ones at the very least. His V-skill 2 is pretty weird. He calls in a tire from off screen to just roll in and roll at the opponent. Obviously, the startup, as you can see, it is very, very, very slow. However, I think after a certain point, if you get hit during it, the tire still comes out. So as long as you get to like that initial startup, as long as you get through that, the tire will still come on screen. Actually, not a whole lot of the animation has to play before the tire actually just gets forced on screen. So the opponent isn't really gonna interrupt you on reaction, especially from a range like this. So you can kind of get away with it a lot of the time. And along with that, you can cancel it from any special cancelable move. So if you get a knockdown with like this, you can get it up pretty easily. You're only -9 there. And there's EX Abigail Punch, which is probably the best route to actually getting it up. In terms of actual utility, the tire's kind of wacky. You can hit it with normals and kind of change the trajectory of it. Each one of his normals actually sends it at a different angle, which is pretty interesting. And you can also special cancel from it, interestingly enough. And you do something like that, where you just run at them. You do something like this. I don't know, now you're running at them with the tire behind you, you fit in a command grab. There's neat mix-up stuff like that. With his V-Trigger 1, you can actually get a guard break if you punch the tire with a charged punch. Like that. Not that there's a whole lot you can do there. You're +40, but you're this distance away, and you're Abigail. So you can maybe get like a run punch or something at the very least. Now, if you get a stun as Abigail, you can use it to get some pretty cool grounded combos. Yeah, because of Abigail's limited movement, it is kind of hard to take advantage of it. But it is, if you can get it up, very nice combo tool. Now, interestingly, the opponent can actually hit the tire back at Abigail. The difference is, when the opponent hits it, it actually doesn't have a hitbox for some reason. Abigail can still hit it back to the opponent after that, but this is completely in Abigail's favor, because for him it has a hitbox, and for the opponent it just doesn't for some reason. So although you can interact with it, and there is counterplay to it, for the most part you're kind of just at Abigail's whim. And he can't take advantage of it to the fullest a lot of the time, just because of his limited movement. He's gonna be out here a lot of the time. But it is a decent threat to have for him. I think this V-skill is really cool and very funny. However, even if it's not terrible, I think giving up the value of his V skill 1, it's very difficult. It's very hard. Abigail really wants his parry. Abigail has really limited anti-airs and really limited defense in general, so he really does appreciate the parry a lot. So although I do really like this V skill, I am actually going to put it pretty low. I'll put it here. I think there is some nasty stuff you can do with it, but losing his parry value is very hard to do. Abigail really needs that parry. Menat, her V skill 1 is Reflect. You're never gonna guess what this does to fireballs. It reflects them. Big shocker there. It also doubles as a physical hit. You can use this in combos. I think primarily you can use it as a light confirm. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't think she gets anything else from lights if she doesn't use this. Which makes sense as part of her design. And you can then cancel that into super. Also as a downward version, this is both an anti-air and a combo tool, because you can juggle off of it. It's a pretty reliable anti-air. One thing to note, while she has her orb out, away from her person, the hitboxes actually change a bit. So for the normal version, actually loses a lot of range, so you can't get 2 hit light confirms from it. And for the downward version, the launch is a lot worse, so you can't juggle from it. It still functions as an anti-air, but then again, Menat also has her crouch heavy punch as an anti-air. So she doesn't need this every time as an anti-air, it's just a nice option to have. So yeah, not a whole lot to say about this. Obviously it is good. It fits very well with Menat's space control playstyle. It lets her counteract zoning very easily, gives her good anti-airs, and it does give her a light confirm into super, which she does not have otherwise. I'm actually going to put it up here. I think it's a pretty good V-skill. It works very well with Menat's design. It's just not obviously insane or anything. Her V-skill 2 is a little weird. Its Soul Spiral has a lot of range. Although I believe it is always unsafe on block. -8, yeah. From this range, you're eating a sweep. You can't space it. It does seem pretty hard to space, though. Okay, so you can't space it, but I feel like a lot of the forward movement stops along, like, when the active frames are actually out. So it is a little hard to space. Yeah, -10. I don't really think you should rely on this as a spacing tool to just mindlessly poke at the opponent, because at its worst, you're eating a fat punish, and at the absolute best, it's like -5 maybe, yeah. It's -5 at best, but more often than not, it's gonna end up being around -10 to -8. She can cancel into it, like her V-Skill 1, except she does not get her light confirm into super. That's a pretty big deal. It does, however, offer a lot of other combos for her. For example, from her Crush Counter Crouch Heavy Punch. Some cool combos like that are possible with her V-Skill too. I think probably the best part about this V-Skill is you can cancel it into her Orb Recall. So you just send the orb out, and then use the V-Skill, call it back in, and now you just have a mix-up. And because of the range of the V-Skill, you can do it from really far out. Plus, the Orb Recall pulls them back into you, so you're going forward, your opponent's going forward into you, you just always get a mix-up. If you're too far out from the orb initially, when you recall it, then you can get punished. But if you just have good spacing, you just always get a mix-up when you recall the orb. With V-Skill 2, you can always be point blank and plus right in their face. That is an incredible tool for Menat to have. You also can cancel it into V-Trigger, That's plus 12. And if you know Menat's V trigger 1, you're going to be eating mix-ups for the next, what, 20 seconds? I am not good with Menat, so I cannot show off any of the mix-ups she can do here. But just know this is a very scary pressure situation. I don't have a lot to say about that either. There might be a bit more with it that I missed. I'm not a huge Menat expert. I do feel like its value in filling that dead zone where Menat can't always typically reach. Well, she can reach it, but the fact that she covers that space in front of her and turns it into a pressure situation is really good. It's really good. I feel like you can go either way with her V-skills. You obviously want to use V-skill 1 if they have a fireball and are heavily reliant on it, but I don't see anything wrong in picking V-skill 2 in other matchups. It kind of feels like a cop-out to put them right next to each other, though. No, I'm going to do this. Yeah, I'll stick with that for now. I think that's a good spot. Zeku's V-skill 1 is a palm strike, and when this hits, he actually changes into his young form. You can also hold forward while this happens, and you'll get a side swap. You can pretty easily juggle into it from light techie, and from there you can start getting a mix-up, because the whole thing with old and young Zeku is old is kind of more neutral oriented. He has a lot of longer range attacks. Young Zeku is the more aggressive one, so if you can go into young Zeku just like that while you're still at an advantage, that's really good. Now for young Zeku, it's the same thing for him. He swaps forms on hit, except it's a little punch instead. And you can still hold the direction to get a side swap. And just like old Zeku, he can very easily combo into it from Horizontal. So both old and young Zeku have really easy routes into this, which is especially helpful when you consider the side swap. So that may not always be the most damage optimal thing, but the side swap is really good. Side swap puts him in the corner, it can completely turn a match on its head. There are some interesting shenanigans that old Zeku has access to that young doesn't. For example, he can actually cancel Techie into the form swap just raw, and then from there he can do the V skill. So if you want to stay as old Zeku, but still do the same combos, you can do this. Like that. Yeah, young Zeku can't root into that as easily while still maintaining his young form. But old Zeku, if you're playing a more neutral-based game, or you just prefer old Zeku for the matchup, that's really nice for him to have. It also does work as an anti-air. Except, like Ed V Skill 2, I don't actually think it has invincibility or anything, it's just you have to time the hitbox. I could be wrong on that. I don't think it's the most reliable thing, though, but if you can get it, then yeah, it's worth it. Especially if you want the side swap. And along with the routes I showed earlier where you can stay as old Zeku while still getting the V skill, he has some interesting combos in the corner that use the V skill as an ender, where most of his other moves don't really work, especially in longer juggles. Something like that. Longer combos, it's a really reliable combo ender. So yeah, overall, Zeku's V skill 1 is really good. It's a really reliable combo ender. It lets him swap forms, which isn't always the easiest to do during combos, and it can anti-air. I think it is a lot more helpful as old Zeku. Old Zeku has more roots into it, and he can also manipulate if he wants to stay old or turn young. It is a little harder for young Zeku to take advantage of it, but even then, I think the fact that old Zeku can take advantage of it better than young is no problem at all. Just because a lot of the time, if you're pushing your offense, you want to go into young Zeku anyway. If it was the other way around where it was better for young than old, I think it would be a lot worse. But overall, it is a very good V-skill that fits with Zeku's game plan really well and gives him a lot of flexibility in both combos and neutral. His V-skill 2 is a lot different. In his old form, he summons a bird, and the bird drops a bomb. In his young form, he summons a weasel who does a little flying kick. Right off the bat, you may notice this V-skill is very slow. That took forever to come out. And what sucks about that is, unlike some other V-skills like Abigail V-skill 2, if Zeku gets hit out of this, the bird completely disappears. Yep, just like that, gone. Even if you can already act and the bird is coming out, if you just get hit, it goes away completely. Wow, yeah, that's terrible. So as you can imagine, this is not very easy for old Zeku to get up in neutral. He doesn't have any special cancels into it. If the most reliable ways for you to get this up are to hard sacrifice your Oki, which is not good. The best tools that are like this, where you have to sacrifice damage and Oki for a setup, it's usually not to this insane degree. But you have to do something like that and just completely gut your damage. You can cancel your form swap into this, actually. So you can make it a bit safer in neutral. Make it a little easier to get up. But that doesn't really do anything for his combos. Yeah, even with your best setups, you're still minus. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't really think there's any way to reliably get this up and still be able to consistently push a mix-up. And that's just the bird. Young Zeku, his Weasel, it's still not very good. It's faster than the bird, but it's also just a single hit, so you don't get the setup potential of it. But it's way too slow to actually combo into. Like, you have to do his heavy punch target combo just to get it up safely. And then you can maybe push a mix up there. I think the setups from this, the knockdowns you can get as young Zeku, are a lot better than the ones as old Zeku. But then again, it's harder to actually take advantage of this because the kick is so quick. Even if you form swap to old Zeku, the best you're getting is like a throw mix-up, maybe. So if you can get into that kind of situation, it's good. I just don't see how you set that up. So with young Zeku, he can kind of use this in mid-range as a poke, kind of. Not really a fireball. It's not really a poke either. I don't know what to call it. Old Zeku is just... it's just really hard for him. You can like adjust where the bird falls with the bomb. But that's still not going to do a whole lot for you. Like the most I can think that this is useful for is like stun combos. Some big cash out like that. But stun combos aren't enough to justify a V-skill like this. I know for a fact there's gotta be some important stuff I miss with this, but even then, the amount of effort you have to go through just to get this to work, compared to his V-skill 1, which just works in all of his combos effortlessly, I don't see why you would ever want to pick it. Maybe if you want to stick to old Zeku, play a more zone-heavy playstyle, but you don't really need this V-skill for that. This has got to be Potential Man, the V-skill. Like, I've mentioned Potential Man V-skills a few times, but I think this is the peak definitive Potential Man V-skill. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because this is a really cool V-skill. But it's honestly not that good. It honestly deserves to go, like, down here, unfortunately. So I went ahead and added a few more tiers. I felt like it was getting really clogged. Like, again, there's 90 of these in the game. I don't think the ones in S are, like, that much more insane than the ones in, like, A+ or anything. It's more just for organizational purposes to make it easier to look at. I do feel like they're relatively balanced all across the board, except for, you know, few at the bottom, few at the top. That's how it usually is. It does very nicely flow along the whole list, which is why I felt like it was getting very clogged, just because there's going to be a lot in each tier. So I just wanted to make it easier to look at. Sorry if my voice does not sound great today. I've been recording these over the span of a few days, And today I got up a fair bit earlier than I usually do just so I could read the final Chainsaw Man chapter. And I think I'm sick, so not only is the Chainsaw Man ending weighing down on me mentally, but I am also just physically out of it right now. So apologies if I sound nasally or anything. Anyway, Sakura, her V-Skill 1 is kind of weird. It's a little jump, and from it she has like, she kind of has like demon flip follow-up. She has a dive kick, she has a weird punch thing, and then she has a grab. The dive kick, it's a dive kick. It does what dive kicks do. The punch, it has 3 follow-ups. She'll like bounce on the opponent and then he can repeat it up to 3 times. Like that. I think it's more optimal to do 2 punches actually, if you just want the Oki. I know that was a thing in Street Fighter 4, but a lot of times I see people let the 3rd hit rip anyway. So it's kind of up to you. The grab, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever actually seen this land in a match. Honestly. And I think that's mainly because this isn't really, despite having demon flip adjacent follow-ups, you don't use this like a demon flip. This is not a very good tool to just throw out in neutral, like it may seem. It's kind of like Chun V Skill 1, where if you do use it in neutral, and someone is good at anti-airing, the timing is pretty much the same as a normal jump, so you're just gonna get anti-aired. It's a pretty solid combo tool. You can cancel into it like a special, although that's not entirely useful. You can also cancel into it from her charged fireballs. This is a lot more useful, because there are situations where you can actually land fully charged fireballs, like from a crush counter. You can do cool stuff like that and juggle into it. I believe that's damage optimal, but you're going to have to choose between damage and Oki for something like this. It also synergizes pretty well with her V-Trigger 2, because her V-Trigger 2, it enhances her DP and Tatsu, and she can cancel into it from her Tatsu. I believe that's always optimal if you're going to do that. Because of the really high launch of this Tatsu, I believe you actually can get good Oki from doing all 3 punches. Yeah, that was +9. How's that look mid-screen? Okay, that's not terrible. I can see you doing it in that context. But for the most part, you're just going to be doing Tatsu, V-Skill Dive Kick, DP. And although that uses up a lot of the V-Trigger time, this isn't really the kind of V-Trigger you hold on to for very long anyway. There's not really a whole lot to this V-Skill. If it had some neutral applications, I could see it being pretty good, but for the most part, it's kind of just a combo tool. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong places, but I personally don't think I've ever seen the V-Skill grab follow-up used ever. But it does have some nice synergy with her V-Trigger too, and just as a general combo tool. So I'm not going to put it super low. It's very reliable in the context where it works. I'll put it like right there. V-Skill 2 is a roll. Unlike some other rolls, I don't believe this helps you navigate fireballs at all. Yeah, so it isn't actually an anti-fireball tool, like it may seem like. It has a knee follow-up. This knee follow-up, I believe, is -4? -7, never mind. Okay, forget what I said. Yeah, -7, and you're not spacing that. It's a giant roll, you're not reliably spacing that. So this once again turns into pretty much just another combo tool for her. You can cancel into it from almost all of her normals, I think. Even the non-special cancelable ones. Yeah, there's some utility there. And from her fully charged fireballs, like V-Skill 1. So you can use that a lot for combos. It's pretty basic in terms of what actually works for the combos. The roll itself goes pretty far, so you can't really use it in the same context as V-Skill 1. Like from her crush counter here, it just completely goes past them. So you do lose some utility from various combo starters if you pick this V-skill. However, kind of opposite of her V-skill 1, this works pretty well with her V-trigger 1. You can cancel the fireballs into her V-skill. And you gotta follow up there. That's a pretty easy and consistent way to get combos from it. Yeah, you can get a lot of cool extended combos as long as you have V-trigger 1 up. This V-skill just seems a little... I don't know, what's the word I'm thinking of? This V-skill just seems a little frustrating. Because it seems like it should have a lot of all-around utility, but it really doesn't. It's kind of just a combo tool. Like, even for Oki, you can't use it like Ken's dash or anything, Ken's run. Because it just takes so long. You're -7 there. And I don't need you to be like plus point blank in their face. But something better than a normal dash forward would be kind of nice. There really just isn't a lot of utility here, aside from the synergy with V-Trigger 1, which I do think is still nice. But other than that, there's not a whole lot going on here. I think both of Sakura's V-skills are pretty mediocre. Mind you, they're completely usable. Like you should have no problem using either of these in any way you want. The only thing I would really advise considering is your V-trigger selection. But they work pretty well with her kit. It's just you can't really use them a whole lot. And they're not going to be impacting the match too heavily. I think I'm going to put her V-skill 2... I'm going to put her V-skill 2 down here. They both just don't have a lot going on. They both look like they should have a lot more utility than they actually do. But then they both just boil down to combo tools. And as combo tools go, I'd say V-skill 1's a bit better. The areas where you can use V-skill 2, it does lead to more damage than V-skill 1. But you can just make easier use of V-skill 1 than V-skill 2. So that's why I'm putting it a bit higher. Blanka's V-skill 1 is Coward Crouch. He does a couch like a croward. What did I just say there? Blanka's V-skill 1 is Coward Crouch. He crouches like a coward. And from this crouch, you have 2 follow-ups. You have a punch, which is a launcher. And then you have the kick, which is a jump. These are both pretty useful. The punch, the launcher follow-up, is used in a lot of his bread and butters because you can cancel into it from stand heavy punch and get easy follow-ups like that. The jump can be pretty tricky to anticipate in anti-air. Unlike dedicated jumping V-skills, like, again, we go back to Chun V-skill 1. This is not that easy to anti-air because he has the punch follow-up and he just can do nothing. On top of that, it's just a quicker jump. It's more reliable as an actual jump and cross-up tool if you're trying to use it like that. The launcher is pretty unsafe on block. -8 and you're not spacing that. So use with caution. Now, despite there not being a ton of options, I think Blanka really can utilize this to its fullest, especially the jump. Blanka's whole neutral is pretty tricky, you know, stray Blanka balls and all that. It can be a little annoying to try and contest him, and then the moment you're put on the defense, he can trick you with something like that. Blanka's options aren't all the best on their own, but it's the combination of all of them that makes them scary to deal with, because you got random Blanka ball, you got the rainbow ball, you've got his command grab, and then you've got the jump. So there's a lot of stuff for Blanka to play with in his moveset, and this V-skill just adds on to that pile of mental stack for the opponent. Plus, the combos aren't bad either. You can also special cancel the launch when it hits, which is kind of weird. I don't think you can do this on block. Yeah, that would be really stupid. One other important thing to note is that you can actually cancel this into his command dashes. So you could just commit to the crouch, but then not have to commit to like an actual follow-up, or just wait for the crouch recovery to end. You can be really tricky with this, since you can also be building charge while you do this. It is a very tricky V-skill and just adds on to the mental stack that the opponent has to deal with, it makes Blanka even harder to deal with than he already is. Especially when you can fake out the jump. Like instead of going for the jump, you just do like a dash into a jump forward or something. By mixing up all of your tools and using different timings to throw off your opponent, it gets really hard to deal with. Yeah, Blanka V-Skill 1 is pretty good. It's not the greatest tool on its own, but it meshes very well with his kit. And I think that his overall kit is what makes the V-Skill way better in the end. I'll put it like up here. Great synergy with his kit overall. It makes him even more annoying to deal with than he already is, which I know it's hard to believe because it's Blanka. But overall, it's a really solid and reliable utility-based tool. Blanka's V-Skill 2 is this little electric ground shock. You can cancel into it like a special move. It is pretty slow though, so I don't think it actually combos from anything. You can charge it, and like Juri V-Skill 1, you can actually dash cancel the charge and then store it for later. And this charge version is actually really good. For starters, it combos from Stand Heavy Punch with a pretty high launch, so you can get almost anything there. Yeah, that's a really generous launch. And Blanka can always pick it up, even if it's raw. Just Blanka Ball from the entire screen length away, and he gets a pick up there. He can also use it in his medium kick, heavy kick target combo. This is especially useful in the corner, where he can actually get a V-Skill, a charged V-Skill, into another V-Skill. That does pretty good damage and builds quite a bit of V-meter for Blanka, which is very appreciated. I think having this V-Skill does change a lot how Blanka wants to approach neutral, because it does open up conversions for him from basically anywhere on screen. Yeah, at almost its max range, you can convert up to almost its max range. I think Blanka Ball stops being active that far out. Yeah. But at this mid-range, you can kind of harass people, especially characters who don't have good answers to it. Unlike something like a Zangief V-Skill 2, where you do the charge, and then he can dash cancel it to try and bait the opponent or something. This one's actually, like, it's not scary, but it does have a lot more reward for Blanka if he just commits to it with a knockdown. It's also safe on block. And so is the charge version. -4 and +4 respectively. So if he just does this, he's completely safe while getting chip damage and V-meter. But at the same time, if he does get a fully charged V-Skill, that is something you want to worry about. Because one of the best things you can give to a charge character like Blanka are strong confirms that don't require prior charge. Which is why Stand Heavy Punch into V-Skill 2 is so good. So I think this really does change how you want to approach Blanka. It does force him to play a bit differently, but it also forces you to fight against him differently. In the long run, I think that makes this quite an effective V-Skill. It doesn't provide the same overall utility of V-Skill 1, but it does still provide utility. It's just a little different. And I still think that utility is really good, if a bit worse than V-Skill 1. I think it should go... I honestly think it deserves to go pretty close to V-Skill 1. They're not too far off from each other. They both do very different things, but they do those very different things very effectively. So I think you can really pick either one. Maybe it depends on the matchup. I'm not a Blanka expert. But they are both very good options, and they do heavily change how you want to actually approach Blanka. So I think for that reason, they're both pretty good. Sorry if I'm rushing through these characters a bit faster than I have been, but I've been editing this at the same time while I'm recording this, and the video length is a lot longer than I expected so far. So, in consideration for your time, I'm trying not to absolutely bloat it into space. so it's a bit more digestible. I know it's going to be long in the end, but it could be shorter, you know? So, sorry about that, if that's bothering anyone. Falke's V-Skill 1 is a little spin. This is primarily used against fireballs, because it completely nullifies them. This does get a good deal enhanced when she has either V-Trigger up, because when she destroys a fireball with this, she can cancel it into her V-Trigger specials, which kind of helps her zoning game a bit. It does have a physical hitbox, but it's pretty unsafe. Yeah, -10. You can activate off of it though, like with when you destroy fireball. That's +3. That's not bad. Now, on hit, it knocks down, which is good for screen control and forcing your opponent back, but it's not all that great for actual combos. And like with the fireballs, you can extend these combos with V-Trigger, which is pretty nice if you just want to cash out all of your V-meter in one go. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to this V-skill. A lot of characters have anti-fireball V-skills, and out of all of them, this is certainly one of them. I really don't have a whole lot to say about it. It is, if we look at other dedicated anti-fireball V-skills, it is a good deal better than some of these, like Vega V-skill 1, it's significantly better than that. Falke can actually rely on this quite effectively, because it can help her zoning game with V-Trigger, and she can also utilize it in combos. It's one of those situations where it's not the greatest thing ever, but for the role that it fulfills in her kit, it is effective at just that. So although I don't think very highly of it overall in comparison to a lot of these V-skills, it is still very usable, very effective in fireball matchups, so don't sleep on it. Thankfully, there's a lot more to say about her V-skill too. It's a mine, and it will explode eventually if you just let it rock. There are 4 different inputs for it. You can do a standing or a crouching version. And then you could also keep those stationary if you like by holding back. You could let these just explode naturally, but Falke can also detonate them manually by hitting them with any psycho power infused staff moves. Like saying heavy punch, like that. Not every single move will actually detonate the bomb because they won't always reach. So you do have to be mindful of the actual hitboxes. Now, despite it being fairly slow, it's not horrendously hard to get up compared to something like Zeku's V-skill 2. And one of those reasons is because she can cancel into it from her target combo. And she's +14 there. So not only is this an easy way to get it up, she is still plus. She still controls the situation. So if you're gonna lose out a bit of damage by rooting into this target combo, it's not a bad route to take. As for the actual detonation itself, it does always force a knockdown, no matter which normal you use. And this is especially good on block, actually. So you get the bomb out, and then you detonate it with something like a stand heavy punch. +25 there. 25. She can dash in and get a mix-up. Like, she gets that after a dash. She's still plus after the dash. That's insane. Just being able to do that. She's not always going to be able to do that from every range. And some of that does come from the benefit of stand heavy punch hitting later, because the bomb is lower to the ground. So it does depend on what normal and which version of the bomb you actually are using. Like, that was +7 from a range. You're not getting much off that, but having plus frames is always nice and neutral, regardless. And these plus frames are only more pronounced in the corner, where you can very easily get it up after the target combo, and then you're still plus. So you get a full mix-up there. And that's not to say you even have to blow up the bomb manually, like right away. You can go for throws, you can go for shimmies. There really is a lot you can do in terms of setups with this V-skill. And like I said, you don't always have to blow it up immediately. You can do it extended strings like that. Maybe catch them trying to press a button, do a reversal. It is really scary to be on the defense against this, especially in the corner. She gets a lot of chip too. If she doesn't commit to anything, look at that chip I just built up with that sequence. That does a lot of gray damage. So if you just try to thug it all out and block your way through everything, you're still gonna be on the losing end most of the time. Because now she's out here, you're still in the corner, and you just took a bunch of chip. And again, it's not very hard for her to just get this up in neutral if she wants. She can very easily make some distance and then just set it up. The one downside is that this V-skill does go away on hit. So when you do have it up as Falke, you have to be really careful. You have to be really mindful of whatever you're doing if you want to make the most out of the bomb and the opponent's trying to play around it. Because if you get hit once, then it just completely goes away and kills your setup. Even if it's not during the startup, if it's just out and you get hit, it goes away. So you have to be really careful with it. But that weakness is just kind of a small footnote. It's really easy to abuse this whenever you get the chance. That weakness doesn't bring down this V-skill at all in my eyes. I think it is a pretty strong V-skill. Something like this just lets Falke control the neutral in a very, very strong way. Because her neutral's already pretty good. Having that much of a command over neutral once the bomb is out is something not a lot of other characters really have. Even something like Birdie's V-skill 1 can, if he just uses that neutral, that's not going to be as effective as Falke's bomb here. So it's actually going to go pretty high up. I really do think highly of this V-skill. Yeah, it's going all the way up here. It's a really good V-skill. Completely lets her dominate the neutral, lets her dominate you in the corner. Her neutral's better, her pressure's better, and you have to really respect it. Because you can't contest it directly, you have to contest her. So you really do have to respect it. There's no easy way around it. It is that good. I'm not gonna lie, that Chainsaw Man ending kind of stun locked me, and I haven't been able to get any progress on this video in the past like 2 days. So mentally I'm still kind of gone, but thankfully the next character anyway is Cody, and Cody's my main, so I shouldn't have too much trouble with this. I might be the only person on Earth who remembers this, but just in case, does anyone remember when they initially dropped this Virgil costume for Cody? They posted a clip to Twitter, and it was like, they usually do trailers for costumes, right? But it was edited to be like kind of a thirst trap, I think. I don't quite remember. It might have been around Valentine's Day, so they just had some like weird lovey-dovey stuff. If I can find it, I'll put the clip up now.
All you've done will eventually come back to haunt you.
But yeah, that was weird. I know I usually start out with my opponent as Ryu and then change it if I need to later, but I already know what I'm talking about with this V-skill, and we need Cammy for this demonstration. Cody's V-skill 1 is his double kick from Final Fight. This, I don't think it's a stretch to say, this is the single best anti-air in the entire game. It is fully invincible from frame 3 up until, I believe, when the second hitbox ends, because it does hit on both sides. This will cleanly beat out literally any jump in normal. And because it hits on both sides, you can use it to hit any cross-ups as well. Now you can time it really early, so it hits on the second hit, which can be a little tricky. Not always reliable. Or you could just wait for Cody to automatically swap sides, and you just get the first hit. It's a little tricky to time as well. Like that. Yeah, you get the idea. Additionally, this will cleanly beat out any alternative air approaches. So think like a Honda butt slam, or more importantly, a Cammy dive kick. It just cleanly beats it out. Zero effort into this. Consider the fact that with Cody, I think it's highly preferable that you play with a V-skill macro. So this, for all intents and purposes, this is a one-button anti-air. And it will beat literally anything. You can just completely shut down Cammys, Hondas, and the like, who just only rely on stuff like this. So, in terms of hitbox and invincibility, this is the best anti-air in the game. No questions asked. You do get Oki from it too. It's only +4 on grounded hit if they back rise, which is still not bad, but considering it's mainly an anti-air and you're mainly going to be hitting them while they're in the air, you're going to get much better Oki than that. However, this comes at a cost. There is a very, very terrible downside to this V skill because they had to hold it back. They were scared of what it would become. And also, Capcom likes picking and choosing when they're going to be like lore accurate or accurate to the history of their games and characters. This time they were accurate to it, and it's to the detriment of Cody. So, I have Cody's health at 50% here. Watch what happens when I use his V skill. You see how his health goes down, and he gets replaced by some gray damage? Yeah, Cody deals 40 gray damage to himself every time he uses this V skill. He takes damage to use his V skill. That is a terrible downside. Because consider this. Let's say you're just playing neutral, you happen to get an anti-air, and you hit him with the V skill. You try to take your turn back, but whoops, they wake up with an EXDP. We can actually demonstrate that. Cammy's EXDP normally only does 160 damage. You know, that's like average EXDP damage. But because of Cody's V skill, he's taking that 40 extra damage because he tried to push his advantage and got hit. So he's actually taking 200 damage there. That is like the most unappealing downside to maybe anything in this game ever. Like, there are plenty of good tools in this game that have their drawbacks. They have weaknesses, so they aren't spammed or overused or just kind of used brainlessly. They require a lot of thought. But because this is primarily an anti-air, they kind of just had to give it the worst compensation imaginable, and that you take extra damage for just anti-airing. Now, obviously, they're not going to EXDP every time you try to push your advantage here. But with that being said, it prevents Cody from being able to use it as effectively. Because the beauty of this is you can stop a Cammy dive kick with the press of a button, no questions asked. Cody, he can't really do that with his other anti-air, his stand heavy punch. That's not as consistent. So against a Cammy dive kick, you want this. If you can't use this because you've been building up gray damage, then what do? There's one last kind of funny thing about this. It has a built-in target combo from his forward heavy kick. And despite you not using it in that context for like its primary use of anti-airing, you're not using it for the invincibility, which is the entire draw. Even if you use it in that target combo, you still take the ray damage. So this might be the most worthless target combo in the game. Unless the next hit is going to build like your V-trigger and you activate the hit after that, after your knockdown. That is the only context I can see that reasonably being used. Otherwise, you're better off just not doing anything. Like, after an EX Ruffian, why would you ever do that when you could just do that? Or mid-screen, you could do that. It might actually be the most worthless target combo in the game. So I have very conflicting feelings about this V skill. Don't get me wrong, the upsides to this are phenomenal, and it actually makes him pretty competent in otherwise difficult matchups, especially Cammy. But that downside of taking damage for using it, even if it's recoverable damage, that's just awful. I guess it prevents him from spamming it too much, but even then, that just sucks, man. I think despite the downside, it's still actually pretty good. Like, let me just get this out of the way. I still use this V skill consistently, despite the downside. It being the best anti-air in the game at the press of a single button is just insane. Even with that horrendous downside. So I think it doesn't deserve to go too high. I know I was harsh on it, but I still use this in a lot of matchups. It is very annoying to use sometimes because of the gray damage, but I can't lie. Without this V skill, I think I would just like forfeit against any and all Cammy players. I'm not gonna lie. His V skill too is Crime Sway. There's a standing and a crouching version, where he sways into the background, The standing version dodges standing attacks, and the crouching version dodges crouching attacks. It's not like highs, mids, and lows. It's more based on like the hitbox positioning. So if you're crouching, you gotta use this. If they're standing, you gotta use this. They both have follow-ups. The standing version has a punch. This punch can be special cancelled for more damage. However, it can't be cancelled on block. And on block, it is pretty unsafe. -7, and you're not spacing that. Most situations, you're going to dodge something and then hit them with it anyway, so most of the time this isn't going to be blocked, but still, that is very important to note. However, on the other side of things, the crouching sway has a kick follow-up, and this follow-up is actually very safe on block. It's only -6. Look at how far that reached too. Look at that. Only -6, and it has decent pushback too. I don't think anyone in the game can punish this outside of like supers and stuff. So this is a really good poke to use in neutral. This is pretty quick to use out of his dodge. It's not like a Vega V skill 2 where you're not going to really reliably space that because of the long startup. But you can pretty easily do it with this V skill. And this version doesn't special cancel, but it does knock down. Now the main appeal of this is that it goes through fireballs. Very clean, very easy. It just goes through fireballs. You almost always want to use the low sweep for this. The high sweep can work, but you gotta be a little more careful with it, especially because of the range. But the crouching sway actually has extended fireball invincibility on the follow-up attack, as you can see. Like when I try to do the standing follow-up, I get clipped. If I do the crouching one, I'm completely fine. And that is a really good tool for Cody, because before this, he had no good answer to fireballs. Like, his best answer to fireballs was spending an EX meter and using his own fireball. That was the best he could muster against fireballs, so this is really appreciated. As you can probably imagine, there are a lot of random strings, moves, frame traps that he can just sway his way through. Like, take for instance, Ryu's crouch medium kick into fireball. All Shotos do this. It's a very safe buffer tool, and it gives decent reward on hit. Let's say Ryu's doing that in neutral. Cody can completely interrupt that string and get a fat punish for it. And this is true for a lot of pressure strings that end in fireballs too. Cody just completely negates some characters' offense. Granted, this isn't brainless or anything. It does actually take a pretty extensive matchup knowledge. You gotta know what common strings your opponent uses per character and per player. And then you gotta know what sways you can get accordingly. So while this is a really good tool just all around to use, I will say it is pretty hard to get a hang of. It does take a lot of matchup knowledge to actually utilize properly. But if you're committed, you can make this one of the scariest V skills in the game. There's a bit of extra stuff you can do with it too. First of all, he still has his target combo from forward heavy kick, but because he doesn't take gray damage, it's actually worth using. And that's pretty nice because you can hit confirm this. It's not something you want to throw out all the time, because if you whiff this, you're gonna die. It's not really the most rewarding thing ever either. But it is really good. And you can use it as a combo ender if you want to as well. If you prefer building V-meter and some Oki as opposed to just damage. You can also juggle into it. And get another special after that. That really ups his damage actually. 236 before. 280 after. And you have to consider that from this V-skill follow-up, you can get certain things that isn't possible just from an EX Ruffian. Mainly his level 2 Zonk. So if you have a level 2 Zonk charge and you're near the corner, then his EX Ruffian confirm from, let's say, a Crouch Medium Punch, it goes from 236 damage to 324. That is a huge increase. There are some characters you can also get this mid-screen with as well. I believe Chun is one of them. A lot of the fatter hurtbox characters. This isn't even limited to just defense and combos. You can still use it as like a tricky offensive tool as well. Primarily, you can use it to blow up V reversals. Cody's pressure is already pretty good. Like for example, a stand medium kick. This is a +3 normal. He's going to be pushing this all day. So it's very common for people to try V reversal against it. But if you just wait for the V reversal, you react to it, you just press V skill behind it, and you can punish them for it. You get almost 200 damage there. You're punishing a V reversal. That's insane. One final little tidbit is, I believe it is possible for you to use this V skill as an anti-air in the same vein as V skill 1, but it is very hard. Like, if you want to go into the Cammy matchup and use this, you can theoretically use this to avoid her dive kick, but you really got to be on the top of your game for it. It's not an easy thing to do. It is possible, but it is very hard. So theoretically, you could use this in matchups even where V-Skill 1 is preferred. Now, I don't think there's any question about it. This is one of the best V-Skills in the game. It is pretty similar to Akuma's V-Skill 1, actually, in terms of utility. Now, it is a little bit different. I think Akuma gets a lot more use out of his in just basic neutral interactions, but depending on the situation, Cody gets a lot of mileage out of his. I'm honestly tempted. I don't think it goes up here. I don't think it's quite as versatile as something like Akuma V-Skill 1. What Cody's V-Skill 2 does, like the things that they do similarly, I do think Cody's V-Skill 2 does excel a bit more in those areas, but Akuma's V-Skill 1 still has it beat in terms of overall utility. So this is it's a very good V-Skill. Honestly, Cody kind of blew up when he got it, but overall this is a very good V-Skill. I don't think its function as a theoretical anti-air against stuff like Cammy Dive Kick makes V-Skill 1 any worse. Because I'll be honest, there are a lot of times where you want to use V-Skill 1 just as a brainless option. Like, let's say for instance you're fighting Zangief. Zangief doesn't have a whole lot of stuff you actually want to sway with V-Skill 2. So in a matchup like that, I personally prefer using V-Skill 1, just because that takes a huge load off of my mental stack. I don't have to worry about him jumping at all, because I have a one-button answer to anything he can do in the air. So I don't think V-Skill 2's usage as a hypothetical anti-air really is a huge deterrent to V-Skill 1. You should still pick V-Skill 1 if you're more comfortable within some matchups. But V-Skill 2 is overall just so insanely good. G's V-Skill 1 is this giant orb. Its primary use is it can absorb fireballs. This used to be one of the undisputed best answers to fireballs in the game, because every time you do this, G builds V meter, but they did nerf it in one of the last few patches, so it is a little more precise with the actual fireball absorbing, but it is still very good at it. This V-Skill also has a hitbox. You can hit opponents with it, and this is actually optimal for some of his combos. In neutral, you're going to be buffering into his EX Smash Overlot from his lights, which then gives you a juggle. You could just go for something like that, but you could also incorporate his V-Skill into it, get a bit more damage and a lot better Oki. There are a lot of various combos where it is more optimal to do the V-Skill than anything else. His level 2 command grabs are quite strong. And if you want to, you can incorporate his V-Skill into combos here as well. I don't believe it's a huge damage increase. I actually think it lowers the damage a bit, but being able to build V meter on offense is quite good. Another important thing is that it actually gives him, I think, his longest knockdown without sacrificing damage or anything. If you want to go for his normal bread and butter in the corner, this actually gives him enough time to get a level up and still have a good Oki. We're still plus 12 there. Without his V-Skill in the corner, I don't actually think there's a good route for him to go into that gives him decent damage while also giving him time to level up. He can get a stand heavy kick. I don't think he can really get any specials here. Yeah, his combo options are really limited there, actually. So you kind of really want the V-skill for situations like that, so you can still use his buffers to their fullest. Yeah, that's really important. It also can anti-air. I guess I'll show that off. It's a pretty good anti-air too. Can hit cross-ups. I wouldn't really say it's necessarily the best anti-air. You can get combos off of it if they're high enough, which is nice. But G already has a pretty good anti-air in the form of his crouch heavy punch. It can also hit cross-ups. Not as deep as his V-skill. Okay, maybe as deep as his V-skill. So he doesn't really need this as an anti-air, but it is nice to have regardless. The last thing about this V-skill is that in his V-Trigger 1, this becomes maybe the best projectile in the game. It's just a giant orb that flows at you. And it has the starting up hitbox too, so you can still anti-air from this. So that's really strong. It is also just pretty much uncontestable as a projectile as itself. I believe this is like 3 projectile hits. No one can really contest that. And also the hitbox is huge, so what are you going to do about it? It also makes everything in his V-Trigger safe, because his V-Trigger works is it levels all of his specials up, and then it lets him do cancels into his other specials. His V-skill's a part of that, and the V-skill on block is only -2. So you can just do something like this. It's completely non-committal, because you can just cancel into the V-skill. And that's incredibly strong. Overall, his V-skill 1, it's not particularly... Like, I wouldn't say it's super strong in any area, but G appreciates what it does a lot. One more thing I want to mention about his V-skill 1. We have Sagat here to demonstrate. On tall characters, G can actually get an instant overhead with his V-skill 1, because he can use it in the air. And generally, this isn't very useful, but he can cancel into it from his jump light kick. So on tall characters, you can actually use that to get an instant overhead. Like that. You do a fuzzy guard like that. There's only a few characters that works on, but in the matchups where it does work, that is a really, really good tool to have. It deals with fireballs, it anti-airs, and it ends a lot of his most common combos. So it's not insane by any means, but I do think pretty highly of it. I'm a little mixed on rating it too high, just based on the V-Trigger 1 buffs it gets, because I feel like that's more of the trigger and not the skill itself, but it is still the skill regardless. I'm going to put it... I'll put it right here. I think that's a good spot for it. It is a very reliable tool for G. He makes the most out of it, even if it isn't the most broken thing in the world. G's V-Skill 2 is a taunt of sorts. You can do it up to 3 times, and it'll stack up to the 3rd time. And what this does is for every time he taunts, he gets an extra 10% damage reduction on the next hit he takes. And this effect doesn't go away until he's knocked down. So if you see in the bottom left, the V-Skill icon is currently glowing. And Ryu can hit me all he wants, but that V-Skill buff isn't going away until I'm actually knocked down. And as I said, this stacks, so if you do 2 taunts, it's 20% damage reduction. 3 taunts, it's 30%, and it doesn't go higher after this. This is a really solid defensive V-Skill. If you're just trying to play the long game, especially if you're trying to zone with his fireballs and get to level 3 as quickly as possible, you can very easily just do his level 3 fireball into a taunt, and there's not really any way to contest that. Because he's -11, but look where he is. There's no way to contest that unless you jump beforehand. So if that's your preferred way of playing G, by all means go ahead and do that. But the utility of it stops there. That's all it does. Now, even during V-Trigger 1, you just lose out on the utility of V-Skill 1. It still gets a buff, and you can still cancel into it if you want to. But the only buff it gets is armor. So, and who really cares, okay? It got armor, woo, big whoop. So it's a really good defensive option, but that's it. There's not much more to say about it. It'll reduce damage if you get it up. If you get knocked down, it goes away. So you gotta carefully pick and choose your openings. But the only reliable way, the only consistent way you're actually gonna get this up, you're gonna get meaningful use out of it, is if you play G in a really slow, methodical, zoner way. And that's not really everyone's cup of tea, so I don't really blame them. I mean, it's alright. I think the only time you ever see this V-skill used is against Zangief. Zangief has actually zero counter to this. It turns, like, G versus Zangief was already, like, one of the worst matchups in the game. One of the most one-sided matchups in the game. This V-skill makes it even more one-sided for G. He just mops the floor with Zangief. But other than that, I don't really think you ever see this used. So I do unfortunately have to put it a little low. I'm going to put it down here. It's not entirely useless, but I think his V-Skill 1, the overall utility it provides, is really hard to pass up on. Even in the few matchups where you might want to use V-Skill 2, I think V-Skill 1, you just want to go with it all the way. So G's V-Skill 2, it's usable, especially in the Zangief matchup, so you ever run to Zangief, have fun. Sagat's V-Skills are both very simple. His V-Skill 1, it's an install. It powers up his next Tiger Uppercut. It gives it more damage and more juggle potential. For instance, in the corner, you can't get juggles after that, unless you spend a bar on EX. But if you have his Angry charge up, now you can juggle from it. And this is Sagat we're talking about. His whole thing is throwing fireballs and trying to make you jump. So obviously, if he has this up, and he catches you just jumping, he's gonna take a huge chunk of your health away for that. I mean, what else do you really want me to say about it? What else is there to say about it? It's an install, powers up his next CP, so either your next anti-air, or your next combo involving a DP, it's gonna do more damage. And there are some specific combos you can get thanks to the higher juggle potential of the DP, and that's about it. There's not much to say about this one. That doesn't mean it's bad, far from it. Sagat actually really likes it because it just rewards him for doing what he's already doing. So in that sense, it's a pretty solid V-skill. I'd honestly put that above Alex's V-skill 1 if I had to. You know what? I do kind of have to. I'm going to put that above Alex's V-skill 1. Yeah, I think I'll just put it there. So Sagat's V-skill 2, just another install, but this time to his knee instead of his DP. The main difference you'll see is actually the frame data. Now normally, his light knee is -5, but with this up, it goes down to 0. So it's a +5 increase on all of his knees. His medium and heavy are both -7. So that's a pretty big increase to go to -2. And obviously, this means it's a lot better when you space them. +6. Wow. He's +5 from there. +5, doing a heavy knee from mid-screen, he's +5. Jeez, dude. And this is true for the EX version as well. If he spaces this out, he's +8. He's +8 there. That's a mid-screen jump scare. Jeez. That is an amazing option to have in neutral. Now in terms of combos, I don't actually think they changed too much. The main difference isn't really the damage or the juggles themselves, it's actually the Oki you get from them. Because not only do these increase the frame data, but they increase the Oki as well. So heavy knee, it does have some juggles into it. So you can actually pretty reliably get that up, but you do have to walk a decent distance. You're +17, but it's not the best position to be in actually. However, if you have his V-skill up, it plops him down right in front of Sagat. +21 after a dash. He can do whatever he wants here. That's insane. Even his medium knee too. Normally that's +13. +22. That's pretty much the same knockdown as the heavy. And he can do this from lights. Yeah. He can do that medium knee from lights. So he gets all that corner carry and that knockdown from a light confirm. That's insane. That is genuinely insane for Sagat to have. So while his damage output isn't going to be as explosive as with V-Skill 1, it is at least more consistent because of the Oki. The Sagat's not typically a pressure-heavy monster, but this V-Skill kind of makes him one. It's pretty reminiscent of his vanilla Street Fighter 4 version where he could just keep spamming light knees and you couldn't do anything about it. And they also doubled down on his knees in Street Fighter 6. He really wants to space it in that game, and you're rewarded for doing stuff like stand blocking, for punishing unsafe knees. I think this is where that really started, because but the big difference is the spacing is so much easier. Like, they may not go as far as in Street Fighter 6, but like, they really need to? Like, you're +5 from mid-screen. Yeah. What more can I say? I think this is a lot better than his V-Skill 1. His V-Skill 1 just makes him better at doing stuff that he's already good at, but this V-Skill actually makes him good at stuff that he wasn't really before. So I think in most matchups you want to pick it. His V-Skills aren't really matchup dependent because they're installs, but I think this is a lot better than his V-Skill 1. It's going to go up here. I think it's that good. I think it's a very good V-Skill, especially for Sagat. It just completely changes the way you have to approach fighting him. This costume is the most that Azur's Wrath has gotten since the game came out. Kage's V-Skill 1 is like a very, very watered down focus attack. Charge it, hits. On hit, you can dash cancel it, and this gives you a juggle into DP, I believe? Yeah. This is unsafe on block though, so you do have to kind of wait and see and confirm it. Because normally, if you charge it, it's only -2, on charge -6. But if you dash cancel it, it becomes -4. So although it's not like a super large window that you can hit confirm like with a crouch medium kick, it is just kind of something you have to look for. You have to read the moment and see if it's going to hit and then act accordingly. Because it's only -6 uncharged, you can kind of use it at this range as like a weird counter poke, kind of like Akuma's V-Skill 1 against like mid-range fireballs and stuff. It's not the best at it, and I believe... So it does have 1 hit of armor, but I don't think it armors lows. Yeah, so it won't armor lows, so it's not actually the best, like, mid-range counter-poking tool. It's just an option, especially for characters who have bigger buttons and don't necessarily rely on lows. It's useful for that. I made the comparison to Akuma's V-Skill 1 earlier, and you can kind of use it on offense in a similar way against V-reversals, actually. Something like that you can do. It is pretty difficult to time. This has Ryu doing the V-reversal immediately. There's no delay to it. 99% of the time, players are going to be delaying it by a little bit. Sometimes they intentionally delay it to bait your next attack. And that actually helps the V-Skill in this scenario because he can't cancel into it. And moves with longer block stun, like more plus buttons, are harder to actually get the V-Skill up before. I don't think he can do it after his crouch medium punch, despite it being +3, because the armor isn't frame 1. So if they do a delayed V-reversal, this should work. You do kind of have to read it though. So you do have to kind of read it and anticipate it. It's not like Akuma where you can kind of option select it more reliably, because he can cancel into it. Kage's you just kind of gotta do a button and then wait. So on offense, it is kind of like a pseudo Akuma V-Skill 1. It's just not as good. Now his V-Trigger 1 actually enhances both of his V-Skills, so there are some times where I'm on the fence about including V-Trigger power-ups in terms of talking about the V-Skills and them heavily weighing in on the V-Skills placement with each other. But because this powers up both V-Skills, I think it does warrant a bit of discussion compared to most characters. So the first perk, a lot more range. Second perk you might have seen, it's only 0 on block, up from -6. So you just do this from this far out. You're in their face. And you're 0. And Kage does have a 3 frame. I believe it's his crouch light punch. So if they mash, the best he can do is force a trade, but it's better than, you know, losing. And because he has an EXTP, you can get the mind game here of just that into EXTP if you want. Now if you charge it, it becomes +6, and he's right in your face. I believe this is enough time for him to actually shimmy. Yeah. So he's not exactly point blank in your face, and because of Kage's really good walk speed, he can get a really reliable shimmy here. Or he could just go for an immediate button and just beat you like that. It's not even like a situation where you kind of gotta bait your opponent into staying in place, because there isn't a whole lot you can really do about this. Does this still lose to lows in V-Trigger? It does. Okay, that kind of sucks. But even then, them having to use a well-timed low to beat this, that's asking a lot. So I think this is still pretty reliable to just kind of throw out. Now on hit, it still just knocks down. But if you charge it, you get a full crumple. Chances are this isn't happening though. And the off chance it does happen, like if you predict a fireball at mid-range here, that is a lot of damage. It's very rewarding in that specific scenario. And one last perk, you can actually cancel into it from any of his V-Trigger cancelable normals and specials. So, he has some pretty solid buttons. A lot of them are pretty stubby, to be fair, but his stand medium kick especially, this can low crush, and it combos. So you can just do that, and get a confirm from that. That's really good. If you get this on crush counter, this can lead to some of his more devastating combos. Usually Kage is a pretty meter-heavy character. He has to spend a lot of meter to get a lot of his more optimal stuff. But if you just get a good opening like that, he can cash out with his super at the end there too for good damage. With the right opening, you can get really good damage at the cost of no meter. That's about it for Z Skill 1. I think it's pretty good. It is fairly similar to Akuma's V Skill 1 in some situations, but I don't think that really elevates it too much. It is still distinctly different. It offers Kage some decent mid-range presence because his buttons are really stubby and he doesn't really have a good fireball. It is good for that. You do have to be careful about spacing. But overall, this is a pretty good V-Skill, especially if you consider the enhancements in V-Trigger 1. I do think this is a pretty solid V-Skill. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. His V-Skill 2 is weird because it is distinctly different in terms of animation, but it's actually kind of similar in the use cases where you want to use it. So it's this little hop. You can hold forward to make it go further, and on hit, it's only +1, which means on counter hit, you can get a combo. Yeah. More importantly, on block, it's only -2. So because of the hop, you actually can use it in this mid-range to kind of cover Kage's dead zones. Kind of similar to V-Skill 1. It is just different in terms of like actual use. This doesn't have a huge hurtbox problem like with Ken's V-Skill 2. You can't just like snipe him out of the air with this with whatever normal. This is actually very good for contesting normals in the mid-range, especially lows. Yeah, it actually can be used in the neutral to beat other moves, unlike Ken V-Skill 2. Now what makes this being -2 so good is that when you use it, you're not in immediate danger of a throw mix-up or anything, because you're not point blank. Even if you use this right in their face, you're not in immediate danger of a throw mix-up. You're only -2. So the opponent actually can't do a whole lot to take advantage of this here. You can really just kind of throw this out in neutral and hope for the best. It's kind of an unga-bunga move. Another cool thing is you can confirm this from his forward heavy punch target combo. Before, you can't do this with V-Skill 1, so you just do that. You do get pretty good Oki, but adding this on top of it just gives more damage, it gives V-meter, and it still gives really good Oki. So it rewards you a lot more if you fish for this a lot when you play Kage. Now in terms of what V-Trigger 1 gives him with this, it turns it into a power dunk. This is still only -2 on block, so very safe. But on hit, you get a juggle. It's a heavy DP at that, so that's really good damage. So you can kind of just throw this out in the neutral if you want and hope for the best. But this does have some more use in his actual combos because you can cancel into it from some of his EX moves like EX Fireball and EX Tatsu. So that does pretty significantly enhance his damage. And because of that, you actually can technically use it in the air. If they jump, you can kind of call it out with like something like that and get really good damage compared to a normal just DP anti-air. You can't technically do like cash out combos if you want. Yeah, you can spend a lot of EX. What really sucks about it is the juggle count gets used up really quickly. So a lot of the time you are forced to spend EXCP at the end, which does hurt these a lot. With Kage though, and if you're using V-Trigger 1 already, it is kind of a style over substance V-Trigger. You do have to be spending like a lot of resources just for these basic enhancements. Like you have to spend 1 bar there and a use of your V-Trigger, which eats at the timer pretty significantly. I think at most you can get 3 uses of this if you just use it right away, but most of the time you're only getting 2, which sucks. So you can get some really good enhancements, but a lot of it does require you to use 2 and even up to 3 bars, which really hurts its utility overall. So I'm not a huge fan of this V-skill, but I don't think it's bad. I think this and V-skill 1 both kind of fill a dead zone in Kage's neutral because of his stubby limbs, which is pretty nice. It kind of just depends on what you prefer, the smaller nuances with it, and how they deal with actually navigating the neutral. And the V-trigger enhancements are nice, but they do usually require a lot of meters, so it's kind of up to you what you want. Kage's V-system is pretty balanced as a whole, even if it isn't the greatest ever. So you can get away with both. They're both pretty solid options. Honda's V-skill 1 is pretty interesting. It's this little clap. You can cancel into it like a special move. It is only +3 on hit, so you can't really link after it, but it is useful in some juggles, like his Light Punch, Medium Punch target combo. And more importantly, you can cancel into it like a special move and then cancel out of it into other special moves. Like that. As a charge character, I think that's actually a pretty huge thing to have, because one of the things that plagues a lot of charge characters is very, like, time-intensive, quick, spur-of-the-moment punishes that they can't really make full use out of. And what this does, for something like this, is it gives Honda more time to charge. So if, I don't know, if you're like at this range, you block something from Ryu like a sweep, and you weren't really holding down back already, you just block it in time for the sweep. You don't really have time to get like a stand heavy punch into a headbutt, but you can do stand heavy punch clap, which will give you more time to charge and actually get that headbutt. So maybe not that example specifically, but you get the idea. It gives Honda a lot more time to get reaction punishes that are actually meaningful instead of just like a sweep or something. Especially from some like less meaningful punishes, like from his target combo, it does open up the reward a lot here. And you can spend meter if you want to extend and get better Oki too. So it does open up a lot of combo opportunities for Honda just in the moment-to-moment gameplay, which I think is very valuable. One other thing this does is it actually nullifies projectiles. And from that, you can cancel into like his headbutt or something. So you can kind of get a weird, like, not like an actual punish, but kind of like a Cammy V-skill 1 situation where you get rid of the fireball or bypass it, and then you put pressure on them afterwards. And Honda is Honda, so you can get like, I don't know, a butt slam. His options after this aren't the best, but because he's Honda, there's not a lot you can do about it if he's actually at like a viable range to abuse like a well-spaced headbutt. It just makes Honda more annoying to deal with in neutral. I wouldn't say it completely like negates his weakness to fireballs, because if you're like further away, there's not a whole lot you can do. Heavy headbutt goes the furthest, but it's still pretty unsafe. You can butt slam, I guess, but that can still be anti-aired. You do also have to be preemptively charging the butt slam, which is annoying. But it is an option. I will say, despite the combo utility being very nice, Honda's overall kit does not synergize with it super well for two reasons. One, he has like no special cancelable moves. Like, you can't special cancel stand medium punch, not crouch medium punch, not crouch medium kick. You can cancel stand medium kick, but that has no range. You have to be super close for that. Can't cancel crouch medium punch. Can't cancel stand heavy kick. His options are just very limited. His only special cancels are lights, stand medium kick, and stand heavy punch. And at some ranges, these can even whiff. If you're just like not close enough, it can just whiff like that and just completely screw over your whole punish. So although the tool is good, I don't actually think Honda's really built to use it to its fullest. This V-skill has, when it works, it is very impressive and honestly a very valuable tool for Honda to have. But those downsides and just the overall lack of synergy with his kit is really disappointing. It makes it really hard to use in a lot of scenarios. And because of those downsides, I actually don't think too highly of it, honestly. I'll put it down here. I do think what it does is very good. It's just Honda kinda sucks. That's the problem. The V-skill's good, Honda is not great. So Honda's V-skill 2 is an install to his hands. It increases the damage, and I believe it increases the frame advantage on hit, but not block. So that's +3. That's +4. So you actually can maybe get a link out of it, I think. No? Okay, well, that's just a Honda problem, I guess. This is true for all versions of hands, though. Like, medium is +3, but with the boost, it goes to +4. And then heavy, +2, +4. And unlike light hands, you can actually probably get a combo there. Okay, that doesn't combo? That's weird. I guess you have to do another version of hands. That kind of is... That's kind of really annoying. Okay, I suck at Honda. Thank the Lord whoever decided to make the Street Fighter 6 inputs for this quarter circle back, because mash inputs are actually maybe the worst kind of input in any Street Fighter game, honestly. I hate it. I hate it. But good Honda players can get a pickup from that. And as for the EX version, it goes from +4 to +6. I believe that's enough to get a stand medium kick. Yeah, that's pretty good. So it generally helps his pressure because you're going to be using hands a lot anyway. So on hit, you can pick up some conversions. But I think the actual main selling point of this is it lets him cancel into hands from almost any normal. Actually, I think every normal, honestly. So normally Honda has like 4 usable special cancels. But if you get this up, I did it a bit earlier, but you can cancel from stuff like stand heavy kick. Like, you can literally cancel from everything, even sweep if you wanted, for whatever reason, so you can kind of just poke from afar with the sweep and then just make it safe. You can do a crouch medium kick into hands. You can even do his super long range forward heavy kick into hands. And Honda's buttons are not terribly good, so this actually gives him a way stronger presence. Just in the general poking game, pressure game, it's so good for him just because he can throw out some of his better buttons that generally don't give him a lot and just get way more off of it now. So although it is kind of just a simple install, something like Urien V-skill 2, it has the same strengths as that, where you're Honda, you're going to be using hands a lot, so just the fact that you can get more reward out of those random hands is very meaningful. It ups his combo damage, and it improves his poking game quite considerably, actually. I don't think Honda's too great overall, but he's still Honda. He's gonna be like an annoying prick in the neutral with random headbutts and hands. So this kind of makes him way better at what he's already good at, which I think is pretty significant. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable putting it like up here. Honda really appreciates a tool like this. It's really good. I don't think I have to spend too much time on Poison's V-skills. Her V-skill 1 is a little swing. You can adjust the distance it travels, although not by much. Like, this is me holding back during it. See how I stop right in front of the blue line? If I hold forward during it, I go barely in front of the blue line, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. The main appeal of this is it goes through fireballs pretty reliably. Yep. You do have to be kind of close, but it's honestly pretty consistent. And then on hit, you can see it knocks for you down. I believe that's a free juggle state, so you can get a normal if you're close enough. You can't just do jump heavy kick, I believe, for a knockdown. Yeah. So if nothing else, you at least get a knockdown from that you can capitalize on. If for some reason the opponent blocks this, it is kind of variable how plus or minus this is. Like, that was -6 because it hit from very far out. That was -4. But then again, you can just do a normal on the way down, like a normal jump in. So if for some reason they don't anti-air this, or you're just like late on a fireball punish and they have to block, you do get pressure from that, which is nice. More about the knockdown itself. If you're close enough, you can get like jump medium kick or jump medium punch, and then get something after that. I do think you have to spend meter here though, because I think her juggle potential is pretty limited on like all of her specials. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't have a whole lot of options to juggle there. She either has to do this, or she has to do that. Both of which cost meter. They are good options though. Give her either good corner carry or good Oki, like this especially. Knocks him down right in front of Poison. Like, if that's really your only option there, that's not a bad option to have. Plus 11 and they're like right in front of you, yeah. You can cancel into this like a special move actually. And some Poison's combos can be rather limiting. Like, a lot of them are basic, just like a button, 2 buttons into a special. But you can cancel into V-skill instead and get a lot more corner carry. Some of these do sacrifice damage for the corner carry. Like some of her stand heavy punch roots. Roots from this. Like, even if you consider the meter cost, I think from stand heavy you can do like... That did 291. Yeah, that did 272. So for some of these bigger conversions, you are losing some damage in favor of corner carry and V-meter. You build V-meter whenever this hits. But then again, you are Poison, so if you're walking them to the corner like that, you kind of want that over damage. It's not like the damage difference is too huge anyway. You're not losing a whole lot, and you're getting some good returns regardless. So yeah, there's not really a whole lot to this V-skill. If you really want to cash out, you can cancel into it from EX heal. But then again, the launch is so high, you can't really do anything with it. Like there, I launched them higher with the jump medium kick, but that doesn't open up any new juggles. Like, she still has to spend meter there if she wants an actual juggle. It's not like a problem of her options being too slow. It's an option of them costing meter or not. So she still has to spend more meter here. So you still kind of just have to do a normal. You can't even get like her air target combo. That kind of sucks. I mean, it's an option. It's not a really good option because you're just spending more meter that you didn't really need to. But it's there, I guess, if you really want to cash out. I don't know if you could tell by the tone of my voice at the end there, but I'm not a huge fan of her V-Skill 1. And it's not like it entirely matters because, spoiler alert, her V-Skill 2 is absolutely broken. So I don't really even think there's a whole lot of a reason to pick this, even in like Fireball matchups. The enhanced combo conversions it gives her for the Cornicary, those are nice, but they're not needed. It's not an absolute necessity for Poison to have that. So I don't think too highly of this. I don't think it's down here in the trenches, but it's gonna go over here just because it is kind of a basic Fireball punish tool, but it does have a bit more utility than that. So it's going here for now. With her V-Skill 2, there's only one thing I need to show off to just get my point across on why this is one of the most broken things in the game. If you see my Street Fighter V is broken video, and you remember, this V-Skill made an appearance in that video. I'm showcasing the same exact thing from that video, because it is one of the dumbest things in this entire game. So here's a cool fact. Poison's Crouch Medium Punch. This is one of the best anti-air normals in the entire game. Side note, what is that proximity block range? What is this? You see how Ryu's like going into block there? Are you kidding me? Dude, what? What? Like, her actual pokes don't even have that much range. Why is her Crouch Medium Punch like this? Okay, I don't know if that's good or not. Alright, sure. Anyway, this is one of the best anti-air normals in the entire game. You can use it when they're so deep in their jump. The worst you'll get is a trade. But you can use it so late, dude. Look at that. That's absurd. You can use it so late into their jump. Anyway, here's another cool fact. Her V-Skill 2 is a cartwheel. You see how she just flips forward? It's pretty cool, right? So she can actually cancel into this like a special move, like her V-Skill 1. Lo and behold, her Crouch Medium Punch is special cancelable. Are you starting to see the picture now? Do you get it? Through an act of God, if you finally manage to corner Poison, and you have the audacity to jump at her ever, even once, and you mistime it, or you made a wrong read, she's out. She's safe. You gotta corner her all over again. She's completely safe. She anti-airs you, she swaps sides, and she's plus. Why? Why does a character like Poison have a tool like this? Just why? I don't know if I made it clear enough or not, but I hate this character with every fiber of my being. So I might be a little biased in this decision, but that is one of the stupidest things in this entire game. I haven't even touched on the rest of what it can do. First of all, it's great for Oki. Let's say you get a basic confirm like that. You can do her V-Skill after that for Oki. You're +5 there. Granted, you're not in their face, but +5 is +5. The alternative is doing a dash and you're +20 from out here. So take your pick. It has a follow-up, this launcher. You can combo into this launcher from a few things. One of these things is her EX heal, like V-Skill 1. But the main difference is you can get like actual juggles after this that don't cost meter. And you still get insane corner carry. Look at how far that carried them. Like, V-Skill 1's corner carry is probably like marginally better than that. But not by a lot. You're still getting a ton of corner carry out of this, and you're not sacrificing damage. That's the thing, you're not sacrificing damage for this, like with V-Skill 1. In fact, you're getting more damage. This is so stupid. Plus, if you have her V-Trigger 1, which, why wouldn't you? It's her V-Trigger 1. You're never using V-Trigger 2 with this character. You can do the Molotov toss into the V-Skill. So this opens up a few things. First one is Oki. Let's say you get something like this. Look, now you're +1 and they have a burning carpet under them. So you're just getting chip on them for free. Alternatively, you could just combo into the V-skill follow-up, and depending on your spacing, you get a side swap. You know, because that's the one thing that Poison was in dire need of. She needed another side swap, but it needed to be a conventional combo tool at the same time. You know, that's the one thing she was missing. Moves like this are really interesting, because you just have to imagine like the balance team sitting down at a table and discussing, okay guys, we're adding V-skill 2s for everyone. Everyone gets a second V-skill. Now what's the most unhealthy toxic thing we can give to Poison? Oh, a free side swap and combo tool that carries you halfway across the screen while doing extra damage at the same time? That's a good idea. Why don't we add that? I promise you this is not just my biased hate towards this character. This V-skill is genuinely this good, and it makes Poison maybe the worst character to fight against in this entire game. I'm dead serious. In the grand scheme of Street Fighter V, I think Lucia may be one of the most forgotten characters. But I gotta give her props. The universal tracksuit outfit that they gave to everyone, it undeniably looks the best on her. I gotta give it up to her. I think Lucia might have one of the most underwhelming selections for her V system in the entire game. It's not even like the worst, it's kind of just the most bland. Like her V skill 1 is a flurry of kicks. This is the whole move. She can cancel into it like a special move. And as you can see, it is +2 on hit. That's a good Oki situation. She does like this as a combo ender, because she can combo into it from lights. So she can do like one of her bread and butters, and then end it with this. You can't really go for like a whole mix up here, but it is, you are at like the perfect distance to do a shimmy throw mix, which is pretty good. The C skill is pretty minus. It's -4, but she like actively pushes herself forward to make it easier to punish. Like on whiff, the final hit doesn't even come out, but on block, it still comes out. And she's just -4 in your face, so you can probably always punish that. I can't really see a scenario where that is impossible to punish by any character. She can activate her V-trigger off of it, and that's actually a really good activation tool. It doesn't have the most range, but Lucia's walk speed is quite respectable, so she can kind of just, and now she's +14, so that, I think this is one of her go-to activation options. And on hit, it does give her combos. I showed this earlier, but one of the nicest things about this V-skill is the fact that you can combo into it from lights, because it also cancels into super. So this gives Lucia a light confirm into her super. Her other combo enders are like that. You can't cancel into super from that. She can't land like a juggle into it either. Her combo options are pretty limited from lights, so the fact that she can reliably use it to cash out like that is actually really valuable. But other than that, this V-skill doesn't do a whole lot. It's kind of just a combo tool. It's a combo tool that you also use to activate V-trigger off of. That's it. There's one more thing. She has a run special with a few follow-ups, and one of these follow-ups is actually a V-skill specific follow-up. So this changes depending on which V-skill you use. This is her V-skill 1. It's -8 on block, so don't use it on block. It is pretty slow, so you can't really combo into it from everything. Yeah, especially crouch medium kick, because Lucia is one of those characters where it's just hit confirm crouch medium kick all day. The fact that she can't combo into it from this really hurts it. You can, however, just use it to activate V-trigger if you want. +5 in their face. That's pretty good. The EX version is a bit better. It's faster, so you can actually combo into it from that. And on block, it's only -6. And you can still activate from this. That's actually kind of weird. It's more plus if you do it without EX. Yeah, that's +5. +3. That's really weird. I guess it is also worth mentioning that it does have some decent synergy with both of her V-triggers. For V-trigger 1, it actually does enhance this. It knocks down. It's still unsafe on block, but this also affects the run follow-up too. That's only -6 now from -8. And the EX version, only -4. That's not bad. I say not bad, but it's like -4 in your face, and she spent a bar to get in plus V-trigger time. Lucia is a very funny character. Now on hit, is actually a pretty good knockdown. So if you can combo into this, this is a really good knockdown actually. Now if you spend EX meter and you have V-trigger active and you're in the corner, you can actually get combos off of this. The damage is actually quite nice for what it's worth. I'll give it up. Granted, that's by spending an EX meter, quite a lot of V-trigger time, and it's restricted to the corner. So you can get some pretty good mileage out of this, but it's pretty heavily restricted. But then again, it's better than not having it at all, I guess. Yeah, this V-skill doesn't have a lot going on. It's not terrible, just because what it does provide to Lucia, in terms of like perks, it is actually nice. Like the light convergence super is nice. The general usage as a combo ender is very reliable, especially because it is technically a one button confirm from crouch medium kick. Like she does use it like decently, but to be fair, that's kind of just because Lucia overall is kind of lacking and she takes whatever she can get. So yeah, it's on the weaker side for sure. Her V skill 2 is over here. This is unsafe on block, and it's pretty hard to space to actually make safe. If you do get perfect spacing, you can get to be -3 at this range, and there aren't any 3 frames that reach that far. But you're gonna have a tough time actually making this unpunishable. I mean, this is Ryu, so this might be a little unfair to test on him because he has a very privileged 4 frame. But I think my point still stands. It's really hard to space this to make it safe. Despite the animation, it's also not an overhead, so you can't use it like an overhead. Now, because of the airborne state, you can't technically use it to beat throws, like on block. You do kind of got a hard commit to it if you're gonna beat a throw with it, as opposed to just like shimmy, because you gotta cancel into it. And if they don't end up throwing, then you're -4 in their face. So tough luck there. Now, it can go through fireballs, surprisingly. But because of the range, you actually have to be like really close to actually use this and get a punish. Otherwise, you're going to be from like this far out, and you're just going to be doing it out here like a dumbass, and then whiff, and then you're going to die for that. So you do have to be relatively close. Like, closer than I think is really viable, because at this kind of range, I don't really think most people throw fireballs anyway. Especially if they know, oh, this is the one area of the screen where my opponent's anti-fireball tool will work. I should stop throwing fireballs. Like, it's just... It's nice that it exists, but don't rely on it. Like V-Skill 1, it also has a run follow-up. It's this little knee. It's normally -2 on block, but you can space it to make it safe. It is a little tough, though. Yeah, that's +1. -1. It's actually... I actually think this is really unreliable to space to make safe. Because you have to start the run from pretty far out to not just get the automatic first hit. It's a little easier with the EX version, but I feel like this is really hard to space because most of her forward movement dies down once the hitboxes are out. That was +4. Dang, okay. Good. You get the perfect spacing. It can be quite plus, but I don't think that's reliable or consistent. On hit, +2, but if you're trying to space and make it safe, you're going to get later active frames. That was +6. Usually it's going to be +3 or 4. So you just get a light combo into a DP. The EX version has an automatic follow-up. Whether that's better or worse is kind of up to you. It does have good Oki. And in V-Trigger 1, it gets this automatic follow-up regardless if it's EX or not. It is still the same on block. Still hard to space. But if you use her V-Trigger and you use EX meter, that's actually +2 regardless of spacing. So that's actually pretty good. That's kind of an unga bunga, just throw it out option, see what works. It is a bit resource heavy just to get in the first place. But you know, it's nice to have that kind of option. And then on hit, this combo just like, forget about it. And you can get a combo after that too. Yeah, so you do get a quick juggle after that. Like her V skill 1, this is most reliable in the corner when you can kind of cash out. That used the entire V-Trigger for that one combo. That's kind of insane. The damage was good though, I'll give it that. I feel like V-Skill 2 is the better pick if you just want to go all in with meter. Like, you don't want to save for super, you just want to like activate right when you get V-Trigger, use all your meter whenever you can on like any interaction, just keep going all in. I feel like it is good for cashing out. What her V-Skill 1 offers, I think, is a bit more consistent and reliable, though. It is really... I don't know. I used to think this was one of, like, the absolute worst V-Skills in the game. I have kind of come around to it and see that it's not terrible, but I do still think its utility is pretty limited. Especially the base version. The base version is just kind of, like, absolutely terrible and garbage and poo-poo doo-doo. It doesn't actually start getting usable until you factor in the run and the V-Trigger and the EX. The base version is terrible. So because of that, I'm gonna put it here. I don't feel too highly about either of these V-Skills, but that's kind of just Lucia for ya. Alright, Gill. His V-Skill 1, he summons a meteor. I think this actually used to be contender for the absolute worst V-Skill in the game when Gill came out. They have buffed it quite considerably since then, though. So he summons the meteor, it comes down, it has 3 different distances. You can hold it back, nothing, or you can hold forward. So 3 different distances. You can cancel into it from some of his combo enders if you spend meter, like his EX Lariat. That's -10. One of the big things about this was that there was like no reliable way to actually get it up after like knockdowns and stuff, because as you can see, it takes quite a while. If your opponent throws a fireball while you do this, chances are you're gonna get hit by the fireball, but they're still gonna have time to block the meteor. So the worst case scenario if you just use this in the neutral. So you can just tack it onto the end of a combo if you want to get it up. Now because it's so slow, you can't really use this for like set play, which I feel limits its utility a bit. It's not like Cody's like V-Trigger 2 rock where he hits the rock in the air and then he has like 2 years to hit you with other stuff while the rock comes down. It's not like that. You don't have a ton of options here, especially considering you don't have a lot of ways to actually get it up in the first place. Like, look, you're -10 there. You can't really like run in for a mix-up. You're too far out for like a high-low. And in the corner, that's gonna be Omega minus. So you can just straight up get punished for that. So it's kind of unreliable for set play. However, it is actually pretty good just in the neutral. I know I said that by itself it's really slow, but what's really interesting about this is you can cast this and then get another fireball on the screen. Like, especially with this slow fireball, if he gets this going, like, he can just command the neutral with this. It can be very hard for some characters to navigate a flowchart like this. Now, as you might have seen, the meteor actually inflicts an elemental status for his retribution. For those who don't know, Gill's retribution is just, he can set you on fire or he can freeze you, and when you're in that status, if he just hits you with a move of the opposite element, it gets new properties. So if they are on fire from here, and then I hit them with an ice move, that now launches. So this is integral to a lot of his combos. And one of the most annoying things about his retribution is that it's kind of difficult to actually set up, like, to start a combo. Like, most of the time you're doing retribution, like, in the middle of a combo. Like, if you do something like this, you're just doing the retribution in the middle of a combo. Sometimes you want to, like, end a combo by inflicting them with a status, and then trying to get a retribution after that. That's where the meteor comes in, because regardless if they get hit or not, this actually inflicts the status regardless. And this works on block too, so because I have his V-Trigger 1-up, it's a fire meteor. If you have V-Trigger 2 active, it turns into ice. So if I do Ice Layer it into this, and then fall behind it, that's like Omega Plus. Like, it's actually hard to quantify how plus that is there. Just having this kind of thing in the neutral, where it just makes him Omega Plus and lets him approach easier, it's really good. And then if you have his V-Trigger 2 up, turns into a little ice comet thing. This can affect, like, your zoning patterns a bit, because the benefit from the fire V skill as opposed to the icy skill is that he can make more advantage of his slow fireball by threatening the retribution after the fact. So if you use the icy skill and then you do a slow fireball, there's no threat of retribution there, which does make it a little weaker, I think. So if you're gonna use this V skill, you probably want to go with V-Trigger 1. And if you get his V-Trigger 1 active, it's actually, like, impossible to approach. Not only does this enhance his Z skill, but, like, he can just get a bunch of stuff on the screen at once. Gill can just clog the screen with so much stuff while his V-Trigger's active. It's kind of funny. Another great thing about having V-Trigger active is his normal lariats will actually let you cancel into it. And they're a lot more plus. Like, that was -6 as opposed to -10 normally. So you can actually get the meteor up a lot easier, especially, like, in the corner here. Like, you do have to sacrifice a bit of damage for some of the better setups, but that was 0. He doesn't really have these options without V-Trigger. So it does get a bit stronger. You can use it a bit more for set play with V-Trigger up. Granted, it's still not great. I really do wish this was a better V-skill. It used to be way worse, trust me. This was like a bottom 5 V-skill in the whole game on release. But I do think the buffs has actually made it, like, usable. More than usable, it's actually, like, good? Dare I say? I wouldn't really say it fixes any of Gill's, like, problems, but it does allow Gill to just be more annoying from a distance, which he likes because his buttons kind of suck, and his up-close game is kind of ass. So if he can just keep playing as far away as possible, he kind of likes that. I'm going to put it here. I wish it did more. It is kind of misleading because the visual makes you think that you can actually get, like, setups with it. You really can't. You can get some, like, really tiny ones, but it's more of just like a neutral tool and an Oki tool. but it is still like pretty solid. Alright, V skill 2. It is a parry. But this is the parry. This is the parry to end all Street Fighter V parries. It's frame 2. There's a high and a low version. And the freeze is actually more akin to third strike. Like, I demonstrated with Ryu's V skill 1, but the freeze wasn't long enough to just get like basic punishes on like lights. So you had to be really careful of what you actually parried. So if we have Ryu, this is the same thing I had the Ryu set to all the way at the start of the video. I do a normal, and then I parry his 3-frame stand light punch. Gill can get a punish there. So the freeze on this is way better than any other similar parry. Gill can actually get like huge punishes on just very small openings with this parry. I mean, what else do I really have to say about this? Like, it's a parry. And the thing is, Gill actually really appreciates this parry. Because most characters who have a 3-frame, it's like, it's not great. It's not a great option for like combos and stuff, but it's just kind of a button you want to mash. Gill easily has the worst 3-frame in the game. This thing is terrible. Like, it's only +3 on hit. On counter hit, it can't even like combo into a medium. He gets another light as his confirm. Like, there are some 3-frames with terrible frame data. I think Bison's stand light kick might actually be like minus on hit or something. I don't remember. I think that's his 3-frame. But the difference is Bison has like safe specials he can cancel into. So he can, if he mashes, he can correctly mash and then do the special and he goes unpunished. If Gill does this, what does he do? He doesn't have a safe special. He has to like hard commit to a fireball or something and hope you don't do anything. Yeah, his 3-frame is just really bad, so having a frame 2 parry is really good. I think Gill is largely defined by his big punish game anyway, because his normals are kind of ass and his retribution system just rewards him more for getting hits. So Gill's whole thing revolves around getting big punishes and then thriving off those. And this V skill helps him do that, like, perfectly. It's a parry. But it is quite easily the best parry in this whole game, even including, like, V triggers and stuff. Frame 2, there are no restrictions on what it can actually parry, you just have to be mindful of the standing and low version. It can reliably parry multiple hits, because you can cancel the parry into another parry. Because of what Gill is lacking in his moveset, that being like good normals, this really does help him turn the tides of any given match. You just get one parry, you get your retribution up, maybe activate V-trigger, and Gill can very easily snowball thanks to this parry. It's really good. Alright, moving on to Seth, the final Season 4 character. His Z-Skill 1 is the Tandon Engine. It has quite a lot of range. He can very easily pull you in from afar. Like Street Fighter 4, this very easily goes through fireballs. As long as you can actually like get the suction effect active. So you do have to use it a bit early. But it's really consistent, honestly. The suction leaves him +3. So you can get a combo off that if you're close enough. Most of the time, you probably won't be. You don't have to worry about that. The main appeal of this is the follow-up you can do after the suction, where Seth grabs you. What happens after that is Seth installs himself with a special move based on the opponent. So the next time you press V-Skill, it is an entirely different special move. So for Ryu, he gets Hadouken. Seth can cancel into this new special from almost anything. Like, normals that he can't normally cancel, like a Scratch Heavy Kick. This is a really good poke. So the fact he can get a bit more mileage off of it is really good. Even his specials. Not all specials, like not DP. But almost all specials. The viability of these special moves entirely depends on the character you're actually getting the install from. So for example, this Hadoken is probably one of the weaker ones, because it doesn't offer a whole lot up to Seth. You can do a few things with it though, like you can use it after his Light Tatsu in the corner, and then get a juggle after that. Use it as a nice combo extension there. But I'll be honest, with Ryu, there's not a lot you can do with this. It is pretty limiting. So let's take a look at a few other characters. Gill's install is his knee drop. This is quite a good combo tool. You do need a bit of height or some kind of launcher to really make use of it, because it doesn't hit on the way up, like from the ground. So you need to do something like his Tatsu if you're close enough. Look at all that damage. Wow. This enhances his normal combo structure just so much, and it's not always optimal. Sometimes you do gotta meter dump a bit, but in general, like, the stuff you can do with some of these installs is just absolutely crazy. The install he gets with Menat is easily the most infamous one, because not only can he send out the orb, but he can bring it back in too. So there is some like really long 99 hit combo I think you can do from this. I don't know the full combo, but I know some shortened variation of it, which I'll try to get now. So that whole combo is not even optimal. I'm not gonna go for the enhanced longer version, but you get the idea, okay? Some of these installs are just absolutely busted. Just completely broken. I don't have the time or the patience to go through every single one, but most of them are at least, like, good. Going back to Ryu here for a second. Even if the install isn't necessarily like amazing or anything, like with Ryu's as I showed off earlier, it can still this suck is good. Like, this suck still makes the move worth using, because if they just like whiff a normal and neutral, you can catch them with this. This is like that. This move is so good for just catching strays, just whiff punishing. Getting through fireballs too. And then you get good Oki on top of that. Like, look at this Oki. +3 after dash, and they can't back recover that. Yeah, they're set to back recovery. They can't back recover this. +3 in their face. Plus, if you really want the install, there's a target combo you can use to get into it. Like, this install really just functions with every single part of Seth's kit. Even if you don't use the install itself very much, because it isn't like the best thing ever, the suck is still just... This is so good. I'm so glad that this V-skill is actually good, and not just some cool looking gimmick that actually ends up being bad. I think it deserves to go pretty high up. I'm gonna put it right next to Gill's. It's such a good V skill. The suction part, even without the install, is so good. And because it's so easy to land just in neutral, you get a whiff punish, go through a fireball, or you land the target combo, it's just so easy to root into, or just get randomly. It really does just open up a lot for Seth, just for normally playing the game, and I think that's really good. I'm so glad this V-skill is good. It's so cool. His V-skill 2 is a lot different. It's a command dash, and from this command dash, you can input any of your special moves to get an enhanced version of them. So for his hands, it turns into this, just a giant forward advancing hitbox. And surprisingly, this is safe on block. That's only -2 for some reason. I guess the reward on hit isn't super great. It's only +2. But still, like, you can just throw this out. This being only -2 is kind of insane. You're not even, like, point blank. Like, you're not in throw range. I think some characters might be able to throw there, actually, but for the most part, you're kind of safe. This doesn't really have any, like, combo potential. Yeah, I think you can activate off of it, though. No, you can't. But yeah, so this is just a giant forward advancing hitbox. That's all it does. But that's a really good thing to have. Next, his DP turns into his DP, but he goes forward with it. This one I think is a lot more combo friendly. Yeah, you can get it from that. And the corner carry is actually really impressive. Like, look at that corner carry. The Oki isn't the greatest, but still, like, geez. When you do these follow-ups, it builds V meter, by the way. So you substitute these into his normal combos, and you just build V meter, basically for free. Last up is his Tatsu, which turns into this. It's kind of like his EX version, except you just don't need to spend meter. Except I think the combos are kind of limited from it. Yeah, the launch is not very good. Mid-screen, at least. Like, in the corner, you can definitely get some pickups. It's just mid-screen, your options are limited. Yeah, I think mid-screen the only thing you can get is EX hands. Which kind of sucks, but again, look at the corner carry on this. Hold on. Ryu, get over here. Look at that. That was almost full screen corner carry. Full screen corner carry for 1 bar. And the Oki isn't that bad either. Like, that's insane. I actually don't think there's a lot more to this V skill than what I've already shown. Each of these moves has a pretty clearly defined purpose. The hands, you kind of just throw it in neutral. That's what you do with it. It's safe on block, not too rewarding on hit, but you can kind of just throw it out. The DP is your combo ender, and then Tatsu is your combo extender / starter. So I think they all have a very clearly defined purpose on when and where you want to use them. It may not be as good as his V-Skill 1, but this is still quite a solid V-Skill, all things considered. Seth essentially getting 3 new special moves is pretty good, and they're all good. Like, they all enhance one part of Seth's gameplay. Even if it wasn't weak before, it's really easy for him to just use these. He doesn't have to go out of his way or anything. I'm gonna put it here. It's pretty good. I'm so glad Seth is cool in this game. Seth was one of the overall, like, best designed V systems in the game. So I think his V skills are both really good. We're on to Season 5 now, the last 5 characters. First up we got Dan. His V skill 1 is pretty weird. Both of his V skills are really weird. It's this roll. You can do it in the air too. It makes him really floaty for some reason if you use it on the way up. Otherwise it kind of just functions like a normal jump in without a hitbox. The roll itself does have a hitbox at the end of it. It's only +2, and you can't like special cancel it or anything. You can't get any links. You can V-trigger cancel it, which is not a great option, but at least it's something. Generally, you're going to be using this in the middle of combos, not to start or end them, because you can actually cancel into it from some of his specials, like his DP. From something like his DP, you can actually juggle after it. like that. So if you get a combo going, that is a nice way to extend it at the cost of some bar. Even if you don't want to do an ESCP after that, it does give him a lot better Oki after this. Like, look, he's +6 there, but he's kind of far away. There really isn't any reason not to do the V skill there if you have it. So you can kind of just use this like that to improve the end of your combo. You can also cancel his little punch special into it. I think juggling into it is a bit more iffy though. Yeah, you need heavy or EX, but from EX you have other juggles, so I don't think you'd do it anyway. If you really want, you could use it for a side swap. You're missing out on quite a bit of damage though. Not that Dan is a very high damage character to begin with, but like that's 197, and that's only 133. So that is a pretty big damage decrease if you go for that. Not all his specials will go into the grounded version, because some of them are in the air, but you can still cancel those ones into the air version, like his EXDP, you can do that, and then his Dan kicks, like that. You can actually use that to extend a combo, because that's +4. That's pretty interesting. So you can kind of just fit this into a combo multiple times. It doesn't add a whole lot of damage really, but it does open up a lot of new routes. I will say Dan's overall damage is pretty low compared to the rest of the cast, so I don't think the damage increase is actually very significant, but it is still nice because the whole time you're going to be building V-meter, and Dan has the shortest V-trigger bar in the game with his V-trigger 1. And his V-trigger 2 is only 2 bars, so you're going to get V-trigger really quickly. Yeah, you can kind of just put it wherever you want in a combo, and you'll find some use for it. I will say what does kind of suck about it is you can't use it to make other moves safe, like on block. The taunt itself is only -2 on block, but depending on how it hits, it can be more minus. Medium Dan kicks, like if you cancel the first hit into the taunt on hit, it's +4. If you do that on block, it's -4. So you can't just like mindlessly mash this, you actually have to confirm it. And you can't cancel like his hands into a taunt, because otherwise that'd make the back roll pretty good. The back roll's only really useful if you're like baiting them with fireballs or something. It's not very good, not really useful. So Dan's V-Skill 1 is solid. I wouldn't say it's anything amazing. The combo extensions are nice, but the damage increase is kind of negligible in the grand scheme of things. I don't really think it opens up stuff that Dan doesn't already have access to. And spoiler alert, V-Skill 2 kind of helps a lot more in areas where this is lacking. So it's not particularly strong. It isn't entirely useless though. I just still think it's pretty useful if you really want to run it. It's a lot better than some of these other ones actually. I'll put it like right here. If you really want to just stick with it, it can be pretty reliable. Oh yeah, actually, one thing worth mentioning before I forget, both of Dan's V-skills build V-meter for the opponent. That's kind of like one of Dan's, like, he's a joke character, it's one of his gimmicks. That is a little annoying, because you use both of his V-skills a lot. I guess the trade-off there is they didn't want Dan to, like, lose out on building V-meter, so they just gave the opponent V-meter too. It's kind of weird, it's funny, it doesn't matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but I do feel it's worth bringing up at least. His V-skill 2 is actually probably one of the best V-skills in the entire game. Just being for real. It's a taunt. It's a taunt like his other one, except there's no roll. Now the whole gimmick with this is that you can cancel into this taunt from almost any normal. Except his sweep and like his overhead. Almost every normal he has can cancel into the taunt. Even like not traditional special cancel normals, like his Sand Heavy Kick can't special cancel or anything. So it's most normals. And on the surface, this looks terrible. Like, what, you're gonna cancel into this and you're -2 on hit? That's really bad. here's the kicker. You can cancel into the taunt from a normal, and then cancel out of the taunt into anything else. So you can very easily just do a string of normals that wouldn't normally connect. Like you do 2 stand medium punches, you can do a medium into a heavy. But you can use it for these very easy confirms. Like even if you don't land it on hit. This isn't like V-Skill 1 where you can't really cancel it on block, but you can on hit. You can still cancel this on block. And instead of canceling in normals, you can also cancel into specials. So you can do stuff like that, like space stand kicks. That's one of Dan's like refining traits. You can just cancel into a space stand kick from like a stand heavy kick. Or just do like an EX stand kick if you really want to. Or an EX fireball. This V-Skill really is just like generally one of the most useful things in Dan's entire arsenal. Maybe the most useful thing. Because it opens up so many new linking opportunities for him. Like you can do heavies into heavies. Those are really good for just like cash out V-trigger combos. The freedom you get with this V-Skill is really insane. Especially during his pressure. Like, oh my gosh, his pressure, it's so unpredictable. Because you have his lights, you have his mediums, these are all plus on block. But then you have his heavies, and his heavies actually have really impressive range. So you can just be out here, do a heavy, and then you just cancel into like a medium. And you just keep the pressure going. Because Dan is still very much a threat from this far out because of his heavies. He can very easily just bulldog his way in and keep the pressure up from this distance. You could even do just really fake pressure. Like you can do a spaced heavy into like a light. And from there, you can just kind of reset your options because whiffs, lights whiff really fast. You're not going to reliably react to that on defense. So then Dan can take the opportunity to maybe walk in, maybe press another heavy. Like, it can get really overwhelming just how much Dan can bully from this distance. And this is also reliable because it's not like you can chain these forever. You can't do like a normal into V-Skill into normal into V-Skill repeated. You can only do it once. So by whiffing a light at this range, you reset that V-Skill cancel because you're not doing a string. You can do really tricky stuff like that, and that is really hard to react to. It's really hard to deal with. Dan's pressure is probably top 5 in the game. That might be an understatement, actually. Dan is actually really good in this game. Like, he has a lot of unique tools, and this V-Skill really just kind of emphasizes his strengths. Like, he can pretty much just convert from anything if he wants. And he doesn't have to, like, full commit either, because he could just do, like, a heavy into another heavy if he sees you're blocking. But then on hit, he can do, like... So it gives him time to really assess the situation and then make the most of it. You do have to be, like, hyper aware of it, though. Dan is surprisingly pretty execution heavy in this game, because the window to actually get this taunt cancel is really small. I believe it's a 3-frame window. And you can't really buffer it too reliably, especially if you're trying to get, like, precise combos. Like, especially if you're trying to, like, whiff a light. You can't reliably just, like, mash that or anything. So Dan actually does require a lot of execution in this game compared to most characters. But it's all worth it, because this V-Skill gives him combos from anything and some of the best pressure in the game. He can also technically get an infinite using this V-Skill. It is really tight. There are setups for it. I don't remember the setups. But you gotta be at, like, a really specific range. And also, they kind of patched this out because they gave Dan an RNG fireball. So normally his fireball's just like that, but then randomly he'll get a red fireball like that, and the red fireball knocks down, as opposed to the normal fireball just leaving them standing, which is what you want for the infinite. So the infinite isn't, like, super reliable. You can kind of gamble on it, like post-stun, and just see how many reps you can get before you inevitably get the red fireball. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's like a selling point into the V skill anymore. I don't know, something like that. There's some setup to it. I don't remember it exactly, but I don't feel like it's worth showing off just because with the Red Fireball update, it isn't really something you want to go for consistently. It is nice that it exists, but I wouldn't say it's like a major selling point. So Dan's V skill too. Quite good. Quite good. Actually, top 10 V skill in the game, unironically. It belongs up here with all of these other demons. Yeah, I think it goes all the way up here. Dan is really competent in this game, which is honestly funnier than when he was like bottom 1 in every other game. I really like what they did with Dan in this game. Okay, Rose has one of the single weirdest V skills in the whole game with her V skill 1. What she does is she pulls out one of 4 cards, and each card has a different effect. 2 of them, they get thrown at the opponent. 2 of them, she'll just like hold them in place and buff herself. So the ones for herself are buffs, the ones for her opponent are debuffs. And it's completely random which one you get. I have a save point right here. If I throw this, you get the purple card next, but you could get the white card after that. It's completely random. There's no consistent order. So I think that's already somewhat detrimental to this card's viability because you can't really play around a consistent order like that. It's not too big a deal though. So this first card, the tower card, when it hits the opponent, they get decreased damage for about 7 seconds. And we can actually compare if I just get Ryu to do a combo here. So there, that did 307 damage. Now, let's reset, give him the card, and then see how much it does now. 277. That's a pretty big decrease, actually. I think for the other cards, maybe not all the cards, the effects do go away if you like hit Rose. But because the whole thing with this one is it decreases your own damage, it makes sense that it doesn't go away if you hit Rose. So once you're hit with this, there isn't really anything you can do about it. You just gotta take it. Now the red card, this is the Chariot. She casts it on herself, and for the next 10 seconds, she does 10% more damage. So this is the opposite of the tower card, where it decreases the opponent's damage by 10%. She buffs her own damage by 10%. So that does 200. That does 217. So it is a decent increase. The next card is the Magician card, which is another self-cast card. I actually have to adjust some things so you can actually see what this does. So when you use it, you build V-meter, and you actually build a bit of gray health. It's not a whole lot, but this card is unique because you can actually hold it to increase the effect. So you just keep building V-meter and gray health. Yeah, I guess you can just hold it down for however long you can. Realistically, I don't think you can hold this down for very long in a match. Like the V-meter build is very good. The health is kind of negligible though. So I wouldn't say it's too important. You can probably hold it down for like an extra half second maybe. Even still, the health increase is whatever, but the V-meter build is quite impressive. The last card is the Death card. Throws it at the opponent, and when this hits them, she does increased chip damage. So normally, it only does 13%. So you throw this, and now it does 20%. So I believe that's a 50% increase for, what, like 10 seconds maybe? I'm unsure. But Rose is, like, kind of a zone-heavy character. She has a pretty good fireball and very long normals. So she can actually make pretty good use of this and just pester you from very far away. Just build up your chip damage. And you can't do a whole lot about it. This one, I mentioned it earlier, this is the one that will go away if Rose gets hit. Yeah, the effect completely goes away if Rose gets hit. So that's the utility of all the individual cards, adds for like actually getting them up. I think you can special cancel. Yeah. So there could be some setups where you sacrifice, yeah, like that. That can hit meaty. And the effect still activates if they block. It's kind of like F.A.N.G v skill 1. You could also just use it like a projectile. I think it can still clash with projectiles though. Yeah. So your one use at trying to debuff them just goes away from a normal fireball. You can also shuffle the cards. It's pretty fast, but I'm not gonna lie, actually casting the cards is not terribly longer than the actual shuffle. So most of the time I feel like it's just better to just take what you get and just form your short-term game plan around whichever card you currently have. I think you waste a lot of time actually shuffling through them. Rose v skill 1 is really weird. I am honestly not sure where to put it. Because I'm gonna be honest, regardless of how good it is, I think most people just stuck with v skill 2 anyway. I think it does have some interesting utility. It is kind of like F.A.N.G v skill 1, where once you use it, the opponent can't do a whole lot to counter it directly. They kind of just gotta take it and deal with it. But I don't feel like a lot of the buffs are very impactful in the long run. Especially with the death one, where she loses it on hit. I think you can use it if you really want to, but I personally do not think very highly of it. I think it's a cool idea, but just not super well executed. And also, when we're about to get into her V-Skill 2, it's just so much better than her V-Skill 1. It's kind of hard to pick this over it. So unfortunately, it's going pretty low, but it's not bad. Her V-Skill 2 is Soul Satellite, her Ultra 2 from Street Fighter 4. And just like in that game, there isn't really a reason not to pick this. You can get up to 2, and they just kind of hover around Rose. And what this means is they will just hit on their own because they just automatically rotate around her. You can use this to make a lot of her more committal options just completely safe. Like if you want to do a slide here, you can get a full combo off of that. And on block, that's going to be way safer too, and it's still going to be her turn actually. Yeah, +9 there. So it actually makes her really, really strong in this mid-range. And she's already pretty strong here. She has good normals. She can get up to 2. It is kind of annoying how they spin in opposite directions because it can be hard to actually like line up when you want each of them to hit. You kind of just gotta wing it. But it's still good. I do think it clashes with other projectiles if it comes into contact with them. Yeah. So actually getting it up can be a little annoying. Because if it's up, then it can just get beat by a fireball entirely and prevent you from like using it for pressure or something. So getting it up can be kind of iffy, but once it's up, Rose is in a really good spot. You can cancel into it like a special move if you want to sacrifice damage and or Oki to get it up. I will say this probably isn't worth it because she has other set play tools like her Soul Punish too. So from like her target combo here, instead of doing V-Skill, you could just do a Soul Punish. And now that's set up on them. That's a lot better than getting like a V-Skill up. So I do think it works well with her kit as a whole. However, I think it specifically could be a bit better. Especially just the way it rotates around her is a little annoying. It's hard to really fully take advantage of it. But thanks to her very big and very oppressive normals at this range, it's good. Could be better, but it's pretty good. Honestly, if this was better, I think everyone would complain. Like, in a way, it's kind of like... It's kind of really similar to Menat's V-Skill 2 in function, just because of what it does. Like, Menat, she uses her Soul Spiral into the Orb Recall. That just gives her plus frames. This is literally just that. But kind of just more on command, I guess. It doesn't require prior setup. You can just do it. And in that sense, I think it's good. And not a whole lot to say about that one. I do think it's pretty good though. Rose is already pretty strong at the mid-range thanks to her fireball and her very, very big normals. So I think this just makes her better at what she's already good at. Which is not a bad thing at all. I think it rests comfortably like right there. It's a pretty good V-skill. Oro's V-skill 1 is this little ball of energy he sends out. His booger, as they call it. If you press back, changes the arc, and it kind of bounces it all on the floor. If you press down, it actually goes really high. So there's 3 different arcs you can send it in. In general, this is just really easy to get up in neutral, and just use it in combination with his fireball, or just follow behind it. You can cancel into it like a special move, however this is kind of useless. But you also can go into it from his target combo. And this is a really easy and convenient way to get it up. You'll probably be sacrificing some damage if you're doing this as a punish. But this is just a really easy way to get it up and then start applying pressure. Yeah, that's a really easy way to just get it up and then put him in a bit of a mix-up. You can also use this as a cross-up tool. If you have enough time, you can do something like that. I think the setups into that are pretty limited though. I think you need some V-Trigger 2 shenanigans there. So that is actually +1 if you do it from a V-Trigger 2 DP. It does kind of rely on the opponent just standing still and just accepting their fate. This should work on everyone like the first time though. So it is pretty reliable for that. I'd say just in general, having this option in neutral is very valuable for Oro. Just to control space. Because Oro's Fireball is really good, especially his EX Fireball. This tracks the opponent. Like if they jump, it'll actually follow them. So especially if you have that EX Fireball ready to go, and you catch him jumping, you can get this up pretty easily. That goes for his general anti-airs too. If you just catch him jumping with like a DP, then it is very easy to get up in that regard. I know there are some situations where you can like use it as a combo starter as well. So if you find the right opening, you can do tricky stuff like that. That works on block too. The most reliable way you're getting that up is after a stun, to be fair. But it's not like you can never like just recognize the situation and capitalize on it if it happens in neutral. So it's actually pretty good for that. Yeah, Rose V-Skill 1 is pretty good. He can get it up pretty reliably compared to a lot of like other similar V-Skills, especially after anti-airs, and his zoning's already pretty good, so he's going to be getting anti-airs a lot. I think it can be a bit harder to get those openings where you specifically want pressure or combos compared to something like Birdie V-Skill 2, but it's not like they don't exist, they're just a bit harder to capitalize on and a bit harder to set up. So, you know, a bit harder to set up than Birdie V-Skill 2 is just like, you know, you're going from S to S minus. Like, it's not a huge difference. I think this is a pretty good V-Skill. Oro's V-Skill 2 is this little command hop. And from this, he gets 2 follow-ups. He gets a punch and a kick. The kick, it's +2 on hit. I think it's safe on block. Nope, it's -4. That's better than a lot of his specials, to be fair. Like, that's -10. Light's -8. He does have his fireball that requires charge, though. It does seem a little hard to space reliably. It has a lot more range than I thought it did. It does seem kind of hard to actually take advantage of it like that, though. So it's mainly just a combo ender. And as a combo ender, I don't think it's very good. Like, he has his Tatsu. His heavy Tatsu, which, like, if you do it from a heavy, That's going to do more damage. 144 compared to 198. Now you could argue, oh, you want to leave him standing. Well, then just use medium taunts. That did 40 more damage than just doing this. You can use it in juggles, kind of. You can do it from his target combo. But that sends him really far away. Yeah, you kind of got to use the punch there. I don't think that's a very good use for it. Now, the real appeal of this is the punch follow-up. Because Oro does not have an overhead in his base kit anywhere. But wouldn't you know it, it's an overhead. A +4 overhead at that. So you can actually link off of it. And you want to know the main reason why that's especially good? Because he has a little V-trigger called Tengu Stones. And they always follow his every move. So having an overhead to open people up like that is so good for his V-trigger 2. This V-skill in general works best with V-trigger 2. Just because both follow-ups will give you combo extensions. But I think having the overhead for a mix option to open them up initially makes the actual like mix-up part of this V-trigger way stronger. And you can get your full combos from it. So giving Oro an overhead is insane. It just kind of sucks. It's like tied to whatever the hell this is. It's not bad, but it's kind of weird though. Like in theory, Oro getting an overhead is absolutely broken, but the way they went about it is just kind of weird. Like because of the hop, the overhead it might be the most telegraphed overhead in the game. Like you just see him doing the hop, and because he doesn't have like a low to threaten from that, you can just block high on reaction, and then he can't do anything about it. If he has V-trigger 2 up, he can do stuff like an empty hop into a low, but just generally it's not entirely super useful. Maybe I'm missing something with it. I feel like I am missing something with it. Even if I am though, I don't think I'd say it's like too strong. I feel like it goes somewhere in here. I don't think super highly of it. I think it does make his V-trigger 2 scarier than it already is. But his V-trigger 2 is already amazing, so I'm not sure he really needs it. Like, to reiterate my point, giving Oro an overhead is one of the craziest things you could do with him, to just shoot him up a few tiers. But the way they went about it is just kind of weird, and not as strong as I think it should be. For the sake... Okay, now this row is bothering me, so for the sake of this, I'm moving Sakura down a bit. There, I kept them in the same order, I just moved a few up and moved a few down. So, it's still the same tier list. Akira's V-Skill 1 is uninstall. It buffs her little fireball move. I think it only changes the frame data on hit and not on block. That's +1, goes up to +5. So you could link after it if you combo into it from close enough. Realistically, I don't think you're really comboing into this very reliably. I can get a +6 there. So there are some combos you can do as extensions. I think a lot of the intrigue is supposed to be on the EX version because it causes a wall bounce, and you get a pretty easy juggle from that. And because it's fast, it's also really easy to combo into. That's actually a really good way to extend your combos. Now weirdly enough, this also applies to the air fireball version. It does change its properties a bit actually. Like if I do the heavy here, it completely stalls me in midair. But with the install, she actually drags down with it a bit. So you could use it from like a lower height. Maybe mix up their anti-air timing, especially if they're using anti-air normals. You stall in the air for a second, and then you just come down and you're +11. In the EX one, in midair, it causes a crumple and grounded hit, but I think it's a ground bounce on air connect. And to show that off, I can just use her V-trigger 1. Yeah. Because I think one of the main scenarios where you would use the enhanced E-skill is during her V-trigger 1 anyway. Yeah. With the right setups, you do have enough time to get her install up. So there isn't really any reason not to go for it. With that being said, I still think the most you're going to get out of this is just like safe pressure. Just from like a distance. Especially the EX one, just because that's kind of a jump scare. Because if that randomly hits, then it's like, oh dang. But it is kind of a shame it doesn't do much on block. It's restricted to just an on-hit tool. It's a little lame, but it's still a good tool to have just because she can very easily make use of it whenever she wants. It's not a terribly strong install, something like Urien V-Skill 2, but still is pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's game-changing, and she doesn't necessarily need it. It's kind of limited to just a combo extender, plus more reward off of just random pokes. So I don't think it deserves to go too high, but like it's not bad. It's still very easy to just get like use out of it. Like you just use it and it's a one and done thing, and then you move on with your day. It's solid. It's solid. Her V skill 2 is really weird. It's this launcher. It's very unsafe on block. -8 and you can't space it. But on hit, it sends them into this really weird juggle state unique to this V skill. The intent behind this was to emulate like the juggles of rival schools, and you can jump in after them like that. And I think how it works is you can cancel normals into each other of like higher strength. So you can do like light, medium, heavy. I think you can cancel her lights into each other. How high does this go? What? Oh my gosh. Can you just do that until the ceiling? That's... You can certainly do that if you want, but there are more optimal things to do. One important thing to note is you can do her air fireball here. I believe all her normals become cancelable into it. Yeah. And then her EX air fireball becomes like this unique ender where it just slams them down. So if you can help it and you have the meter to spare, you usually want to do that. Just as an example, I'll just do an extended combo here. It's gonna take me a few tries. So that's just an example of a very, very optimal extended combo. And the thing about this is it's not entirely like just theory crafting, because as long as you land this hit, you can go into any combo you want. It's all just about landing this. And granted, that can be a bit tricky. You can't cancel into it like a special move. Thankfully, she can use her target combos into it. Her light punch, medium punch, and her heavy punch, heavy punch. Now, the launch you actually get is way, 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 way smaller. You know, it'd be kind of stupid if you could just get this kind of launch just off a target combo, to be fair. But the combos you get from this are a lot more limiting. You can't even do, like, your normal just air chains infinitely. Like, I can't do light kick after that. So most of the time, this is going to be a lot more simple routing. Yeah, there actually isn't a whole lot you can do here. You kind of just gotta do your normal air string and then end the combo. In situations like this, she does have a automatic ender. If you press forward heavy kick in the air after launch, she does this little heel spike. And it spikes him down to the ground. So that's probably optimal to go for there if you don't want to burn meter or anything. Although the options are limiting from your actual target combos, you still can get up reliably and just kind of carry them for the corner carry if you want. It's not like you're losing a lot of damage by doing that. And then for big punishes, if you somehow get this raw, or if you stun them, then it is actually really devastating. Your V-Skill 2 is pretty good. It's not amazing because it still is limited to a combo tool, But the combos you get from that are pretty good. I think if you could land the raw one easier, this would easily just shoot way up. The limited juggles from the cancel version, the target combo version, are a little just on the they're kind of whatever. The corner carry is very nice. And I think those are actually pretty optimal compared to what she has with V-Skill 1. Especially if you're trying to save meter. I would say it is actually pretty good. Even if, in function, it's a little simple. Here we are, we're finally at the end with Luke. Luke's V-Skill 1 is an install. And in terms of installs, is one of the best in the game. It powers up his Flash Knuckle. Now the whole design philosophy behind the Flash Knuckles is that you have to charge them for them to actually get their like unique launch properties. So when you charge them, you can get combos and stuff. But with this install, it turns the uncharged version into the charged version, basically. So without charging, you get the launch equivalent to that of the charge. And you can still charge it, which gives it an enhanced launch at that. I cannot exaggerate how stupid this is for his combos. Like I mentioned earlier with Gill, characters can't usually get a whole lot from their 3 frames. Luke's 3 frame is a little privileged. Actually, a little is an understatement. But if he has this V-Skill up, he can get like a full conversion. He gets 200 damage from that. From mashing out of your pressure. And then he can go to super from that if he wants. But getting light confirms that they're this strong. It's not. He shouldn't have this. No character should have this. And it goes without saying, this also enhances his other combos as well. Especially if you spend meter, his combos can get really, really devastating. You can actually get a side swap from that EX Knuckle combo. If you do a dash here. And then you can juggle a DP afterwards. How stupid is that? How stupid is that? And it's even better for situations where you could already get the charged version, because in those same situations, you can now get the enhanced V-Skill version, which just ups his damage even more. Like, really? He has so much combo freedom with this, it's insane. And Luke has some of the highest damage output in the game already, so this just contributes to that even more. Why can't he do all of that? A thing that plagues most V-Skill installs, I think, is just the move they're attached to. Like if we think back to Urien, I think his V-Skill 1 is kind of not great, because he's always going to be using like his tackles to end combos and his headbutt just in general. So it's actually hard to take advantage of the buffs that the install provides. But with Luke, you're already doing combos into Flash Knuckle. So all it does is buff the combo that you're about to do with like no extra cost. Because it's so easy to get this up, by the way. Like he just does this. He doesn't need like a special target combo cancel into it or anything. He can just do it. Because his fireball is so good. So he just hangs around here, he gets it up, and then you explode next time you get hit. I think most of what makes this V-Skill good is kind of just Luke's base kit, rather than the V-Skill itself being like broken. Otherwise, if this was purely the V-Skill, I'd put it like up here. I'm gonna put it high up. I don't think it's like up here though. But it is one of the main contributing factors as to why Luke's damage is just so absurd. I think going here is nice. Yeah, because if you think about other installs, they do provide a bit of utility as well. Like Alex's V-Skill 2. It provides a lot more than just enhanced damage. Luke's is pretty much just damage. But that damage, it's absolutely insane. He kills you in like 3 hits because of it. So I think it's worth putting all the way up here. Now his V-Skill 2 is really weird. It's this gut punch. It's +2 on hit. -2 on block, and you can special cancel it. So that's better on hit than it is on block, because most of his specials are actually unsafe from that close up. But you can't do that. Now the main appeal of this is it actually has a built-in counter. But it's not like a counter like a Ryu or a Kolin counter. It is a counter specifically designed to break through and punish throws, which is really interesting. And it leaves you +4 there. I believe there's also enough time to get a charged Flash Knuckle. Yeah. So if you do manage to actually counter a throw with this, the reward is pretty good. Yeah, it's actually pretty rewarding. It isn't the most rewarding thing though, which is a little annoying. Unfortunately, that's kind of where the utility ends. You can't like really combo into this. Even from juggles, you just can't. So the actual utility of this is a bit limited. It's just a designated shimmy tool, which I'm not entirely sure he really needed. I mean, most characters in this game have a competent shimmy game. I don't really think you need a designated tool specifically for it. Like, it's good at what it does, but he doesn't really need it. So we're actually ending on a bit of a dud. It's not terrible, but considering what you lose by picking this instead of V-Skill 2, I actually do think that puts it pretty low. Maybe not super low, but I just struggle to see why you would need a designated shimmy tool instead of just manually shimmying yourself. I just don't really see the point. Yeah, that is the Street Fighter V V-Skill tier list. I'm probably going to look back on this in a few days and just, like, completely disagree with half the things I said in the placements. But that's kind of the fun in making these kinds of tier lists, just to spark discussion, just to get things going. So, it did take a lot more time than I thought I would. This video is going to end up being way longer than I ever hoped it would be, but I hope this is good background noise for you, or for homework or whatever you're doing. Oh, I completely forgot a character. I don't know how that happened. Okay, I gotta add them in real quick, and then we'll go over them. They'll be the last character of the video. That's my bad. I don't know how I forgot him. So finally we have Peter. His V-Skill 1 is his Taser Baton, and he kind of starts by just charging it. It is a little annoying because it's an install, but once you do get it up, it's a crumple on hit with the follow-up attack. That's pretty nice, and you can actually cancel into this like a special move. So it's a really reliable combo extender. I think it's especially helpful in grounded combos, or like before you actually launch them in a longer combo. It can help rack up damage early on in the combo. Especially like if you have his V-Trigger 1 active, you can do stuff like this. I think I'm underselling just how good grounded combos are for Peter, because if he's at full resources, he can very easily just cash it all out in one combo. This character is so stupid. Yeah, I think it is a little basic, unfortunately. But Peter can make like really good use of it. Like I said, he does get a lot out of juggles, but if you just want to stick to grounded combos, it really does enhance those, so he can go into his V-Trigger 1 stuff and his Demon a lot easier. So I actually think it's pretty good. His V-Skill 2 is Tactical Campfire. What the fuck is this? What? What does this do? Huh? Okay. He just puts a campfire down. I have no idea what this does. You can cancel into it like a special move, I guess. It seems to detonate after a set period of time. I don't think you can like influence that though. And you can't like you can't detonate it manually. It's kind of just a stationary thing. Does it go away when he gets hit, actually? It does. That actually makes it kind of bad. Wow. Does it interact with fireballs? It does not. So Peter's at the mercy of your fireballs. While this just does nothing. I guess the best you're probably doing with it is you get a knockdown in the corner, and then you can kind of threaten it as like a meaty tool. Like if anyone who's played fighters, Ginyu can use Raccoon in a very similar manner, where he just ends a combo, then he puts Raccoon down and he's about to explode, and then he just kind of wants to keep you there until that happens. You do need kind of a high juggle for this, though. Yeah, you can get some decently high juggles. That was 0 there. And then once it is down, it is pretty threatening as just a meaty. If for those of you who have played Street Fighter 6, I think this is just kind of a worse version of Bison's like bomb. Except the problem is you can only do it in the corner. You can get some pretty nice extensions for damage there. But again, it's going to be really hard to actually find those openings. I guess post-stun you can kind of cash out if you really want to. So yeah, you can kind of cash out with it, but again, the opportunities to do this are very limited, so unfortunately I don't think very highly of it. And it's going right there. I genuinely don't know where to put this. I think it has a lot of potential, but that potential only gets it so far. It can pop off if you get the right opening, don't get me wrong, but its utility is very, very limited. Actually, it's going down there. I'm sorry, Tactical Campfire. It's not as bad as some of these other ones, but its utility is very limited. It's actually going down further, okay? I'm sorry, Tactical Campfire. Actually, now that I think about it, I think these characters can use their V-skills more than Peter can use Tactical Campfire, so it's going down here. But it's not going lower than Kolin V-skill 1. That V-skill is ass. That is the complete Street Fighter V V-skill tier list. I never want to do this again. This took way too much time to get done. Please subscribe, I'm losing my mind. Also, mandatory clip of my dog.
Hey Maggie, look, it's Dan from Streets. He's gonna. What do you think? That's it. He's gonna. He's attacking you. You gotta defend yourself. No? Are you too strong for him? Does he not pose as a threat? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I love you. I love you, Maggie. Oh, she's being silly. Look at her. Look at her go. I love you, baby. You're so silly. You are so silly, baby. I love you. I love you.